belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
The safe vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity where the mind is led forward by thee in the ever-widening thought and action.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, first let me offer my congratulations to the honorable member, Ms. Geeta Chandan, on her election as the General Secretary of the People's National Congress. Honorable members, welcome to this first sitting of the new year, 2022. Our last year was a very robust one, and I foresee that in the conduct of the business of the people of our country, we will continue to exchange our views in the most effective way we can, and in the end, we can move forward this nation of ours. Sherlock?
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly the Public Health Coronavirus Number 2 Regulations of 2021, Number 14 of 2021.
Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice.
Honorable members, at 12 o'clock today, we received a notice for a question from the Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal, under this item. Honorable members, we do have some conventions, and for questions like these, our convention is that it be received, and this was a ruling going back, way back to the Honorable Speaker, Ralph Ramkaran, that these questions be submitted at least 3 hours before the sitting. But we also have the standing orders, and such questions should be urgent, and under that particular standing order B, I don't see that I can exercise any discretion in waiving the time limit and allowing for this question. It could properly be resubmitted to the respective minister. Sherlock?
Comrade Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Michael.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, the standing order that I have does not specify the time requirement. So I believe there needs
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, you were advised when you submitted the question by the clerk about the 3-hour limit. And we have a set of rulings by speakers which has been circulated. Sorry, not Mr. Mahipal, Mr. Jones. I am being informed by the clerk that the chief whip who submitted this was informed. Sherlock?
Questions on notice.
Honorable members, on today's order paper, there are 8 questions, and all of these questions are for written replies. Questions 1, 2, and 3 are in the name of the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson. Questions 1 and 2 are for the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water. And question 3 is for the Honorable Minister of Public Works. Questions number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are in the name of the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson, and are for the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. The answers to these questions have been received and have therefore, in accordance with our standing orders, been circulated. The Honorable Member, Mr. Shearer.
I rise with your permission, Mr. Speaker, to raise a matter which I've sought your approval to bring before this House under Standing Order 32.3 with regards to privilege. On December 29th, 2021, this day will go down in the annals of the Guyana Parliament. The events during the debate on the Natural Resources Fund Bill have been recorded by the media, citizen reporters, by persons who were viewing the live streaming on that day. The evidence is overwhelming. This is recorded evidence that cannot be erased or forgotten. In fact, it was seen in Guyana, nationally and globally. Of special note, Mr. Speaker, is that the space between the government side and the opposition side is in any parliament considered the safe zone, the safe space, and any entrance without permission is interpreted as an act of aggression and a threat to the safety of the members of parliament. This we saw too by the opposition members en masse on December 29. These events that transpired in this House, the stealing and the damage to the mace of Guyana, the deliberate willful damage to the equipment of the Arthur Chung Convention Center, the control communication room, the assault on a member of staff, the repeated disregard for the Speaker and the authority of the Assembly require stern measures. As a consequence, sir, I have brought and sought your leave and received your permission to bring a privilege motion, and I do so now. The motion reads as follows, members of Parliament and Mr. Speaker. Whereas at the 34th sitting of the National Assembly, held on the 29th of December 2021 at the Arthur Chung Convention Center, members of the APNU AFC coalition conducted themselves in a grossly disorderly, contumacious, and disrespectful manner, and in particular repeatedly disregarded, disrespected, and ignored the authority of the Assembly and that of the Speaker, thereby committing contempt and breaches of privilege. And whereas the following members, by conduct complained of above, attempted to prevent the second and third reading of the Natural Resources Fund Bill, number 20 of 2021. The Honorable Christopher Jones, MP, Opposition Chief Whip, the Honorable Ganesh Mai Paul, the Honorable Sherrod Duncan, the Honorable Natasha Singh Lewis, the Honorable Annette Ferguson, the Honorable Viceroy Jordan, the Honorable Tabitha Sarabo Haley, the Honorable Maureen Philadelphia. And whereas, honorable members, Annette Ferguson and Viceroy Jordan further committed breaches of privilege by forcefully, unauthorizedly, and in a disorderly fashion, removing the mace from its rightful position and attempting to remove it from the chamber, thereby creating grave disorder and chaos, which resulted in injuries to a member of staff of the Parliament office and damage to the mace. And whereas Honourable Member Tabitha Sarabo Haley committed contempt and breaches of privilege by unauthorizedly entering the communication control room of the Arthur Chung Convention Center, which is the chamber, a part of the chamber of the National Assembly as proclaimed by His Excellency the President since September 2020, and destroyed several pieces of audiovisual equipment being public property with the intention to disrupt the sound and internet connection so as to affect the Assembly from conducting its lawful business. And whereas the House is reminded that the rules of order, Standing Order 47(1) to 10, sets out the authority of the Speaker in dealing with gross and grave disorder in the National Assembly and procedures therein. And whereas as the named members brought the image of the National Assembly of Guyana into disrepute at a level never witnessed in this House before, and set a shameful example by elected representatives to the public and particularly the young generation. Be it resolved that this National Assembly expresses the unwavering abhorrence of such gross disorderly conduct, contempt, and breaches of privilege which took place on December 29, 2021. Be it further resolved that this National Assembly commits the following 8 named members to the Committee of Privilege in accordance with Standing Order 32. Honorable Christopher Jones, Honorable Ganesh Mai Paul, Honorable Sherrod Duncan, Honorable Natasha Singh Lewis, Honorable Annette Ferguson, Honorable Viceroy Jordan, Honorable Tabitha Sarabo Haley, and Honorable Maureen Philadelphia. And be it further resolved, sir, that this National Assembly calls on the Privileged Committee, due to the seriousness of these violations, to act with alacrity and report to the National Assembly within 1 month from the date thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The matter is now referred to the Privileges Committee. Honorable members, today, the clerk received 2 motions from the Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition. One, a no confidence motion in the Speaker of the National Assembly. That motion will go through the regular procedures. And secondly, there was a motion moved to send a number of members from the government side to the Privileges Committee. We received that motion this morning. Unfortunately, the motion to send members to the Privileges Committee was received with or on the letterhead of Leader of the Opposition press release. The clerk and I spoke, and the clerk informed the Chief Whip, and that motion was resubmitted just over an hour before this sitting. As such, I did not have an opportunity to review review the matters raised, and I want to assure the honorable member, Mr. Jones, that that is going to be done expeditiously, and we will deal with his motion. Thank you. Mr. Isaacs?
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will proceed with the second reading of the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant
Speaker, I'm not
Bill
being acknowledged.
2021, Bill number 19 of 2021, published on December 15, 2021. Before I call on the Honorable Minister of Health, I see the Chief Whip for the opposition on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reference to the email you mentioned, I sent 2 emails to the clerk of the Assembly last evening. Both emails were not on the leader of the opposition's list.
Honorable Member,
I have
Mr.
that
Jones,
email.
we have the staff of the National Assembly here. We have the emails, and you can clarify that with them. Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, I rise to present the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill 2021 for its second reading. This bill seeks to create an enabling legislative framework for cell, tissue, organ, biofluid transplantations, and for blood transfusion, the development of regenerative medicine, and the expansion of medical education and scientific research. Organ transplantation is not a new phenomenon. For more than a century, surgeons have replaced diseased organs with healthy ones, and in the process have been able to perfect surgical techniques, organ preservation, tissue typing, and now even we're doing xenotransplantation. Over the years, transplants have helped to extend the life expectancy of many patients, and as expected, and has been accepted as the best therapy for patients with terminal and irreversible organ failure. In 2020, the Global Observatory on Donation and Transplantation estimates that there were 129,681 solid organ transplants which were done in the world. 80,926 kidneys, 32,586 livers, 8,101 hearts, 5,940 lungs, 1,970 pancreases, and 158 small bowel transplants. Mr. Speaker, all the experts agree that transplantation is the best therapy for patients with end-stage organ failure. After successful transplant, the patient's clinical condition would significantly improve, along with the attendant comorbidities. These clinical changes help improve the patient's quality of life, and in many instances, these patients can return to everyday life and improve life expectancy. Several studies have shown that for patients with end organ failure, that transplant is often the most cost-effective form of treatment. Mr. Speaker, philanthropist, the late George Sobraj, was a very strong advocate for organ transplants. He funded several medical missions to Guyana, first to assess the state of patients with end-stage renal disease, and then to work on the development of a dialysis program, which eventually led to the first kidney transplant by Dr. Raul Jindal and his team on the 12th of July, 2008. Between 2008 to 2014, there were 30 kidney transplants using living donors that were done here in Guyana. These early transplant surgeries were done at the Balwant Singh Hospital. These pioneering surgeries gave hope to a lot of patients, but it also inspired many of our local doctors to take up the field of transplantation. One such doctor, Dr. Kishore Prasad, was sent to Canada to train in organ transplantation. And upon his return in 2015, the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation established a transplant unit under his leadership. The GPHC team has successfully transplanted 36 patients who were diagnosed with end-stage renal disease. The survivability of these patients have improved tremendously. This program has given hope to patients with end-stage renal disease because many of them can now access this program. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are close to 200 patients receiving dialysis, requiring at least 3 sessions per week. Many of these patients are unable to work because of the type of illness that they have, and transplant would certainly be able to change the outcome for these patients. Mr. Speaker, the successes of our homegrown program have attracted Caribbean-wide attention. You would recall that in July last year, Dr. Bristol of Grenada came to Guyana, came to the Georgetown Public Hospital, and had a successful kidney transplant that was done there. At the press conference, she said that to receive such a surgery in other jurisdictions would have cost her close to $400,000 US. But we did it here in Guyana for free. Since this type of surgery, right now, several other countries are now inquiring whether they can send patients to us here in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, apart from solid organ transplants, such as kidney, the George Sobraj Foundation also funded a corneal transplant program. A corneal transplant replaces a diseased cornea with a new one. When the cornea becomes cloudy, light cannot penetrate the eye to reach the retina, and therefore that person would have poor vision, often resulting in blindness. In corneal transplant, the surgeon removes the central portion of that cloudy cornea and replaces it with a clear cornea. This program also was started by Dr. Jindal, but was also done with the help of Dr. Joseph Pasternak and Stephen Waller, who initially in 2014 performed 6 corneal transplants, again at the Balwant Singh Hospital. The transplanted corneas were acquired from an eye bank in the United States, and after these successful surgeries, the program was transferred to the Georgetown Public Hospital. Dr. Shailendra Sugrim and a local team of doctors were trained on corneal transplantation techniques. To date, the local team spearheaded by Dr. Subrim, have completed 93 corneal transplant surgeries right at the Georgetown Public Hospital. Cornea transplantation, Mr. Speaker, corneal transplantation has been a game changer for many patients who a generation ago would have been blinded permanently. They now can have their sight restored with a corneal transplant. Currently, the cost of such a transplant ranges from $13,000 US to approximately $27,000 US. Unfortunately, the cost of a cornea is very prohibitive for most patients. This legislation would allow the development of a local eye bank, which would recover and store ocular tissue from donors for transplant to eligible recipients. This measure would assist hundreds of persons in regaining their sight at a very affordable cost. Mr. Speaker, we all know that blood transfusion is a very indispensable part of the practice of medicine in Guyana, both for medical purposes and for surgical purposes. Before 1990, there were several private and public blood banks which collected and transfused whole blood. This was a very inefficient use of blood, and in many instances did not allow for a robust standard in preventing transfusion-transmitted infections. In the 1990s, a national blood transfusion service was developed in the public sector with the assistance of the World Health Organization, the European Union, and later the US government through the PEPFAR initiative. In the early 1990s, Guyana was able to move away from whole blood, and we have started doing the separation of blood components, such as red packed cells, platelets, and plasma. And then in the 2000s, with the funding from PEPFAR, we developed a robust program to prevent transfusion-transmitted infections, such as hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV, cytomegalovirus, syphilis, human T lymphotropic virus, Chagas, malaria, and microfilaria. Mr. Speaker, the blood bank can also now produce specialized blood products, such as leuko-reduced packed cells, platelets, pooled cryoprecipitate apheresis platelets, and wash red cells. We have also changed the pattern of blood collection from families of patients donating most of the blood to moving to 98 to 100% voluntary blood donation. There's no doubt that transfusion medicine has saved countless lives in Guyana. Now the blood bank is contemplating the next wave of development, and that is to do blood fractionation. That is to look at various fractions of the blood, such as to be able to produce factor VIII, which is necessary for hemophiliacs, without which, if they don't get the factor VIII, they can bleed to death. Mr. Speaker, while we have transfused blood for several decades, and we have been transplanting kidneys since 2008, and we have been transplanting corneas since 2014, there has been no legal framework in place Mr. Speaker, transplant medicine and transfusion medicine has undergone extensive transformation. In the early days of transplant medicine, surgeons struggled to prevent organ rejection. Immunology research has given us new knowledge on how to successfully suppress the recipient immune system using immunosuppressant medicine. Newer techniques are now paving the way to grow organs and to prevent rejection. We are now transitioning from the traditional way of doing transplantation into an era of regenerative medicine. New research is now pointing the way to that future of patient care. In a book on organ repair and regeneration, Paula Briselis and team describe how the transplant landscape is changing and how it's moving away from the traditional to regenerative medicine. And I just want to give a little quote here. And that is, they said, progress in cell and extracellular matrix biology, in biomaterial science, and in the developmental biology, in cell and tissue physiology, have paved the ground for the development of technologies that, when mature, will enable organ on demand, whereby organs will be manufactured for patients using their own cells. When this is achieved, Mr. Speaker, no immunosuppression would be needed, no waiting lists would be necessary, no preservation of organs would be required, as these organs, tissue or cells, would be manufactured on demand and implanted immediately. This bill would allow us, our scientists, our researchers, our clinicians, to start researching and exploiting the benefits of regenerative medicine. Mr. Speaker, one of the applications of regenerative medicine is cell-based therapies. Cell-based therapies treat, repair, replace diseased organs and tissue with new and healthy and functional ones. The discovery of stem cells and their capabilities, their capacity for self-renewal and differentiation has led to cell-based therapies, drug discoveries, and tissue engineering. Currently, cell-based therapies are used to treat hematological disorders such as myeloid leukemia, lymphoma, sickle cell anemia, immune deficiencies, and beta thalassemias. It has also been used in wound healing and skin injuries. It has also been used in neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease and spinal cord disorder. It has also been used in autoimmune disorders such as multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, and type 1 diabetes. Cardiac diseases, including ischemic heart diseases, have also benefited from cell-based therapies. And ocular disorders, such as macular degeneration and retinitis pigmentosa, have also benefited from this type of therapy. Bone diseases, such as osteosarcoma, osteoporosis, and osteoarthritis, are also targets for cell-based therapy. Cell-based therapies, Mr. Speaker, are among the most exciting and revolutionary medical advances in the 21st century. It is providing new hope for many patients, and this bill provides the use of this type of therapy in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this bill is in keeping with the revised WHO guiding principles on human organ and transplantation, And all 13 of these guidelines are reflected in the various sections of the bill. The bill will establish a human organ and tissue transplant agency, which will oversee all future transplants of cells, biofluids, tissue, organs, and organs in Guyana. It would also establish a national donor and transplant registry so that we can manage this process very effectively. The registry would have a list of persons who have consented to donate their organs, and it would also have another list of persons who require these donations. It also prescribes the eligibility criteria for live adult donors before they can enroll, what are required before they can enroll into the registry. And depending on the type of donation that they're doing, whether it's a regenerative or a non-regenerative organ. It also provides for live minor donors or their parents or guardians who can give consent, but only for the removal of a regenerative organ. And each case where consent is given, we also have to get the assessment of an independent assessment committee to determine whether to proceed or not to proceed with such a donation. These safeguards are in keeping with international best practices. Mr. Speaker, this bill also allows for donation of organs after the patient dies. Section 9 deals with all issues relating to such a donation. And again, in this section, there's the appropriate balance of the principles of altruism, autonomy, dignity, futility, and equity. Mr. Speaker, this bill also makes it compulsory for anyone who would be donating must give consent. Consent is a fundamental component of this bill, and the details are clearly outlined in section 5, 6, 7, as in the case for live donors, and section 9 for those patients who die. Mr. Speaker, it also provides that if individual consent is not known, and a next of kin would have to indicate they wish to proceed with the donation. These sections of the bill cover the activities for which consent is required and the conditions of consent and how to withdraw that consent. And at any time, if any one of the persons listed would like to withdraw, they can do so. The bill also formally establishes the National Blood Transfusion Services Department. This department coordinates and manages blood transfusion services throughout Guyana. They would be responsible for the establishment of blood banks, manufacturing various blood products for blood transfusion, and managing a voluntary donation system, and having a robust approach to prevent transfusion-transmitted infections. Mr. Speaker, this bill also creates new offenses for a person who attempts to trade in cells, tissues, biofluids, blood, or organs. In some countries, Mr. Speaker, donated organs may be purchased legally or illegally, and this has led to vulnerable persons being tricked or coerced into donating their organs. This section of the bill is in keeping with the WHO guidelines and would prevent such practices from ever occurring in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in designing the bill, the drafters at the Attorney General Chambers ensure that we followed all the international best practices, especially the WHO guidelines. We have benefited also from the advice and expertise of PAHO WHO and from transplant programs in the European Union, the USA, and Canada. And I'll just like to single out a few people, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Dr. Stephen Guy and the team from the Subraj Foundation who offered very useful advice and comments on the draft bill. I would also like to thank Professor Kishan Narayan, an associate professor of cardiac surgery in the Department of Cardiac Science, Libyan Cardiovascular Institute of Alberta, and formerly the co-director of the cardiac transplantation program in Belgium. I would also like to thank Dr. Nevin Narain, the co-founder and president and CEO of BERG. He serves as an advisor on the board at Harvard Law and Policy, Biotechnology and Bioethics, and he has been able to provide us with very useful advice. Dr. Maria Paula Gomes, DTI expert, that's Donation Transplantation Institute expert, and medical coordinator of the International Registry for Organ Donation and Transplantation. And she also provided very useful advice to us. Dr. Sedar Yilmaz, he is an expert with over 24 years in organ transplantation, and he is a multi-organ transplant surgeon at the University of Calgary in Alberta. Dr. Narendra Singh, consultant of pediatrics at Humber River Hospital and an associate clinical professor at McMaster's University. Dr. Hasina Mohammed, resident in anesthesiology and intensive care, and the person responsible for the procurement, the transplant procurement agency in Trinidad and Tobago. And Dr. Brittany Dingley, surgical oncologist, the Ottawa Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we also benefited from a number of the local experts who provided leadership in pushing for this particular bill and whose practice this bill would directly affect. And they include Dr. Alexandra Harvey, the anesthesiologist and director of the Institute of Health Sciences at the Georgetown Public Hospital, Dr. Kishore Prasad, the head of Department, Multi-Organ Transplant and Vascular Access Surgery, GPHC, Dr. Bolan Prasad, medical officer, Multi-Organ Transplant and Vascular Access, GPHC, Dr. Onika Higgins-Gill, anesthesiologist and intensivist, Dr. Pedro Lewis, the head of the National Blood Transfusion Services, Dr. Shailendra Subrim, head of ophthalmology at the GPHC, Dr. Marissa Sipasad, head of pediatric surgery, GPHC, Dr. Navin Rambaran, chair of the Guyana Medical Council and head of department of the general surgery at GPHC. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the medical experts, we have also had local and international legal experts in the field of transplant surgery. These international experts include Joan Navarro, a legal expert on transplant and donation, a legal expert on transplant from the Donation and Transplant Institute in Spain. Professor Ellie Gange, a human rights lawyer in Calgary, and we have also benefited from a review of the law by Professor I. Glenn Cohen, the James A. Atwood and Leslie Williams Professor of Law and Deputy Dean of the Harvard Law School. He is currently the faculty director of Petrie Flom Center for Health Law Policy, Biotechnology, and Bioethics, and he did a thorough review of this particular piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, we also had the local legal team that was spearheaded by our own Attorney General, the Honorable Anil Nandalal, and his team at the AG Chambers, including Ms. Amanda Dujon and others in the chambers. We have also benefited from comments by Medical Council member and Attorney at Law Kamal Ramkaran, and there are many others who would have contributed to reviewing and making comments on the bill. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I do not also thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the work that you did in organizing several of the Zoom meetings that we had with a number of stakeholders, including those stakeholders from the Subraj Foundation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to you and the other persons who would have given us those very valuable comments. These wide-ranging consultations, Mr. Speaker, have allowed us to develop one of the region's most comprehensive legislation on cell, tissue, organ, biofluids, transplants, and one of the most advanced legislation as it regards regenerative medicine. Mr. Speaker, this legislation brings a lot of hope to many patients here in Guyana, and I'll therefore like to commend it to all the honorable members here, and I hope that we can have a very constructive debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Health. The question is proposed that the bill be read a second time. The Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummings. Dr. Cummings, while Dr. Cummings is getting to the podium, let me thank the Honorable Minister for recognizing the very many people who made contributions towards this bill. I just wanted to add a few names: Dr. Leslie Ramsamy, Mahendro Jainarain, the children of Mr. the late George Subraj, Tony and Jasmine, along with the wife, and Richard Mahay, Sandy Adams, all from that foundation. Honorable Member Dr. Karen Cummings.
Mr. Speaker, as a medical practitioner and public health specialist, I rise to play my part and to join in the debate and to speak to the bill number 19 of 2021, which addresses the donation and removal of organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids for transplantation and blood transfusion, and for their use for regenerative medicine and other therapeutic purposes, medical education, and scientific research purposes. The sources of organs for transplantation, that is, living donor, related and non-related, cadaveric donor, and brain-dead patients. In other words, Mr. Speaker, 4 categories of donation by living persons should be distinguished. Living related organ donation, that's blood or emotional directed donation to a loved one. Altruistic organ donation, non-directed donation in which the donor gives an organ to the general pool to be transplanted into the recipient at the top of the waiting list. Living non-related organ donation, that's directed donation to a stranger, whereby donors choose to give to a specific person with whom they have no prior emotional connection. And cross donation, where a living donor wants to donate to his blood or emotional relative an organ, but blood groups does not match. There's a complete mismatch or cross matching is positive. Fred Kate once wrote on human organ transplantation, The Road of Law, and stated that transplantation is sharply curtailed by a shortage of donated organs and tissues. He further stated that the number of people who either die of conditions for which transplantation is indicated or are maintained on suboptimal therapies in the absence of a transplant far exceeds the number of transplants performed. He noted that in 1990, 18,592 people needed a transplanted kidney, only half received one. 40,959 needed a heart, only 1 in 20 received one. 14,751 needed a liver, only 1 in 5 received one. 4,108 needed a pancreas, only 1 in 8 got one. So the increasing incidence of vital organ failure and the inadequate supply of organs, especially from cadavers, has created a gap, a wide gap between organ supply and organ demand, and has resulted in very long waiting times to receive an organ, as well as an increasing number of deaths while waiting. Mr. Speaker, it was Kantrovich who reported in his article, The Society, the Barriers to Organ Donation and Alternatives for a Change, that shortage is a social, psychological, ethical, moral, and political problem, causing unjustifiable damage to public health. Mr. Speaker, organ transplantation is considered a medical miracle and an important milestone of the 20th century, yea, the 21st century. Yet, organ donations will continue to be an extremely sensitive issue for societies around the world, where the emphasis placed on the body of the deceased persons is of great significance. According to the Council of Europe, December 2020, on addressing human rights and biomedicine, a public debate of this nature should be adapted to a cultural context. Hence, a topical issue like human organ and tissue transplantation in a multi-ethnic and diverse country like Guyana could be a complex issue. And the preservation of the integrity of the body of a deceased person by various culture groups must not be minimized by the state. However, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the Assembly are positive that organ transplantation is morally acceptable with the consent of the donor and without excessive risk for him or her, and that this noble act of organ donation must occur after death, where the real death of the donor must be fully ascertained. Mr. Speaker, during the APNU-AFC coalition government in 2017, there was a drafting of this legislation to outlaw commercial human organ harvesting, transplant tourism, and organ trafficking, which worldwide has been an incredibly attractive and lucrative business, but an illegal global market. With collaboration with the University of Calgary in Canada, meetings were held with local stakeholders to discuss and fine-tune the content of the draft legislation. The Canadian consultant, the Ministry of Public Health officials, and the representatives of the Attorney General's chambers made suggestions as to the way forward Guyana could secure the much-needed help to develop legislation to regulate brain and cardiorespiratory death law and organ transplantation law. Rules were set which defined the precise circumstances and mechanisms under which organs of a deceased person could be donated. In addition, efforts were made for donor guarantees and recipient safety, and for the prohibition of unethical practices such as transplant tourism, as I alluded to earlier, commercial organ harvesting sales, and organ trafficking for the profitable underground economy. The bill represents a good start. There is cause to set it to the park. If not seriously protected, this bill puts public health against private wealth. The bill has a measure of goodwill, yet holds still. Why, Mr. Speaker? Danger links with potential perks. Mr. Speaker, it's not a secret that illegal organ harvesting has led to the equally notorious trafficking in persons tip global business. The World Health Organization has said that patients in the United States of America, USA, can pay as much as $70,000 US to over $160,000 US for a transplant package. It has been stated that more than 120,000 patients in the US need various forms of organ transplants, which include kidneys, bone marrow, liver, lung, intestine, and cornea, and that 5 new persons per hour are added to the waiting list in the USA. Here in Guyana, kidney transplant surgery is done free of cost at the GPHC, more or less, but costs as much as $40,000 US, so Guyana 8 million can be achieved at a private hospital. Hence, we have seen under the AP and UAFC tenure, the establishing of Guyana's public kidney transplant program and the advancing of the nephrology and dialysis unit at the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation, GPHC. The unit benefits patients diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease requiring permanent dialysis. Mr. Speaker, chronic disease places a great burden on the healthcare system as it takes up 70% of the healthcare budget because of complications due to illnesses such as diabetes, with end-stage renal disease and cataract, liver disease, and among others. Therefore, transplantation would be superior to dialysis in terms of cost, longer life expectancy and longevity, better quality of life, and higher productivity. In Guyana, transplantation today is constrained not by medical issues, but by legal ones, and their resolution is essential to saving lives and reducing human suffering. It has been long established that the long-term management of transplant recipients is focused on reduction in morbidity and mortality and improving quality of life, while simultaneously balancing the side effects of immunosuppressive drugs with risk of graft failure. As you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, that the most radical provision in the bill would be the legalizing of the removal of an organ when the brain stops functioning, but the heart and the lungs are kept going through artificial means. Hence, careful attention must be paid by medical practitioners not to abandon the concept of brain death, but retain the practices in organ transplantation. In other words, there must be the maintenance of commitment to the dead donor rule by not removing vital organs from individuals before they are declared dead. Hence, the irreversible loss of circulation should be a major defining characteristic of death. Mr. Speaker, permit me to address some highlights of the bill. Before us, Bill number 19 of 2020, where one can conclude that there are 2 sorts of cadavers donation. One, where the donor can specify the recipient in advance, and the other where the donated organ can go to any recipient who may need such a human organ, such as a kidney or a cornea. Further analysis of this bill, 19 of 2021, does indicate that there is no section that deals with or obligates law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics, or other emergency rescuers and hospital personnel to make searches for documents such as a gift or other information identifying the bearer or donor who has refused to make an anatomical gift. At Part 2, Section 6, the minister may give directives as minister considers necessary, and the agency shall give effect to the directives. The minister should specify, at least broadly, what the statement means. Would it be policy direction on education, on a mandated choice, on presumed consent, or on incentives? Mr. Speaker, permit me to remind you that there is individual autonomy of the organ donor, and the minister must know that any mandated policy would require an enormous level of trust by the person. Mr. Speaker, the minister tends to follow models from Spain and Canada. As you recall, is just decreased testing of teachers and students and by extension public servants for the COVID-19. So those who became ill had to be in home isolation, going out. You're not able to test, PCRs just for hospitalized patients and so forth. So I'm saying that the minister seems to be following the models like Canada and so forth. So in Canada, there's a practice of presumed consent, where organs are taken after the person would have died, a moderate proposal. We do not know if the minister would be directing the agency to offer recognition and gratitude incentives like a plaque or to give assistance to families of a donor with funeral costs. We do not know, Mr. Speaker. The minister should specify if such thoughts are in his mind, what be part of a special policy direction he needs to say. At Part 3, Section 15, Clause 4, he speaks to the issuance of donor card to registrants. Mr. Speaker, it's a myth to think that donor card is enough for consent. It is our opinion on this side of the Assembly that such card was never intended to give consent, but a reminder of one's wishes. Part 5, Section 21, Clause 3, speaks to the donor and designated officer only being asked to consider the impact on the health of the donor. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC coalition is positing that a donor must not be made to give a kidney to someone whose underlying conditions will make it likely that if their life expectancy would only slightly increase with a new kidney, we believe that every effort must be made to consider WHO's guiding principle number 10, which states, as I quote, the long-term outcomes of cell, tissue, and organ donation and transplantation should be assessed for the living donor as well as the recipient in order to document benefit and harm. Ms. Speaker, are there sufficient safeguards? I think there are insufficient safeguards to prohibit the removal of transplantation of human organs and tissue for any purpose other than rapiatic purposes. The minister spoke about cell tissue, cultures, and so forth. Cell-based tissues are important, but of course there are certain risks which you need to take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, because there are risk factors associated with the intrinsic cellular properties of a particular cell type, class of stem cells, as well as extrinsic factors that can be introduced by procurement issues, handling, culturing, or staging of such cells. There's also the potential risk of tumor formation, risk of human pathogen transmission, an adventitious agent. So we need to, as we talk about that, we need to take that into consideration. At part 6, it is the belief of this side of the assembly that there should be a representative of the law, agency, or justice on the independent assessment committee, and that there should be 3 medical practitioners rather than 2 nominated by the minister as seen in Schedule 1. Also, Mr. Speaker, according to World Health Organization, consent is the ethical cornerstone of all medical interventions. Guiding principle number 4 states that there is a general prohibition on the removal of cells, tissue, or organs from legal minors for transplantation. So looking at part 6, clause 4b, it talks about a minor consent, giving consent to the removal of an organ. And it's our wish that there should be the inclusion not only of the minor, but other legally incompetent persons to this section and not just minors. Therefore, the use of living donors as minors could raise many ethical, moral, and societal issues regarding supply and the method of organ allocation. Mr. Speaker, such actions could lead to the practice of organ sale by entrepreneurs for financial gains through exploitation of the poor for the benefit of the wealthy. In addition, Mr. Speaker, you would know that a minor might just be saying yes because mommy wants him or her to give the sibling a liver or an organ, that they might be saying yes, but really the body language may be saying no. In that case, on the part of the child, there is no provision made to consider the child's body language, meaning that the true language of the child should override any consent given by the parents. Of course, attention must be paid to the child so that he or she is not being forced or coerced by parents who may have a conflict of interest. So for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization, WHO, has stated categorically that minors and incompetent persons should be protected as out in its guiding principle number 4, which relates to human cell, tissue, and organ transplantation. Part 9, section 45, clause 4, speaks to the nearest relative of a person. The word used as nearest relative should be a little more specific. Are you speaking to a grandmother, a grandfather, a surrogate? You know, we need to know. Mr. Speaker, though this bill, number 19 of 2021, is timely, the populace doesn't have a full understanding of this subject, as there are human rights issues. We believe that the consultative process, which was started by the coalition government in 2017, should have been continued, and that there should have been a broad information campaign explaining all the provisions made in this new legislation. Efforts must be made to counteract any negative attitude to organ donation, especially among citizens in the middle age, 50s to 60s, who would be interested in such development. It is our wish that the interests and the freedoms of all participants would be accepted and that the principles of procedural justice be practiced, as the latter could help to counteract inequities and imbalances among those involved. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, it is problematic to trust the current regime as to whether the vulnerable will benefit from the distribution of these medical and scientific technologies to save lives. While it has been alleged that there are examples of ethnic cleansing and the practice of political division, the question that is being asked by the 218,000 members of the populace, Mr. Speaker, Could this regime be trusted? Mr. Speaker, we have seen the bad governance and the mismanagement of COVID-19, including the improper sourcing of a vaccine from a middleman as it relates to the health of the nation. The citizens would want to know, they asked me to ask you, if with the passing of this bill, if there will be any act of corruption and the flourishing of commercial human organ harvesting, transplant tourism, and organ trafficking. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Guyana would want to ask me to ask you, they want to know if with the implementation of such a technology with little safeguards, whether this bill would be dangerous. Mr. Speaker, the populace asked me to ask them, they want to know if this good technology being placed in bad hands would not be tantamount to a bill that kills. Mr. Speaker, while I recognize a plus, it is filled with pus. Thus, or therefore, let's mash the brake and slow the pace. I cannot support the bill because of its potential to kill in the hands of a reckless government whose legitimacy is still on the line. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker, and say that it would be challenging at best and foolhardy at worst to put the nation's health in political leaders who are irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, it is our wish that Bill number 19 of 2021 goes to the Select Committee to consider the various points that I've made in my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummings, and I'll call on the Honorable Member, Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to make a contribution to this landmark piece of legislation. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, from what the last speaker said, let me guarantee Guyana that this is the right government that is bringing this bill to the House. I must congratulate the government of Guyana and the Ministry of Health for bringing this bill to this House at this time. Mr. Speaker, transplants are not new. In fact, the technique of skin harvesting and transplantation was initially described approximately 2,500 to 3,000 years ago in India, in which skin grafting was used to reconstruct noses that were amputated as a means of judicial punishment. The earliest known blood transfusion occurred in 1665, and the first human blood transfusion was performed in 1795. The first transfusion of human blood for the treatment of hemorrhage was performed by Dr. Blundell in London in 1818. Mr. Speaker, organ transplants were an important step in medical history. They provided a new way to help people suffering from organ failure or incurable diseases. By donating organs and tissue after death, a donor can save or improve as many as 75 lives. Many families say that knowing their loved ones help save or improve other people's lives, help them to cope with their loss. A transplant is an organ, tissue, or group of cells removed from one person who is deemed to be the donor and transplanted into another person, the recipient, or moved from one site to another in the same person. Many different types of organs, tissues, cells, and limbs can be transplanted. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, the question is more about which organ cannot be transplanted than which can be transplanted. However, Mr. Speaker, with organ transplant came the need for regulation and laws to protect both the donor and the recipient. Provisions with regard to organ and tissue donation and transplantation have been developed in countries across the world with a focus to protect the potential donor, and also in some countries to prevent the threatening problem of organ trafficking. There are simply more or less severe limitations in the living donor procurement and transplantation activities, which are consequently regulated by law in these countries. The World Health Organization, the United Nations Specialized Agency for Health, has adopted in the World Health Assembly in 1991 the guiding principles for human organ transplant, Resolution WHA 4013, which have had a great influence on professional codes and legislations. These principles emphasize voluntary donation, non-commercialization, and the preference for deceased donors over living donors, and for genetically related donors over non-related donors. 22nd May 2004, the 57th World Health Assembly adopted the Resolution 5718 concerning human organ and tissue transplantation, recommending notably the extension of the use of living donors in addition to deceased donors, and to make measures to protect the poorest and vulnerable groups from transplant tourism and the sale of tissues and organs, including attention to the wider problem of international trafficking in human tissues and organs. Mr. Speaker, these guidelines are totally encapsulated in the bill that is being presented today by our Honorable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, transplants can be done from a living donor to a recipient, from a deceased donor to a living recipient, from a donor to a donor himself or herself, as in the case of skin transplants and autotransfusions. Mr. Speaker, not so long ago, we had a xenotransplantation, the newest innovation that bioengineer organs and tissues in an animal, such as a pig, and then use it for human transplantation. Mr. Speaker, this has already been done. Guyana has now at last come to the Parliament with a comprehensive legislation regarding human organ and tissue transplantation. This bill number 19 of 2021 marks Guyana's entry into the list of countries that now have legislation in this area. Mr. Speaker, transplants are done in several countries around the world. Kidney transplants done in 102 countries. Liver transplant in about 78 countries. Heart transplants in 59 countries. Lung in 44 countries. Pancreas in 45 countries. Small bowel transplants in 15 countries. Complete face transplant has also become possible in 2021. And so far, 45 has actually been successfully done. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has long been doing blood transfusions. I'm not sure on the date when we really start, but when the first transfusion was done, that is, bearing in mind that blood transfusion is actually fluid transplant. Mr. Speaker, this legislation now regulates even blood transfusion, taking into account the donor as well as the recipient. Because we know in a country like ours, we have some people who may not, and who, for different reasons, do not want to have a blood transfusion. And their rights also have to be respected, and it is respected in this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the Honorable Minister said, 2008 was a landmark year for Guyana. Prior to 2008, we could not have even dreamt that in that year, we would have started organ transplant in Guyana. But, Mr. Speaker, we did. We started doing organ transplants. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have completed a number of kidney and corneal transplants. Thanks to and kudos need to be given to those brilliant sons and daughters of Guyana who are involved in these activities, who have grabbed the opportunity to study, to elevate themselves, to become real doctors in the sense that they could now compete with first world countries in doing transplants. And Mr. Speaker, the transplants that have been done in Guyana so far, the results that we are getting are not less than what the first world people are getting. So kudos again, Mr. Speaker, to the brilliant, hardworking, dedicated doctors who are bringing first world medicine to Guyana. So, sir, from just blood transfusion, Guyana has joined the ranks of other countries in doing organ transplants, including kidney transplant, skin grafting in the burns unit, corneal transplants. Kudos to these talented, gifted doctors. Sir, Guyana is led by a team of persons who make dreams come true, not only in the housing, but also in medicine. The team that is leading Guyana make dreams become a reality. So I say, in terms of tissue and cell transplant, the three main ones are corneal graft, which Guyana has already developed a capacity for which Dr. Sugrim and team are moving to make routine in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the second one is transplantation of hematopoietic stem cells to cure congenital or acquired diseases, including things like leukemia. This is an area Guyana would want to develop in a center of excellence, hopefully in the not too distant future. Mr. Speaker, the third is transplantation of heart valves. This is another area that we hope would come on board soon. In the WHO resolution, countries agreed that the right to health include the right to transplant medicine, Mr. Speaker. Guyana is amongst only a handful of developing countries on the path to fully realize this right. We are not anywhere near of a full transplant program as yet, Mr. Speaker, but this bill allows us to contemplate the full possibility. It opens the doors to the future of transplant in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, so then, why can't we begin to think about our first liver and heart and lung transplant? This bill says to our people that we think we can. We are preparing the legal groundwork, the legal framework for these things to happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, we dream big, and the PPP civic government fulfills dreams. When we established the Public Health Laboratory, Reference Laboratory in 2008, we were thinking of a laboratory that has the capacity to support high-end medicine like transplants. The lab did not develop in the way we originally planned over the period of 5 years, but we are returning to the original plan that we had. The lab is now being equipped for sequence testing, and that will enable us to establish genotypes. Thus, we could test for variants soon. But we are also looking to develop an internationally certified cross-matching lab. This is part of our collaboration with world-class partners such as McMaster, Mount Sinai, Nortel, and Harvard. Mr. Speaker, the PPP civic government is not only talking the talk, we are also walking the walk, as could be seen with this bill. As a medical practitioner, myself, practicing medicine, transplant and transfusion are blessings, Mr. Speaker. They provide to the patient what was previously not available. For the medical fraternity, Mr. Speaker, we look at this with optimism. There is an exciting future that this bill caters for. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, like the minister pointed out, imagine being able to replace diseased organs, non-functional organs, with organs that are functioning. Mr. Speaker, this is a modern bill. It encapsulates the experiences of other countries. It encapsulates the guidelines of the World Health Organization. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister is heading a team And the minister has referred to all those persons who contributed to this bill. It has been a long time in the making, Mr. Speaker, and there should be no further delay. This bill has to be passed here today so that we could move forward. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the honorable member, and I was wondering whether she really read the bill or whether she glanced through. Because she mentioned, the honorable member mentioned about the real debt to be ascertained. Mr. Speaker, the bill clearly states when death occurs. A person is considered dead when there has occurred A, irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions of that person, or B, irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem of that person. 2, death shall be determined by 2 medical practitioners on the staff of the designated hospital, except that a medical practitioner who has a familial or professional relationship with the proposed recipient shall not take any part in the determination of the fact of the death of the donor of the organ, tissue, cell, or fluid. B, a medical practitioner who had taken part in the determination of death under paragraph A shall not participate in the transplantation of the organ, tissue, cell, or fluid to the recipient. And C, where the organ, tissue, cell, or fluid is to be removed to be used for therapeutic purposes, medical education, or scientific research, a medical practitioner who is due to remove or transplant the organ, tissue, cell, or fluid shall not determine the occurrence of death, nor be a part of any team or process by whom or which death is determined. And 3, the minister shall, by regulations, prescribe the criteria for determining the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem of a person referred to in subsection 1. So, Minister, it is quite clear, it is quite comprehensive. The other one I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, is the issue at minor. The honorable member also mentioned a concern about minor. And I just read from the bill, Mr. Speaker. Donation of organ, tissue, cell, and biofluid by minors. 24(1). For the purposes of approving a donation by a minor under this part, an independent assessment committee shall be established by the chief medical officer or director of medical services of the designated hospital, where the donated organ, tissue, cell, or biofluid shall be procured for transplantation. 2, the independent assessment committee shall have a minimum of 3 members, one of whom shall be a designated officer, and one of whom shall be a psychologist or psychiatrist. 3, a person who has had any association with the donor or the proposed recipient that might influence the person's judgment shall not be a member of the independent assessment committee. Mr. Speaker, this bill caters to the rights of the minor. You have a psychologist, psychiatrist there to look at what the honorable member said, the body language, to evaluate the minor. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, this bill includes all that needs to be done, including penalties, Mr. Speaker, including deterrence or transplantation tourism, for example, including those who might want to go down the road of selling organs and so. It has all of that encapsulated here, Mr. Speaker. So I have no hesitation, Mr. Speaker, in supporting. It says 5 years jail if you're found guilty. Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in supporting this bill and in commending it to the House and in congratulating the government and the Honorable Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member, Dr. Nicolette Henry. You can make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to make my contribution to the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill 2021. This bill, in essence, caters for the establishment of the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Agency as the national regulatory body for the donation and transplantation, as well as the National Donor and Transplant Registry, which will handle all matters related to the consent. From the reading of the bill, it is envisaged that the registry will be responsible for the establishment of register of patients in need of transplants, as well as the establishment of efficient storage facilities for organs, cells, and biofluids. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that we on this side of the House share the view that with the advancement of clinical medicine and practice, such bills will be required from time to time. We are also mindful that it is important that such matters be properly discussed and ventilated at every level of society, as public consultation and debate should be an integral part of the implementation of any new practice, behavior, and/or policy. We are also advocating that other deficient areas in this bill be addressed prior to the passing of the bill. Mr. Speaker, in examining Part 314 of the bill, I wish to point out that a public education program after the tabling of the bill is quite different from prior consultations and debates. As many of you would be aware from our experience here in Guyana, there are cultural and behavioral sensitivities that must be considered. And it is for that reason that in the past, we have done interventions like the CAP survey that was done on the behaviors related to voluntary blood donation here in Guyana, as there has been a more family replacement culture than voluntary donation, which are considered more altruistic and safer. Let me also say on this point that there is evidence that despite improvements in the general population, some minority groups as a whole are still reluctant to become organ donors in many countries. For instance, in the USA, there has been shown to be least supportive of organ donation, and this is according to the US Department of Health and Human Services. Globally, where these services exist, marginalized groups are less likely to consent to the procurement of a loved one's organ. They are less likely to discuss donation with family. They are less knowledgeable, and they purport to have higher levels of distrust when compared to the majority. This reluctance adds complexity to the efforts seeking to register organ donors. Despite this added dimension of complexity, most of the factors contributing to minority apprehension towards organ donation could seemingly be linked to a knowledge deficit or a lack of understanding about human organ and tissue transplant process, making prior public consultations and debate primary interventions to eliminate these disparities. I think all of us in this House understand how delicate this issue can be. And it is not just an added responsibility or a duty on the very long list of duties our clinicians already have. But what we have to bear in mind is the culture of our people and the hospitals, which will be very key determinants of the rollout of the donation and transplantation. One of the most important lessons learned over the years is that these debates would only be effective if people have a full understanding of the subject, especially when the subject raises human rights issues, as in the case with this bill. At a minimum, a debate such as this should be preceded by a broad information campaign with detailed explanations of all of the provisions proposed in the new legislation. Our recommendation is that this bill has potential and it should be sent to a special select committee where pertinent and technical matters can be discussed. The government should do its work and try to create a supportive societal environment and gain public trust before passing of such a delicate bill. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to turn my attention to WHO's guiding principles on human cell tissue and organ transplantations, which over the past 2 decades have greatly influenced professional codes and practices, as well as legislation around the world. And I would specifically recommend that guiding principles 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 be the subject of public discussions prior to the tabling of this bill. In the case of Principle 2, it is designed to avoid conflict of interest that may arise when the physician or physicians determining the health of a potential donor to be responsible in addition for the care of other patients whose welfare depend on cells, tissues, or organs transplanted from that donor. Principle 4 states a general prohibition on the removal of cells, tissues, or organs from legal minors for transplantation, while the permission of the parents or the legal guardian for organ removal is usually sufficient. They may have a conflict of interest if they are responsible for the welfare of the intended recipient. In such cases, review and approval by an independent body, such as a court or other competent authority, should be required. In any event, a minor's objection to making a donation should prevail over the permission provided by any other party. The professional counsel provided a potential living donor in order to assess and, when needed, address any pressure in the decision to donate is especially important for minor donors. Principle 5 makes the point that payment for cells, tissues, and organs is likely to take advantage of the poorest and most vulnerable groups, which undermines altruistic donation and leads to profiteering. Such payments conveys the idea that some persons lack dignity and that they are mere objects to be used by others. National laws should ensure that any gifts or rewards are not in fact disguised form of payments for donated cells, tissues, or organs. Incentives in the form of reward, whether it be monetary value that can be transferred to third parties, are not different from payments. While the worst abuses involve living organ donors, dangers also arise when payments for cells, tissues, and organs are made to next of kin of deceased persons, to vendors or brokers, or institutions such as mortuaries having charge of dead bodies. financial returns to such parties should be forbidden. Mr. Speaker, I would now want to look at Schedule 1, Constitution of the Agency. This brings to the fore the issue of governance of the national regulatory body. From my review and experience, I would have hoped to see the inclusion of an oversight committee as part of the governance structure. I know such an oversight committee was in place for blood safety when Guyana embarked on the rapid strengthening of blood transfusion services here with the support of PEPFAR. The governance structure proposed, where the agency is the accountable entity, is unusual and inadequate for transplantation and may not deliver effective and efficient governance to the agency. I will leave that there. Moving along, Mr. Speaker, I would like to look at Part 10 of the bill, which I think needs relooking, and it speaks to prohibition of trading. This part is woefully inadequate. There are glaring omissions and the lack of basic safeguard mechanisms for the people of this country. In fact, from my research, I have found that this bill is a knockoff of the Human Tissue Transplant Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 2807, Act 13 of 2000. From the date, you would recognize that the Trinidad and Tobago Act predates WHO's current version of the guiding principles of human cell, tissue, and organ transplantation. In other legislations, including the countries where the experts that provided the technical assistance for the framing of this document came from, there is usually a part of the legislation which deals extensively with offenses and penalties, far beyond prohibition of trading. And that section would usually cover areas such as punishment for the removal of human organ without authority, has nothing to do with prohibition of trading. How you are proposing to deal with any person who renders his service to or at any hospital and who for purposes of transplantation conducts, associates with, or help in any manner the removal of any human organ without authority. There's also punishment for commercial dealings in human organs, and there are a whole list of them that you can find in other legislations. And I would suggest that, for what it's worth, that be looked at. There's punishment for illegal dealings in human tissues, which is looking at the preparation or submission of false documents, including giving false affidavits to establish that the donor is making the donation of the human tissues as a near relative or by person of affection or attachment towards the recipient. In other legislations, there's also punishment for contravention of any other provisions that would be in a bill. And so whoever contravenes any provision of this bill or any rule made or any condition of the registration granted thereunder, for which no punishment is separately provided in this act, that should be punishable. And then there's also offenses by companies, which are offenses that should be punishable by this bill. And so somebody who would acting on the part of a company, there should be provisions to deal with that person or persons who at the time of the offense was committed, who at the time the offense was committed was in charge of and was responsible to the company for the conduct of the business. These are things that I believe that are important, and they should have been considered and mentioned. This brings me to another part on the same part 10. I want to look specifically at 51(2)(b, and I think it needs to be revised because there is an issue in terms of it being technically sound. Apparently, the person copying and pasting from the Trinidad legislation did not copy correctly. And so I will want to share with you what happened there. If you look in the Trinidad legislation, and I would read, and that is on the prohibition of trading in human tissue, which happens to be the same inadequate heading we have here in Guyana. It speaks, and I'm talking about 21(2). It says, subject to this section. Trinidad legislation, right? It says, subject to this section, any contract or arrangement under which a person agrees for value consideration, whether given or to be given to himself or to another person, to the sale or supply of any tissue from his body or from the body of another person, or the sale or supply of blood, whether before or after his death or the death of the other person, as the case may be, is void. I end there. When you look at the Guyana legislation, under the same heading, the person who was doing the work, what they did, they took that part and they divided it into two. So when you look at part 10, prohibition of trading of human organ, tissue, cell, and biofluid, 51(1), there's a 1 and a 2. But if you are to read 2, right, and you go to A and B, you would recognize that B reads, and I'm going to read it here, it says to the sale or supply of blood, whether before or after the person's death or the death of the other person. Those clinicians would know that you cannot do transfusion, blood, that you don't get blood after somebody would have been deceased. So it can't be before or after in that case, because they took the one sentence and in breaking it up, it connotes a different meaning, which of course affects the technical soundness. I'm bringing this to the fore because these legislations would be a reflection of us, and we don't want to be a laughing stock. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that given those inadequacies, we need to have this bill sent so that it can be properly discussed, and if perhaps we can have the legal experts in the same room to assist in answering the questions. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, there are a couple of things I just want to touch on, and I have to say that the merging of the human organ and tissue transplant with blood transfusion, the Honorable Dr. Frank Anthony would know very well. It's not recommended by PAHO. It's nowhere to be found in Latin America and the Caribbean. And also we know that there is a fragmented approach to transfusion medicine here. And we know that we should have that under the same management from arm to arm. That is from donor to recipient. And of course, we know there are other issues with ethics, quality system, record keeping, and tracking, which are all very pertinent and should be discussed in a more detailed way, certainly not on the floor here, in terms of Parliament for the debate. And I have to say, we've made too much progress as a country in the area of transfusion medicine. For Guyana in 2022, to go and copy a legislation from Trinidad and Tobago, which was done in 2000. Because we know that Guyana was ahead of the English-speaking Caribbean territories in terms of voluntary blood donation and clinical use of blood. In fact, I would go as far as saying Guyana was the only country in the Caribbean, at least in 2014, 2015, that had a handbook for physicians on the clinical use of blood. I don't know what is the backstory here, what is the haste, why we're going against the recommendation of our major international partner in this regard, why we are collating blood transfusion with organ tissue transplantation, when we know that this is not in keeping with the more modern and progressive legislation. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge the mover of this bill not to miss the opportunity of having a model legislation on human organ and tissue transplant. I think the Guyanese people deserve that, and let us not sacrifice this one at the altar of political expediency. There's a lot of potential here, and I think it's doable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member, Dr. Tandikas, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed heart-wrenching for me as I sat here for the past few minutes, as I listened to the honorable members of the opposition use this bill along the ethnic lines. Mr. Speaker, they know fully well that the drafting of the bill involved high levels of experts from across the world. I am not surprised at all, because this is what our opposition MPs stand for, the main opposition MP, that is. Mr. Speaker, as I go into the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill, Bill number 19 of 2021, it is an act to make provision for the donation and removal of human organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids for transplantation and blood, for transfusion, for their use for regenerative medicine, including cell therapy, gene therapy, and stem cell therapy, and other therapeutic purposes, for medical, education, and for scientific research purposes, including stem cell, cell explant, and cell line research, and for other related matters. Mr. Speaker, many persons may ask, why should I give support to this bill, or how will this be beneficial to my family and I? Well, health is everybody's business, and we must all ensure that we play an integral role in the development of healthcare in our country. Now, before I go into details of this bill, I wish to familiarize the ordinary Guyanese man, woman, and child with some of the basic terms outlined in this bill. When we speak of organ, we speak of human organs, whether whole or in sections, for example, the heart, the kidney, the lung, pancreas, skin, cornea, amongst others. When we speak of tissue, we speak of human tissue, or a substance extracted from the human body. It is a group of cells with similar structure and functions as a unit. When we speak of biofluid, we speak of human tissue or a substance extracted from the human body. This includes cerebrospinal fluid, which is a clear fluid that surrounds the brain and spinal cord, which provides nutrients to the brain and works as a cushion also. We also include urine, saliva, sweat, and any other substance derived from biofluid. Blood. When we speak of blood, we're speaking of human blood. It's any substance derived from blood, and any part of the body which can be used as a source from which to derive a constituent of blood for therapeutic, diagnostic, prognostic, and analytical use. When we speak of blood transfusion, what is blood transfusion? This means the transfusion of blood or any of its constituents, blood into a person, and includes the operation of removing all or part of the blood of a person and replacing it with blood taken from another person. What is a cell? We're speaking of human cell taken from an organ, a tissue, biofluid, or other substance derived from scientific procedures involving cells such as cell explant or cell line. What is a cell explant? This simply means a cell that is taken from a human tissue, organ, or biofluid and organotypically cultured using explant culture. For example, in neural tissue development and central nervous system regeneration. Cell line, what are we speaking about? We're speaking about cell culture developed from a single cell and therefore consisting of cells with a uniform genetic makeup that is specific to a given organ or disease state. For example, in research investigation of causes of cervical cancer, pancreatic cancer, or other carcinomas for organs within the body. Mr. Speaker, while time will not permit me to dissect this bill in its entirety, I do wish to place emphasis on a few areas in which coverage is provided for in this bill and how persons can benefit extensively and meaningfully in the interest of preservation of their health and well-being. This bill speaks to the patient who has been waiting for a kidney and has not been able to find a compatible donor. This bill is for you. To that beautiful boy or girl living next door who has been admitted to the hospital and require blood transfusion on a routine basis because he or she has leukemia or any other blood-related disorders, we have your backs. This bill is for you. To that beautiful aunt that I met in the supermarket who can only travel on her electric bike because she has a chronic heart disease and cannot walk far distances and may soon need a new heart because medications are no longer alleviating her symptoms. This bill has you covered. To the farmer, to the fisherman, to the teacher, to the nurse who may need an organ, tissue, cell, or biofluids transplantation, living in any part or any of the 10 administrative regions across Guyana, this bill will help to advocate for your well-being. Whether you narrowly escape the fire and receive severe burns and will need reparative surgery and may be in urgent need of blood or its components, this bill is for you. Mr. Speaker, I know many persons may ask, and the burning question on the minds of many may be, how will I be able to access these services and how will I be guided on doing so? Well, this bill also provides for that. So in order to ensure that donors and recipients are guided and educated on their roles and functions in the human organ, tissue, cell, and biofluid transplantation process, a human organ and tissue transplant agency will be established and constituted and therefore will be responsible for, just to name a few, one, coordinating and managing the donation process for organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids. Two, provide education to the general public, healthcare communities about matters relating to the donation and use of organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids. Three, facilitate, coordinate, and manage the procurement, storage, preservation, distribution, and delivery of organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids. Four, for implementing quality assurance programs, including donor quality assurance program, with regular audits for ongoing and monitoring and evaluation of that program. Five, to ensure that patients and their relatives have appropriate information and opportunities to consider whether to consent to the donation of organs, tissues, cells, or biofluids, and to facilitate the provision of that information. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government has a track record of transparency and accountability, and hence will also ensure that a national donor and transplant registry be established. This registry will be responsible for mainly for registering, one, consents and amendments and revocation of consents of adults respecting the donation of their organs, tissue, cells, or biofluids, and cell explants or cell lines. Two, for patients awaiting transplantation of organs, tissue, cells, and biofluids, and recipients of organs, tissue, cells, and biofluids. The registry shall have facility for both in-person and online registration of donors. The agency also shall establish and manage a register of patients waiting for the transplantation of organs, tissue, cells, and biofluids. They will also ensure that medical criteria for allocating organs, tissue, cells, and biofluids and substances derived from scientific procedures involving organs, tissues, cells, and biofluids, and a system to fairly and equitably allocate available tissue, cells, organs, and biofluids, and any scientific procedures involving organs, tissue, cells, and biofluids. Mr. Speaker, clearly this bill was drafted with a visionary and comprehensive approach that will allow beneficiaries, whether donors, recipients, healthcare providers, and the population at large to experience a new era of scientific, medical, and analytic approach to the management of human organ and tissue transplantation service in Guyana. This is a bill that will create easier avenues or access to life-saving and best practices in the donation of organs, tissues, or biofluids for patients all across Guyana. And I therefore fully support this bill. I encourage my colleagues on the opposite side, please read this bill and go through each and every word, read and understand, and you will see why this bill needs to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Dr. Tandika Smith. And now I want to invite the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Lennox Schumann, to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first say thank you for this opportunity and a massive happy 2022 to not only the listening public, but to all my colleagues in this honorable house. In 2016, I lost one of my cousins to diabetes. She was in the hospital struggling, and it was really painful. In 2018, I lost an aunt to cervical cancer. That too was painful. And these are illnesses that continue to plague many Indigenous communities. I think if you were to look at the stats, Indigenous women are more prone to cervical cancer compared to others on the coast. And I want to commend the government at this juncture on bringing this piece of legislation before this House. On the bill, Mr. Speaker, it is very
fantastic technical language, you know, stuff that lawyers in themselves would have to dissect and decipher. So I will try to contextualize it for the layman. And maybe I'll start and end because I'm very, very succinct. I think that there are components in this bill that I look forward to the government making it a reality. That where there is a storage facility, that storage facility is not confined to Georgetown, but that it goes across the entire country. And with a storage facility should come the kind of infrastructure to support such storage, whether it be electrification, power generation, transport, and obviously it has to be accessible to all Guyanese. The contextualization of this piece of legislation, and I will start December 30th, 2021, and it's in a small tale, a short tale. A good doctor was watching the news and he saw that this bill was going to be tabled. So he decided to jump into the future. And he goes all the way up to 2050. And he says, you know what, we're tabling a piece of legislation in Parliament, and I want to be informed so that we could stop, I'd say, a slide, per se. So he goes into the future, Mr. Speaker, and they started brain transplants at that time. And the brains were on sale. For a rocket scientist was $1 million. For a university graduate was $500,000. And for politicians of a certain ilk, I'm not going to divine, the cost was free. So the doctor was really baffled. Why is a politician's brain of a certain ilk free? So he went to the counter and asked, sir, why is this brain free? The guy said, if you look at the rocket scientist, his brain is filled. You could take that brain and put it anywhere. University graduate, they still have a lot more growing, so we kind of medium value that. But some politicians never use their brain. That's why it's free. To contextualize the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not casting aspersions on any of my colleagues in this House, I am happy to know that this bill looks to the future. So the doctor came back and said, well, I'll help the government draft this bill and let's get it on. So I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, and once again, my compliments to the government for bringing this bill. It is my sincere hope that all of the things that are contained in this bill are given equal access by all Indigenous communities to address the cervical cancer issues and many other health issues that continue to plague many Indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I now invite the Honorable Member, Attorney General Anil Nandlal, to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we said in our manifesto and repeatedly during our elections campaign that in this government, this 5-year, we will begin, or rather continue, the modernization of our legislative landscape in almost every area of human endeavor. The public health sector, Mr. Speaker, is most important on the government's agenda for obvious reasons. And therefore, the public health sector will be the target of massive modern reforms in the years to come. This is only a single step in that direction. Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a very complex, a highly expert, and a very sophisticated piece of legislation. As we have heard from the experts in the field, from the mouth of the Honorable Minister himself, Dr. Frank Anthony, from the Honorable Member Vishwa Mahadev, and from the Honorable Member Dr. Karen Cummings, transplant, blood transfusion, and the implantation of bodily organs have been with us for decades. Some statistics suggest even centuries. And we have been doing it in Guyana, according to the Honorable Minister, since 2008 in terms of bodily organs, and way before that in relation to blood transfusion. However, we were doing it in a very unregulated way. And the medical profession felt that the time has come for us to bring infrastructural regulation to the way that this science was being done in our country. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was completely inspired and worked on by our medical profession, the medical experts of our country. There was no political hand here. There was not, while the Honorable Member Minister was generous and charitable enough to recognize the efforts of the Attorney General Chambers, we were merely described as we took the specific and very complex instructions from those who are qualified in the areas to give it. And Mr. Speaker, this bill, like many others that we will bring, enjoys a very, very long and consultative process. The Honorable Minister listed a constellation of medical personnel, both in and out of Guyana, and organizations that contributed significantly to this effort. And Mr. Speaker, having regard to certain statements made by the Honorable Member Dr. Cummings, I want to specifically reiterate for the record that the expertise from the Guyana Medical Association, the Medical Association of Guyana, and the medical profession itself, there was in fact a unit established bearing the name Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill that was formed to pilot this process, and they worked closely with the drafting team. In particular, Mr. Speaker, we got expert guidance from PAHO and WHO advisory team of experts on transplantation and blood services. And this came and in the process, Mr. Speaker, we consulted Trinidad and Tobago, which has had such a legislation since the year 2000. We were doing this 21 years after that. Obviously, we looked at Trinidad, and any person acquainted with how drafting is being done, you borrow what exists before, with a view, of course, to improve it based upon the developments that would have taken place since that was done in that country. And we did that with Trinidad and Tobago, and we got expert guidance from Dr. Hasina Mohammed. And that person helped and showed us where we needed to improve from the Trinidad model. So the Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummins' statements that we copied from Trinidad and we mimicked Nicolette Henry, or the Honorable Nicolette Henry, is completely uninformed. Yes, we borrowed from Trinidad, as we borrowed from the United States of America, as we borrowed from Canada, as we borrowed from the United Kingdom, as we borrowed from the European Community, as we borrowed from Belgium, as we borrowed from Croatia, as we borrowed from India. Nothing is wrong with that. There is no need to reinvent the wheel when there is a model that you can work with, you can massage, and you can get it to meet the peculiarities and idiosyncrasies of your society. That is how laws are drafted all across the world, and there is nothing wrong with that. Mr. Speaker, this bill captures the basic international requirements that such a bill must contain. And they are set out in great details right across from the beginning to the end of the bill. The bill is numbered pages up to pages 75. It's not a small bill, and the reason why it is so elaborate, the reason why it is so comprehensive is because of the nature of the task at hand and the complexity of the issues. So all the issues that we have heard about children's rights, about consent, about prohibition, they are all captured in the bill. For example, I heard the Honorable Dr. Karen Cummins lamenting the fact that the bill does not contain an adequate regime of provisions that relate to prohibition against illegal transfer or unauthorized use of bodily organs. And that is not true. That is simply not true. Part 10 of the bill deals specifically with that. It has a series of offenses, and it continues on to the miscellaneous section for about 4 or 5 pages, simply listing offenses. So a person shall not remove or cause to be removed any organ, tissue, blood, blah, blah, blah. And any person who does that commits an offense and shall be liable on a conviction to a fine of 5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. Any person who advertise the donation, put advertisements in relation to the selling or buying commits an offense. Any person who unauthorizedly removes or performs one of these operations commits an offense. And there are a series of offenses here. And these offenses are what would have been in all standard pieces of legislation that exist across the Commonwealth and in the United States of America. So I don't understand what is the basis for you making that statement, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member looked at Trinidad and Tobago. I took a photograph of the Trinidad and Tobago legislation that the Honorable Member referred to, and the Honorable Member made a comparison with our bill at clause 51 and said that we borrowed it from Trinidad, but that our own contains a mistake which Trinidad doesn't have. But let me read our bill, and then I'll read the Trinidad version of it. Any contract or arrangement is void under which a person agrees for valuable consideration, whether given or to be given to the person or to another person, A, to the sale or supply of any organ, tissue, cell, or blood or other biofluid from the person's body or from the body of another person, or, and this is the objectionable part, to the sale or supply of blood, whether before or after the person's death or the death of the other person. The Honorable Member saying that Trinidad doesn't speak to transferal of blood after death because according to her, it's medically impossible for that to be done. That's the impression I got. But listen to what the Trinidadian statute says, the relevant portion. A person, subject to this section, any contract or arrangement under which a person agrees for valuable consideration, whether given or to be given to himself or to another person, to the sale or the supply of any tissue from his body or from the body of another person, or to the sale or supply of blood, whether before or after his death, or the death of the other person, as the case may be, is void. The identical thing is captured in our legislation. Identical. Transfusion of blood after death. Yet the honorable member stands with a straight face and says that we copied, but we copied wrong from Trinidad, where Trinidad has the identical thing. And honorable member, let me explain to you whether or not it is medically possible to transfuse blood after death is not the issue. Any person who does that commits a criminal offense. It has nothing to do with biology, it has to do with a crime. So I am shouting because I can't imagine that a doctor would come to this house and pretend to speak about a bill dealing with medicine and be so misleading. That is the type of irresponsibility that we cannot encourage in the House. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member also had great objection to the minister being given powers to over the agency, and the agency is a very important unit in the infrastructure of this bill. But Mr. Speaker, let me read what those powers are. The minister may, first of all, may, so that's permissive, it's not mandatory, give to the agency any special or general policy, directives, with respect to the carrying out of its functions under the Act, as the minister considers necessary or expedient. What is wrong with a minister who has responsibility for the health sector giving policy directions to an agency of this type? What is wrong with that? That is what the people of Guyana elected this government to do. To govern the country and give policy directions where policy directions are necessary. The honorable member, Cameron Ramjatan, had once portfolio over the police, and that identical statutory formulation is in the Police Act, that the Minister of Home Affairs shall give general and specific policy directions to the police force. Every piece of legislation that has a subject minister will have a linguistic formulation of that type. That is how government exercises governmental policy control over the administration of the state. That is the role of a government. That is why a government is elected by the people of Guyana. So I don't understand how you can find that objectionable. And the worst part of it is, the honorable member stood on that podium and found in this bill that there were some elements here, of course, which he did not dilate and detail for us. Some elements in this bill inspire and encourage ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing. Now you have to be of a special mind to read a bill that is so scientific, so clinical, so dispassionate, so sophisticated, so deep in clinical medicine, and unearth from that ethnic cleansing. I don't understand. Something is wrong with some people's minds, Mr. Speaker. Something is wrong. And then the honorable member read into this bill also grave platforms for corruption. This bill has the only part of it that has and accuse this government, accuse the government, and says that she is not, the honorable member is not sure whether the government will manage this bill and will not make it corrupt. The government has nothing to do with this bill and the management of this bill, other than the minister having a role to give policy directions of a general and special nature. But that is the type of misleading information and misinformation that is disseminated out there, and people believe it. The same thing they have done with the NRF bill. The same thing they have done with the NRF bill, although, as I've said repeatedly, that bill is about 80% their bill. Yet, it's a recipe for corruption and for thieving of resources. That is what they do, Mr. Speaker. They come here, they don't read the bill, or either if they read it, they don't understand it. They don't understand what they read, but they gave their mouth a lot of liberty and contribute to an avalanche of misinformation. Mr. Speaker, this bill protects all the persons in our society who require protection. Our minors, there is a whole regime of protection to ensure that minors' interests are safeguarded. And minor is defined in the bill as a person under 18 years old. And this bill has a series of protective mechanisms. These mechanisms were not hatched up at the chambers of the Attorney General. They were pulled from existing regime of protection across the globe. And I have cited the jurisdiction to which we have taken in order to present this bill. The Honorable Member Dr. Karen Cummins spoke at length about death, but we spent a long time in determining, in prescribing how death is to be determined, because different jurisdictions, based upon the available technology and based upon their, I suppose, philosophy, they have different definition of what constitutes death. The British definition is different from the American definition. The one in Trinidad and Tobago is also different. We carefully constructed one that we felt is conducive and proper and appropriate for the level of technological advancement that exists in Guyana, so that we can properly apply and diagnose death in the most accurate way. And that is captured in clause 47 of the bill, 48 of the bill. A person is considered dead when there has occurred a irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions of that person, or irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including brain stem of that person. This definition alone took us about 3 weeks before we arrived at this. And this received the expert input of a number of persons. The Honorable Member Minister spoke about Professor Kishan Narayan, very celebrated professor at Calvary University. I have his views here when he finished the work and we send the final draft to him. He said this, let me share what he said. He said, generally, this draft of the document is solid and superb as it addresses all aspects of human tissue transplant. This guy, for your information, Professor Kishan Narayan, BSc, MD, PhD, FETCS, Faculty of Medicine, University of Calgary, Libin Cardiovascular Institute of Alberta, Canada, former co-director, cardiac transplantation, University of Ghent, Belgium. That is the man's qualifications only, just behind his name. And these are the type of expertise that we had available at our disposal. And we didn't accept their export recommendation wholesale. Our local medical team sat down with the drafters and ensured that we, in those technical areas, we came up with a formulation of language that would capture what we want peculiarly in our society if we don't want what is generally out there. So, honorable member, this bill is comprehensive. It is the most modern expression of its type in the English-speaking Caribbean. We are leading the way in this bill and in this type of medical technology. Mr. Speaker, we also ensure that the bill contains a power vested in the Honorable Minister to promulgate regulations, because a bill of this type has to remain fluid. While we have captured the foundational pillars, the main concepts, and the fundamental precepts of the infrastructure, this bill will be an ongoing, evolving exercise. And the regulatory making power of the minister will allow, obviously upon consultation with our medical fraternity, to allow for there to be appropriate regulations in order to lend expediency and efficiency and efficacy to the letter, spirit, concepts, and conceptual objectives which are captured in this bill. We also had the legal advisor to the Medical Council, Mr. Karan, who is now quite experienced in that post, as he has served there for more than a decade. He also brought a legal perspective to the bill. And he discussed it, I'm sure, with his legal counterparts in the legal profession. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a commendable effort on the part of the government. It is revolutionary. It is groundbreaking. Of course, we may come back here with amendments as we begin to put the bill into force. We don't pretend that this is the perfect first effort. It is the first effort. We have regulatory making powers that will supplement the bill when necessary. But I believe and I'm confident that this is a great first effort, and it will advance the medical and public health welfare of our people and our country. And I have no hesitation in commending this bill to the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. And at this time, we invite the Honorable Minister of Health to conclude these presentations.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank all the persons who made contributions to the debate, my colleagues on this side of the House that supported the bill, and the colleagues on the other side of the House who spoke to the bill. I would have thought that a groundbreaking piece of legislation like this would have gotten the unreserved support of everyone in the House. And it is quite unfortunate that the two members who represented the opposition did not support the bill. Nevertheless, I think in their presentations, they did acknowledge that this is a very important piece of legislation. And I want to assure them that You know, let's think about this in a logical way. Right now, in this country, we are doing transfusion. However, we don't have a specific piece of law that governs transfusion in this country. This bill seeks to remedy that deficiency. So I cannot see what is wrong with us introducing now for the first time, after so many decades of doing transfusion, a piece of legislation to govern how transfusions would be done. As I said in my opening speech, our first transplant was done on the 12th of July, 2008. That's a kidney transplant. Again, we have done about 66 such kidney transplants in this country without any piece of legislation. No legislation in place. This government was the one who thought that it was important for us to put the safeguards in place, put the rules in place, put the law in place, and to specify that if anybody breached these laws, this would be the punishment that they would get. So we are coming from a place where we had nothing, and we are now putting that structure in place. And it is really unfortunate that the members do not understand this and continue to argue. You know, I sometimes I'm trying to decipher what they were really arguing for. Similarly with corneal transplant, we have done 99 of those. And again, nothing in place, we're putting something in place. But, Mr. Speaker, what is even more troubling, the Honorable Dr. Karen Cummins, in the beginning of her presentation, took time off to inform us that she is speaking as a medical doctor and as a public health specialist. And that's commendable. But what is not commendable is that during her presentation, at one point, and I wrote it down here, she pointedly said that this bill has the potential to kill. Nowhere in this bill does it say that we have any potential to kill. What this bill seeks to do is really to prolong the life of people, to give life, because many of the persons who would benefit from kidney transplants are those who would be suffering from end-stage renal disease, and the only alternative other than dialysis is for them to have a transplant. And this is what is going to prolong their life. Right now, for the 66 patients that we have transplanted, and more recently those that we have done last year, among them I think was a 14-year-old child. The mother gave that child her kidney. And because of that donation, that child would have a very long life. When I spoke to them, when I spoke to that family, I recall the distress of that mother. I recall the challenges that that child was facing. And because we were able to do this transplant, that child is going to live for quite a long time. So this thing does not kill people. This is to enhance the quality of life for persons. And that's what this bill is all about. If you take time off to speak with the doctors who have been doing transplant, those that are at the Georgetown Public Hospital, they would tell you how long they were trying to get such a piece of legislation in place. Because if we want to be known as a jurisdiction that is doing proper transplant medicine, then we have to put the legal and ethical framework in place. All the experts, whether from Spain, whether from the US, whether from Canada, the UK, the Caribbean, all the experts that we have consulted all of them want us to have strong legal and ethical framework in place. That is what this legislation is providing for all of us. And you know, I recall some years ago when we were having one of those debates, and I think when the Deputy Speaker spoke and he spoke about cervical cancer, it reminded me of that incident in this Parliament. Because under the then Minister of Health, Dr. Barry Ramsaran, we had introduced HPV vaccination in this country. And the lead speaker for the opposition at that point in time, Dr. George Norton, got up and made some very outrageous remarks about HPV vaccination in Guyana. And among those remarks was that giving HPV vaccines to the children of this country to protect them from cervical cancer was tantamount to the Tuskegee experiment that happened in the United States. That was what was said in this house. And I remember coming sometime after him and explaining that that's never our intention, because we want to protect the children, especially the women of this country, from cervical cancer. Today, we heard an association somehow between what we are trying to do in terms of transplantation, in terms of regenerative medicine, in terms of cell therapy. That was then somehow taken out of context and misruled. That somehow minorities, somehow this is related to ethnic cleansing, and by inference that maybe we'll take organs from some people and use them in such a program. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say from this floor that that's not the intention of this bill, and it is really abhorrent of a medical practitioner to really come and try to make that type of connection with this bill. It is a shame, it is a travesty, and we should not allow these things to happen, because, you know, this bill it's colorblind. The people who would benefit from this bill, we don't look at their color. It is a colorblind bill. Anybody, regardless of your race, regardless of your ethnicity, you would benefit from this bill. That's what this bill is about. And to try to come here and cast these types of aspersion is really not the place for this kinds of debate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it was really disappointing. And I really do hope that in their quieter moments, that they would reflect that when we come to a place like the Parliament and with bills like this, it's not just to oppose for oppose's sake. Sometimes we have to look at what is for the greater good of the people of our country. And this bill, I would say, brings that greater good for the people of this country. This bill would enhance the quality of life for patients. And not only that, are we trying to bring regulations to what we are already doing. This is a forward-thinking bill, because the work that we want to do in regenerative medicine, the kinds of things that we want to do, would be a first in the Caribbean. And while I heard that somehow, and I think the Attorney General quite competently dismissed those types of aspersions that were cast on where we copy and what knockoff bill we took and all kinds of nonsense. When you look at what we have in this bill, I can safely say that there's no other bill in the region, in this Caribbean region, that talks about regenerative medicine in the way that we have done in this bill, that looks at transplant of cells, tissues in the way that we have done in this bill, and a new one, and that is looking at biofluids. This is a totally new concept, and we have made provision for that in this bill. So if it was a knockoff from something that was done in 2000, year 2000, these advances in medical science would not have been reflected. And I have had the good fortune of consulting with some of the world's premier experts in this area. And one of those experts would have been Mr. Cohen. This is a world-renowned expert. He is the Deputy Dean of Harvard Law. He reviewed this bill thoroughly and added comments to this bill. And that is why it is one of the best pieces of legislation in this hemisphere. So, Mr. Speaker, when it's necessary, we can borrow from others' jurisdiction. And when it's necessary, we are not afraid of advancing and putting things that are yet to come. And this bill straddles both areas, moving from putting in the regulations for what we are already doing and looking forward to the future of the technologies that would be here. And that's what we are trying to do with this bill. And as the Attorney General also said, this is just one of many bills in the health sector that will be coming, because we want to modernize the health sector. We want to make sure that we have all the legal provisions to ensure that we can deliver quality health care in this country. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank my colleagues who rose and supported me on this bill, and I want to thank the members of the opposition who spoke as well, and the Deputy Speaker. And as I've said in my opening remarks, there are many, many persons to thank. I've named some of them, but all those who I didn't get to touch on, I just want to express my gratitude. This here is a revolutionary piece of legislation, and it will take Guyana into the future. This is about 21st century medicine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill 2021, Bill number 19 of 2021.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into committee to look at the clauses and schedule of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments to the bill. The bill has 58 clauses and 2 schedules. I will now propose the question that clauses 1 to 58 and schedules 1 and 2 form part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses 1 to 58 and schedules 1 and 2.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like to propose just one minor correction which I brought to the Honorable Minister's attention. There is a grammatical error in Schedule 1, I think.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. the Honorable Minister has alerted us. Grammatical errors are within the purview of the clerk to correct, sorry. Thank you. Yes, honorable members, I now put a question that clauses 1 to 58 and schedules 1 and 2 form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clauses and the schedule now form part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. That the bill as printed be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill 2021, Bill number 19 of 2021, was considered in committee, clause by clause, and was passed without amendment. I now move that the bill be now read for a third time and passed as printed.
Honorable members, the question is, and I put the question, that the bill be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Human Organ and Tissue Transplant Bill 2021, Bill number 19 of 2021.
Thank you, honorable members. This is a good time to take the suspension. Before we take the suspension, a reminder to the Committee of Selection that we meet immediately after the suspension.
Not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will now proceed with the second reading of the Powers of Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 15 of 2021, published on the 10th of December 2021. The Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the Powers of Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 15 of 2021, published on the 10th day of December, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill and the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill constitute part of an array of measures in the form of legislative intervention intended to address a fundamental problem faced by our citizenry, more particularly those who own immovable property. One would not dispute the fundamental character, importance, and premium placed upon property in any society. A large part of the laws and indeed the legal system of every society are dedicated to the protection of property. Article 17 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides, no one should be arbitrarily deprived of his property. Article 21 of the American Convention on Human Rights provides, no one shall be deprived of his property except upon payment of just compensation. By Article 142 of the Constitution of Guyana, our supreme law, the state guarantees to every citizen, as a fundamental right and freedom, protection of private property from arbitrary deprivation. And the state also guarantees that no public property will be confiscated unless compensation is promptly paid in accordance with market value. This constitutional guarantee is accompanied by a myriad of legislation and the statute books of our country, providing a formidable protective network intended to safeguard property. This exists in both the civil and criminal arenas of the law. Notwithstanding, there have been an unusually high incidence of persons losing immovable property by fraud. I am of the considered view that there is a causal link between these fraudulent transactions and the peculiar system of land ownership which exists in Guyana. I speak, Mr. Speaker, of the ownership by a titular document called transport, which we inherited from our colonial past. In 1803, the Netherlands ceded the colony of Dutch Guyana to Great Britain. For over 100 years thereafter, there was a gradual supplantation of the British legal system and its laws in the colony. The process culminated in the year 1916 with the enactment of the Civil Law Ordinance of British Guyana. By that ordinance, from January the 1st, 1917, Guyana received the common law of England, including the doctrines of equity as was administered in England at the time. But there was one exception. It was expressly stated that the English common law of real property shall not apply to immovable property in Guyana. The law that existed in the colony at the time was in effect saved in certain areas and continue to be, to date, to be the law of Guyana. The law in relation to ownership of immovable property is one of those areas. Mr. Speaker, this transport system of ownership has some peculiarities about it which differentiate the type of land ownership that Guyana has from the rest of the Caribbean and indeed Great Britain. By this system of ownership, the concept of absolute title is embraced. And what that means is that only when the transport is in the name of the holder of that transport that legal title vests. What that means is that if one enters into an agreement of sale for the purchase of an immovable piece of property and may pay 99% of the purchase price of that property, that person gets no legal interest in that land and only gets a legal interest when the transport is actually passed into the name of that person. Compared with the rest of the Caribbean and with the United Kingdom, upon the signing of an agreement of sale, the purchaser, though paying only 10% of the deposit, becomes what is called an equitable owner of the land, and the owner can only dispose of his interest in the land, the legal owner that is, subject to the interest of that equitable owner. That is not the case in Guyana. What happens in Guyana is that the papers, the conveyancing papers, are filed with the deeds registry, and the law requires an advertisement of that transaction moving from the vendor to the purchaser to be advertised in the official gazette for a period to allow for any person who may have an interest in that property or who may owe, or who may be owed rather, a debt by the owner who is transferring, to lodge what is called a notice of opposition to that conveyance. And that is the way that the public is informed of this sale and can possibly stop that sale before the transport is passed. Up until that transport is passed, the purchaser, though, as I said, he may have paid a substantial amount of that purchase price, is not the owner and owns no legal interest that the law protects. All he has at his disposal is the equitable right to sue that vendor for specific performance of that contract. That peculiar system of land ownership, Mr. Speaker, has been abused in our country, and there are many, many cases that stand as evidence of that abuse. We have taken measures in the past to guard against these abuses and to create this protective network to which I make reference. Obviously, our efforts have so far been inadequate. For example, in 2012, I think, we piloted in this House, I as Attorney General, and enacted an amendment to the Deeds Registry Act that allows for agreements of sale to be recorded and filed as a record at the Deeds Registry, so that when a person wishes to buy a property, he can go at the Deeds Registry to see whether there are any previous purchase agreements signed in relation to that property. Because as I said, because the law doesn't confer upon a purchaser an interest in the land, it allows that vendor, dishonest vendor, to enter into multiple agreements of purchases for sale of the same property, drawing monies from several purchasers, and then dishonestly passing it to a third, or possibly jumping on a plane and leave these shores, leaving those persons with an agreement of sale for that land, but with no interest conferred by that agreement in relation to that land. We also, in the past, in the year 2012, came to this House and passed another piece of legislation that allowed the official gazette to be put online. The mischief then was to address the issue of accessibility of the official gazette to not only people in Guyana, in particular the rural communities, but also persons who are living in the diaspora and who own property in Guyana. Because there is a large faction of Guyanese who live in the diaspora, but they own properties in Guyana. Because they don't get access to a physical copy of the official gazette, which was the only medium of publication of that instrument, they were denied the opportunity to peruse that document on a regular basis, and therefore could not see when their transports would have been advertised for passing to a stranger or pursuant to an unauthorized and fraudulent sale. attempted to correct that measure by putting the official gazette online, and now the official gazette can be accessed on the internet. We have a Facebook page. The official gazette is also accessible on many government websites, and we hope that it will be read more regularly so that persons can see not only the important government information and public information that is contained in an instrument like the official gazette, but more importantly, they can observe whether or not land transactions involving their own property is being fraudulently conveyed. Because, as I said, the law requires such transactions to be published in that official gazette. That measure still did not yield the desired success, and we still have cases where persons are losing their property with unusual frequency taking place in our country. I walked here to demonstrate the issue with a case that was recently decided by the Caribbean Court of Justice, and I'll read convenient excerpts from that case to illustrate the point that I want to make and the importance of this piece of legislation, as there is a direct bearing on this bill. There's a direct bearing of this case on the bill that is before us. The case that I wish to refer to, Mr. Speaker, is the case of Marlin Todd against Desiree Price and Jennifer Jibu. This is an appeal determined by the Caribbean Court of Justice in 2021. Mr. Speaker, when I was in private practice, I had the privilege of appearing in this case for Marlin Todd, the appellant, and the trial was done before Chief Justice Chang. We won the trial, and the case went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal ruled against me. I filed an appeal to the Caribbean Court of Justice, and the Court of Appeal decision was eventually reversed. But the important issue of this case, somebody said as usual, the Court of Appeal was reversed, but that's a different matter. So let me quote from the case itself so that you understand the factual matrix that I'm referring to. Alan Price, now deceased, owned a lot 153 Queenstown, Georgetown. In 2004, Anne Jennifer Jibu, claiming to act on behalf of Price, used a power of attorney to sell the land to Todd, who obtained a transport. It was subsequently discovered that the power of attorney was a fake, and Jibu was convicted of fraud. Price sued both Jibu and Todd in the High Court, seeking to set aside the sale and have the transport declared void. By Section 22 of the Deeds Registry Act, every transport vests in the transferee absolute title, but the proviso to the section contains an exception of a transport obtained by fraud in the hands of all parties or privies to a fraud. Price's claim against Jibu was a straight case of fraud. His claim against Todd was not on fraud. Rather, he claimed that by her negligence, she contributed to Jibu's fraud and the loss of his property. Price died before the trial, and the claim was continued by his widow, Desiree Price. Following a full trial in the High Court, Chang CJ delivered judgment in which he found that no fraud had been pleaded against Todd, and that it was impermissible at the trial to advance a case of fraud against her, and that in any event there was no evidence that she was privy to fraud. Accordingly, he refused to declare the transport of Todd void and to set it aside. So you have a case here, Mr. Speaker, where Mr. Price did no wrong. Resident in the United States of America, a fraudster by the name of Jibu concocted a power of attorney pretending that it was authorized and made by Price, authorizing her to sell his property. And he sold it to Todd. Todd made all the searches at the deeds registry, confirmed, as the judgment would later reveal, that the instrument, the power of attorney, was duly recorded, it was duly filed in accordance with the laws. The registrar of deeds is the one who executed the power of attorney, and one would have expected that such a responsible office holder would have ensured that the power was properly executed. That was not the case. So Price lost his property. Todd was able to benefit. She did no wrong either. She did no wrong either. No fraud was alleged against her. The fraud was alleged against Jibu, who coincidentally was charged with the fraud, went to the magistrate's court, pleaded guilty to the fraud, and was sentenced. The tragedy of it all is Price lost a valuable piece of property through no negligence because the system failed. That is what happened in the case. And in several parts of the case, this is an important passage that I want to share. This is what the judge said. In this case, the forged power of attorney was relied on by Todd only because it was duly registered and had been so registered by no less eminent and trustworthy a person than the deputy registrar of deeds, who had certified that Alan Price had personally appeared before him and affirmed that he had executed a power of attorney. In considering the matter of the loss that one or perhaps both innocent parties must suffer, fairness requires a recognition of that loss and a deficiency in the system. So there you had the record show that Mr. Price appeared, because when a notary public, who is the officer duly authorized to execute an instrument called a power of attorney, he is required to affix a seal, and that seal signifies that he would have seen the person appeared before him personally and append his or her signature. Unfortunately, in reality, that does not happen, and it did not happen in Price's case. The evidence showed that at the time when that instrument was purportedly executed by Price at the deeds registry, Georgetown, Guyana, Price was in the United States of America. His passport did not show that he was anywhere close to Guyana at the time. Mr. Speaker, the judges of the CCJ in several portions of the case call upon the government of Guyana to rectify the situation. I want to read a passage here where that call was made. It is my hope, this is Justice Jamadar speaking, it is my hope that the judgment of the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and this court will be placed before the Honorable Attorney General of Guyana for his careful consideration and possible action. I am convinced, and respectfully so, that there is urgent need for review and for appropriate reform to be taken in this area of the law. And there are other passages from different judges in the case calling upon the Parliament of Guyana to intervene and strengthen our system of land ownership and other areas of the law in order to protect private property. The government of Guyana, and indeed the Parliament of Guyana, is heeding the admonitions of our apex court, the Caribbean Court of Justice, by these proposed legislative reforms. We did similarly when we removed from our statute book what is loosely referred to as cross-dressing legislation, after the CCJ declared that it was an offense, that the offense that cross-dressing effected was in conflict with our constitutional provisions. Indeed, the president of the CCJ has since publicly congratulated the government and the Parliament of Guyana for giving effect to the decision of our apex court. As was evident in the Marlon Tut's case, a power of attorney was used as the instrument to perpetrate the fraud that caused Mr. Price to lose his valuable property. There are numerous other cases to which I can point where powers of attorney have been used in like fashion to commit fraud and trickery. Many are currently under police investigations. I know for a fact that only this morning a few persons were arrested and taken to CID, where a power of attorney, again it's alleged, was fraudulently executed, and a person used that power of attorney to mortgage a property to the bank, and the bank executed a mortgage on a property and disbursed millions of dollars in loans to a person who was apparently acting under a power of attorney that was forged. A power of attorney by law must be executed. Several administrative decisions were taken and policies implemented at the deeds registry to strengthen the system there. However, they were not enough. They are not enough. Unfortunately, in many cases, those who prepared illegal instruments, such as powers of attorney, are either complicit in the fraud or are negligently executing their statutory functions, and that contributes significantly to the creation of fraudulent and illegal instruments. A power of attorney by law must be executed before a notary public or a magistrate. One would think that a person holding such a high office will not be particip criminis or would exercise his functions with due circumspection and care. At a minimum, one would expect that they would take the necessary steps to verify the identity of the witnesses, of the persons involved in the transactions, and they would physically witness the appending of their signatures to the document. Clearly, that does not take place as exemplified by the Marlon Tutt case. This bill seeks to mandate a regime of measures which the parties to such an instrument and the person before whom it is executed must follow for the instrument to be valid. The deeds registry is prohibited from registering, filing, or recording in the registry any power of attorney that does not comply with this regime of measures. Mr. Speaker, the bill in the first clause adds a new clause to the Principal Act. And in this new clause, it adds the regime of measures to which I am referring. The bill is crafted in commendably simple language, so I'll read it very briefly so that members would understand what the drafter intends to achieve. 2A is the new section that will go after 2 in the Principal Act, and it reads 2A1, an instrument creating a power of attorney shall be executed with the donor of the power and the donee of the power, meaning the grantor and the grantee, appearing personally together before a notary, a public notary or magistrate, as the law may require, and the donor and donee shall each provide the public notary or magistrate with 2 photograph identification documents that establish their identity and a photocopy of each document. The honorable member, I believe Mr. Ramjatan, speaking through his mask, was signaling to me why 2 forms of identification. 2 forms of identification, honorable member, because that is the type of stringent requirement which we deliberately want to insert in the law. So that you can't, we have found that there is evidence of forged ID cards. So you can have a forged ID card, but it's also difficult at the same time to get a forged driver's license or a forged passport at the same time, unless you're a master forger. So we are simply making it difficult for those who intends to commit fraud. We are making it difficult for them to do so. If you don't have two forms of pictorial identification, well, then you can't execute the power, neither can you be the recipient of the power. It is as simple as that, and that is the intention of this bill. We do not intend to dilute the importance of that. Somebody said brain is free. 2A2, where the donor is out of Guyana and the donee is in Guyana, and this section speaks specifically to the Guyanese reality, where a large part of our population lives in the diaspora, but they have people in Guyana who transact the business on their behalf by the use of that instrument called a power of attorney. We are strengthening it for those persons as well, even though they may be executing it in a foreign country. And this also is in keeping with our Evidence Act, where the donor is out of Guyana and the donee is in Guyana. The donor and the donee shall each appear personally before a notary public or magistrate, as the law may require, in the country in which he is, in the country in which he is, and execute the power of attorney, providing the notary public or magistrate with two photograph identification documents that establish his identity and a photocopy of each document. So, if one party is in New York, in Richmond Hill, they must find a notary on Liberty Avenue or somewhere close by in Brooklyn, if they are in Brooklyn, and execute that instrument and provide the two pictorial identification sources to which the law refers, or else it will not be a valid power. The power of attorney shall specify the name and number of every identification document of the donor and the donee. The power of attorney shall be signed by the donor and the donee in the presence of a notary public or magistrate and two witnesses, and subscribed by the witnesses in the presence of each other before being signed, sealed or stamped by the notary or magistrate. Provided that where the donor executes the power of attorney out of Guyana, a separate witness statement shall be given by one of the subscribing witnesses. So if the thing is done in New York, in addition to the two witnesses who must sign as subscribing witnesses, present when the donor is signing, one of those witnesses must also execute an affidavit of due and proper execution and attach it to the instrument, send it to Guyana, and then the donee in Guyana, if he wants to act upon that, must complete the other side of the transaction by him appearing before a notary and complying with the laws as it applies in Guyana. The power of attorney shall not, and this is where the deeds registry comes in now, the power of attorney shall not be registered, filed or recorded in the deeds registry unless the power of attorney has attached to it copies of the two photograph identification documents, biodata page in the case of a passport of the donor and donee, and separate witness statement given under subsection 4, which have been certified, signed, sealed, or stamped by notary public or magistrate. For the purpose of this section, identification documents include a national ID card, a valid passport, and a valid driver's license. Now, it is expected that this compendium of measures will go a far way in protecting those instruments, the powers of attorney, so as to prevent miscreants from perpetrating fraud using these instruments as the vehicle. Now, in the Principal Act, there is a section that exempts a category of powers of attorney from complying with certain formalities, including it having to be filed at the deeds registry for public record. Those types of power of attorneys are special powers of attorney under the Act, and they allow you to pass transport and to take out a mortgage. Well, we are collapsing that provision into this, and we are saying that even those powers of attorney in the Principal Act, they must comply with these provisions, or else they will not be valid. Because we don't want to leave unchecked any category of instrument that can be used as a power of attorney. We don't want to exempt them from this menu of safeguards. We want to include them. So now any one of those powers of attorney that did not have to comply with formalities before will now have to comply with the regime set out in this Act. And then the bill continues to list a series of offenses for anyone who violates what this Act prohibits. So the Act is now amended, the Principal Act is now amended, and a series of offenses are inserted. For example, Clause 4 says, a person shall not dishonestly obtain a power of attorney, A, to obtain financial advantage for the person or another person, or to cause loss to the principal or another person. An attorney under a power of attorney shall not dishonestly use the power of attorney to obtain financial advantage for the attorney or another person, or to cause loss to the donor of the power or another person. Any attorney who fails to comply with this subsection commits an offense and is liable to, on a summary conviction, to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. And in the case of a body corporate, $10 million. Then there are other offenses directed to the notary now. If any notary public who is suspended or removed from practice or whose name is not on the register, whether for reward or not, makes, does, or exercises or performs any act, matter, or thing pertaining to or belonging to the office, function, or practice of public notary, the public notary commits an offense. Then there is one that goes to any person. A person who willfully certifies or propounds any false statement or document, or who fraudulently with intent to deceive, conceals, withholds, or perverts any fact or document pertinent to the subject of a power of attorney commits an offense. A person who fails to comply with any of the duties imposed on the person under Section 2A commits an offense. A person who commits an offense under this section is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. The minister may make provisions, regulations to bring the bill into force. The minister may make regulations as may be necessary for the better carrying out of the provisions of this Act. So, Mr. Speaker, this Act may be small in its size, but it has deep and far-reaching ramifications for the protection of property in Guyana. The CCJ, in their judgment, recommended a number of changes. We are going to implement them in stages. We began long before the CCJ called upon us to do so. I spoke of the Deeds Registry Act Amendment Bill in 2012 that allowed for the registration of agreements of sale. I also spoke of the Official Gazette Online Bill, which allowed for the publication of the Official Gazette Online to make it readily available. This is another piece of legislation that intends to strengthen that protective apparatus to ensure that our transported properties are protected. And why I'm emphasizing on transported property is because in Guyana there is another system of land ownership introduced in 1961, the Australian Torrens system of land registration that issues a certificate of title. That coexists side by side with the Deeds Registry Act and the Roman Dutch system of ownership. But in the incidence of fraud that we have unearthed over the years, there is not a corresponding number of fraud being committed in that system of land ownership. And that has to do with the swift way that that system works. When you go to the registrar of lands with all the conveyancing documents and you hand it over to them, that is the end of the transaction. The purchaser who is in that transaction, from that moment that the registrar of deeds registrar of lands take custody of those documents, becomes the owner without the registration of the certificate actually issued to them. It becomes by operation of law, because after those documents are submitted, nothing can change the registration of that certificate into the name of the new owner. There is no 3 months period for advertisements in the official gazette, etc. So you don't find in that system of ownership many instances of fraud. Of course, in Marlin Todd's case, where the power of attorney was used, it could have been a certificate of title, or it could have been a transport. Because what was used as the vehicle there was the power of attorney. So Jibu, even if the property was owned by a certificate of title, would have still, based upon the facts, succeeded using a fraudulent power to transfer the title over to Todd as it occurred. So the system of ownership didn't matter in that case. But one examines, and the lawyers would know what I'm speaking about, on both sides of the house. When one examines the reported cases and the incidence of fraud against immovable property, it occurs more with transported properties rather than with certificate of registration type properties. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill, and I commend this bill to the House. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. The motion for the second reading is proposed. Our next contributor is the Honorable Member, Mr. Hemraj Rajkumar. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join with the other members of this side of the House to support the passage of the Power of Attorney Amendment Bill, Bill number 15 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, a power of attorney, simply put, is a written authorization where a person referred to as the donor or principal appoints another who is referred to as the donee or attorney to represent or act on the principal's behalf in certain matters specified in the document. This document is normally executed before a notary public in the presence of 2 witnesses and recorded in the deed registry to give it legal effect. This important device, Mr. Speaker, enables persons living in Guyana and those residing overseas to appoint someone to conduct business on their behalf. The amendment proposed by Clause 2 of this bill, by inserting Section 2A, subsections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, provide for the procedure to be followed when executing a power of attorney, and provides also for a power of attorney to be executed before a notary public or a magistrate. Mr. Speaker, it has been the practice in Guyana for power of attorneys to be executed before a notary public with a donor or donee present along with 2 witnesses. It has been also the practice where the donor of the power of attorney is out of Guyana. He or she appears personally before a notary public in that country, signs the power of attorney in the presence of 2 subscribing witnesses. It is then signed and sealed by the public notary. The power of attorney is then sent to Guyana. The donee, appearing along with two witnesses before the notary public here in Guyana, signs the power of attorney. It is then signed and sealed and recorded in the deed registry. Mr. Speaker, the Power of Attorney Act, Chapter 5:08, in its current form, does not make any reference as to the procedure to be followed when executing a power of attorney, nor does it require it to be executed before notary public or magistrate, nor is there a requirement for a photograph identification of the donee or donor. Rule 24 of the Deeds Registry Rules, in the second schedule of the Deeds Registry Act, Chapter 5:01, provides for the execution of a special power of attorney to be done before notary public or attested by two witnesses and by the certificate of a magistrate or justice of the peace that it was executed by that person. Mr. Speaker, this amendment proposed by Clause 2 of this bill outlines the procedure to be followed when executing a power of attorney. And this will now make what has been the practice of executing a power of attorney a procedure required now by law. Clause 2A makes it mandatory for the donor or donee to provide two photograph identification documents to establish the identity and to have photocopies of those documents filed along with the power of attorney. The photograph identification requirement is necessary for the notary public to ascertain that the person appearing before him are the person they say they are. However, Mr. Speaker, this requirement for two photograph identification documents may be a challenge to some persons, since many persons may have only one photo identification document and therefore would not be able to be a donor or donee of a power. I have met several persons, please, Your Honor, who have only one photograph identification, and that is the national identification card. In order for those persons to be appointed or appoint power attorneys under this section, they will now have to take steps to have passport or driver license issued to them, which sometimes can be very onerous, especially to those persons living in remote areas of our country. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill proposed to have power ad litis or special power be filed with two photograph identification documents of the donor and donee, and with the witness statements if the special power of attorney is executed out of Guyana. It is my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that it is my opinion that photograph identification is necessary when dealing with the execution of power of attorney and special power of attorney. But one photo identification can suffice in these circumstances. So the appointment of a donee and donor, Mr. Speaker, is done upon great trust by the donor for the donee. The donor expecting that the donee at all times will act on his behalf with utmost good faith, and the donee giving him the assurance that he will do so. The power of attorney established a fiduciary duty on the donee when acting on the donor's behalf. Mr. Speaker, this trust placed on donee is sometimes betrayed. Dishonesty is still among many of us, please, Your Worship. Persons sometimes use the power of attorney to act dishonestly to the detriment of their principal. There have been instances when dishonest attorneys appropriate the property of their principal by using the said power of attorney entrusted to them. Mr. Speaker, the amendments proposed by Clause 4 of the bill, by insertion of Section 12 and 13, seeks to protect the donor or principal from any fraudulent or dishonest act by the attorney or the notary public. The proposed Section 12 creates an offense where a person by forgery or by fraudulent means obtain a power of attorney to act dishonestly. It also creates an offense where an attorney properly appointed commits any dishonest or fraudulent act against anyone, including his principal. Mr. Speaker, the proposed Section 12 makes it an offense for attorneys who act dishonestly using a power of attorney entrusted to them. Under the proposed Section 13, it will be an offense where the public notary who is suspended, removed from practice, or not on the register to act as notary public. This also creates an offense where a person with the jurisdiction to execute the power of attorney act fraudulently and does not follow the procedure specified by Section 24A when executing power of attorney. Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment seeks to protect the donor of power of attorney from dishonest act by attorneys acting by themselves or in collusion with other persons. And in these circumstances, Your Honor, we on this side support the passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, the honorable member, Mr. Sanjeev Dattadin.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my humble support to my learned friend and colleague, the Honorable Attorney General, and to support this amendment of the Power of Attorney Act. Mr. Speaker, as far back as 1932, on the 14th of May, to be exact, Guyana enacted legislation which provides the statutory underpinning for the operation of power of attorneys or deeds of power of attorney in Guyana. It is now, for the first time, getting an update, a much needed update. Mr. Speaker, a power of attorney is not a person, it's a deed. The person who acts is really called an attorney. What happens and what happens is that someone, in effect, trusts and gives to someone, so they're called a donor, as is set out in the legislation. So that person gives the power to someone else to act in their stead. It is akin to having an agent or a proxy, someone to act on your behalf to do that which you are able to personally do. So, Mr. Speaker, the foundation of the power of attorney is really to allow the average citizen to have someone act on their behalf in their stead. Power of attorneys are a very common legal document, Mr. Speaker. It is estimated that more than 10,000 are filed annually in our court system. They're filed in the deeds registry, and that's how they become a deed. They're executed before, as it stands now, before a notary public. That notary public would usually be required to ascertain the identity of the person who is before him. There is, and there was, no legal obligation on the part of the notary to verify the identity of the person who is being authorized, meaning the person who is now going to exercise the authority of the donor of that power. So there was never a requirement under the law that that person make himself known. Power of attorneys, Mr. Speaker, the deeds, they can be used in many instances and they can take many forms. We should recognize that it can be general, which means it can be for anything that you can do. So you can make a general power of attorney to authorize someone to act, to do anything that you could do, which is to vote at company meetings, to sell property, to collect rent, to transact business at the bank. It could range through all of that. Or it could be specific for something, only one act. For example, to collect rent. Something very specific that the power of attorney can do on your behalf. Now, as the Honorable Attorney General mentioned, there are also deeds that are done under statute, like the deeds registry. You can have someone receive transport on your behalf by a specific statutory regime that avoided the Power of Attorneys Act that required registration in a particular format or form. Uniquely, Mr. Speaker, power of attorneys or the deeds that are made can be irrevocable. If given for consideration and satisfies certain matters of law, it can be made to be irrevocable. That would mean that that person is able to continue, the person who you've given this power, even perhaps in circumstances where you don't want them to any longer. It poses a problem. Revocation is an issue and has to be set aside as if it were a contract. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, even with the dangers of what a power of attorney can do, Mr. Speaker, it is a necessary aspect of ordinary life for most citizens. Guyana, it is no secret, Mr. Speaker, has many persons who are overseas. They still have property and need to conduct business and do other things in Guyana, and they would usually authorize someone to act on their behalf. Now, the troubles which were identified by the Honorable Attorney General in one single case that reached the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker, has regrettably replicated itself, and every practitioner knows that there are much more matters in the court where power of attorneys have been used as instruments of fraud. They have been forged, they have been faked, and they have been used against the wishes of the donors of that power. So it is open to abuse. Now, how does the abuse happen? The most frequent way is that, of course, it is forged or it is fake. And the person who is purporting to act on behalf of the donor is not, in fact, known to the donor and should not act on behalf of the donor. So we have a situation, Mr. Speaker, which is quite simply this. A very useful and important legal document, which is a deed, is susceptible, because of the legislative underpinning that existed, it is susceptible to improper interference. Now, Mr. Speaker, the choice would be we can discontinue them altogether. That wouldn't make much sense, respectfully. It is a document that is far too useful. But what we can do, and what was suggested by Justice Jamadar in the Caribbean Court of Justice, and in fact other members of the court, and what the Honorable Attorney General has highlighted, is we need to make it better, which means we need to take that 1934 statute and drag it into 2022 so that the instrument that it creates can be effective in 2022, but more importantly, it can be secure for those who will wish to employ it. Mr. Speaker, the legislation that the Honorable Attorney General has recommended to the House speaks very simply. What it does can be divided into two, perhaps three headings. One is it provides how it can be made, meaning who must be present and what must they do to meet the requirements of the law. So it says that the person giving the power, referred to as the donor, he must be present with two forms of identification. It says the donee, who is the person receiving, must also be present and must also have two forms of identification. So what it does, which had not been in the law before, is it now requires the recipient of the power to be present and to provide identification. So that's one aspect. Secondly, it says the notary or the magistrate, they must now be satisfied and take copies of the identification documents provided. For example, as it would be in the data page of your passport, if that's what's being used. You must provide, they must receive pictorial representations, which means they got to see your picture along with your ID so they can ascertain who you are. What must then happen is the notary himself must make a record of these things. Now, if it is done where one person is overseas and one person is in Guyana, each notary must discharge those obligations. And each person, be them the recipient of the power or the giver of the power, must also satisfy those requirements. Then, Mr. Speaker, we get to the other part. Once it is received, and there are two witnesses that must sign as well, once it is received by the notary and he stamps it, he must take those documents and make it a part of what it is that he is concluding, which is the deed itself, be it a general power, a specific power, or one of the statutory powers provided for as the Deeds Registry Act does. Now, what happened before was that the legislation we had said exactly that if it were general or specific powers, then it had to be in compliance with the law as set out in the Act, but not any of the other forms of deeds of power of attorney that exist under statute. So the Deeds Registry power of attorney for receiving conveyance did not have to meet the requirements of the Power of Attorney Act. That is no longer the position. All statutory powers must now meet the requirements. Then we get to the part, Mr. Speaker, where this has to be registered in the Deeds Registry. The Deeds Registry must receive these documents and receive passport-size photographs as well, so that they can register all of this. When the this is done in the registry. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's been a notorious fact that persons in the Deeds Registry have imposed, if you like, requirements in an effort to preserve the sanctity of deeds of power of attorney by requiring, for example, that you update it annually, that require that before you use it in a transaction, they would require that you update it. Mr. Speaker, there is in the old legislation, there is no such requirement. But because the documents were so important and because they were so fraught with danger, the Deeds Registry has, without statutory authority, in fact, been insisting on this in an effort to make the document more secure. The legislation and the bill proposed to this House would no longer be necessary. The people in the registry and the staff of the registry and the registrar no longer have to take it upon themselves and impose conditions which they ought not to, and which are not provided for by law, in an effort to preserve a very important document. This law now provides to them the framework within which they can comply within which they can request, and within which the document itself would have sanctity. And better security is now added. Now, there are, as the Honorable Attorney General alluded to, there are persons who would take a power of attorney, be the recipient of the power, that would give them the right to sell property, and they sell it to themselves. They sell it to a family member, or they sell it to someone at an undervalue, for example. And this especially happens in the case of fraud or forgery. So now there is a specific offense created if you do that. So now when you take someone's authority to act on their behalf, there are now specific things you have to be aware you could be liable for. You cannot obtain financial advantage to yourself. You can't use it in that way. You can't use it to cause loss to the person who's giving it to you. So basically, that's what it was for. That was one of the highlights of the Todd case that the learned Attorney General alluded to. And that is, in fact, the most common complaint that is received, that persons are turning up, they have power of attorneys, and they act on behalf of persons, and they use it to secure advantage, personal advantage to themselves. Now, any person who would be the attorney who acts on behalf of the person, they would be liable to a summary conviction and a fine of $5 million and imprisonment for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, practicing attorneys will tell you that $5 million fine and 5 years imprisonment is on the higher end of the scale to which there are fines and imprisonment. So, Mr. Speaker, that gives an indication of the seriousness with which this is being treated, with the serious and obvious effort that is being given to protect the document and to protect the people in Guyana, the citizens who need to use it, and also those who own property and want to not have someone fake that document and fraudulently sell their property. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we are to take it from the position of where we are, it is not an overstatement to say that we have taken the document itself of a power of attorney and we have overhauled it, taking into consideration most of the common complaints or deficiencies, most of the dangers, and so far as a statute can do, we have eliminated or managed it to a position whereby the risk that those who wish to use it improperly, the risk that they take is now substantial and real. And it does not only cover those who are purportedly signing these documents to give the power and those who are receiving the power, but it now corrals the notary themselves, who will be the persons who stamp and authorize these documents. It now puts them on guard that they must heed the warnings of the law. They must make good their obligation. They must discharge their obligation. Because, Your Honor, we have a concept in law where if you are a bona fide purchaser, if you are not knowledgeable of or you're not tainted by the fraud, it wouldn't affect you. But the notary now has an obligation, and he can choose to either comply with the statute or not. But if he does not, even though the property owner may not be able to recover his property because of a legal principle, it does not mean that the notary cannot be sent to jail and cannot be fined. So although the principles that apply as to fraud can't be changed by this legislation, it puts on guard everyone who acts in the process. And as long as the persons who act as donor of the power, the recipient of the power, the donee or the notary, and it would extend to those in the registry, if they do not meet those requirements, they are now substantial, statutory offenses created, for which it will cost them not only a fine, but it will cost them their liberty. So there is imprisonment that goes with it. Mr. Speaker, with my humble contribution, I commend this amendment and I support the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Datadin. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan. Please, you can proceed with your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 1932 to now, approximately 9 decades. And what were the lacuna of the law then is as a result of what I would regard as an increasing dishonesty on the part of those who effectively were then the notary public and the actual donee. And so it is necessary, and I think it is very commendable on the part of the Attorney General, to see the necessity, especially in the context of the cases that we as practitioners have found so despicable as occurring with the frequency and sometimes the gravity, because some tremendously valuable property have been conned as a result of the activities of people who are donors, the donees really, and also, if I may say, some of the notary public who have not paid attention to the substance of the grant that they are executing. And so it is important then that in that context that this bill be supported. I must say that I did indicate to the Honorable Attorney General as to why, in view of the fact that you're now corralling the notary public, you're also asking for the presence of both donor and donee being together, and along with the penalties for dishonestly executing a power of attorney, and then after that doing the business activity of fraud, it would appear that knowing what is in Guyana, whereby especially people in rural areas would not be with two photograph identity documents, why is the need for the two? Of course, the Attorney General indicated that they're strengthening it to that extent. Well, I rather suspect, well, it does not impress me. In view of all the corralling, the increased penalties that were not in the 1932 Act, and so many other things that are provided for here, it would now require, as was mentioned by Mr. Hemraj, Honorable Member, that we have to force people that would like now to execute a power of attorney to go get a passport, to go get a driver's license, which is the other two documents. The passport, of course, is a difficulty now. I notice the lines are getting so long at the passport office. But even so, people in the rural areas, the remote areas, our Amerindian brethren and sistren, they hardly would have the time and the effort and the expenditures of money to come to get that passport and so on. So I am urging that, well, I am making the call that if this could have been reduced to at least one photograph identity document. And it is important to make an ease of how you can do the execution. Because of course, there are other strengths in this bill that will, what you call, ensure that the people who generally would do the cookishness, who would do the fraud, are now kind of corralled. What you will require, however, is to make an ease of those persons, or make it easier for those persons who would want to execute. And that's the point I was trying to get across. I don't think the Attorney General is impressed, but in any event, I just wanted to make that contribution. This is but a very important, commendable improvement in the Powers of Attorney Act, especially in the context of today's dishonesty on the part of so many individuals. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Ms. Priya Manichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we're here to debate what appears to be a small act in terms of the number of clauses in that act, but one which seeks to address a mischief that has affected many of our citizens, many of our the people who look to us for protection. And there are two mischiefs that usually arise out of the usage of a power of attorney. But before we get there, I heard all the legalese. What is a power of attorney? It is a document where one person gives to another person power to perform certain acts stated in that document on behalf of the giver. So John gives Mary power to collect money from the school cash grant for her children. John gives Mary power to go to the bank on his behalf and receive salaries that was placed there by a person that he works with, a minor, say. John gives Mary power to do certain acts with his property in Georgetown. Whatever power he's giving is contained in the document. There are two mischiefs that we've seen over the years. One, people forging powers of attorney and then using them to benefit from them to the detriment of the person who they claimed gave it to them. And two, people legitimately getting power, a power of attorney, but misusing that power. So in this small bill addresses both. The people who are to forge the power, the way this bill addresses that is it puts a set of measures in place to make sure that it's not as easy to forge. So this bill asks that both the giver of the power and the taker of the power must appear before a notary public or a magistrate at the same time. They must appear with two photograph identifications. They must appear in person, and they must execute it all at the same time. And they must do that in the presence of two witnesses who are present at the same time and who sign saying they are witnesses witnessing the signature, and they are present at the same time. And those are several safeguards now added to the execution of powers. Those safeguards are likely to help us remove the likelihood of forgery. If someone is overseas, and a lot of overseas-based persons give persons here the power, they must, in addition to signing before a notary where they are, as well as the person who is receiving the two pictorial IDs, they must also send a witness statement, an affidavit from at least one of the witnesses saying that this person saw the execution of this document. And all of that is done to try to prevent the fraud of forgery. But we must face a harsh reality that does not sound diplomatic and nice. The safeguards needed here will have to be enforced. Prior to this amendment that we bring to this House, persons who are executing powers of attorney ought to appear right now, without this amendment, personally before a notary. Notaries are traditionally lawyers with 10 years or more service, or 10 years or more experience at the bar. And notaries have been placing their stamp and official seal on documents where they did not see the donor grant that power. And so with all these safeguards, we're going to have to make sure that we insist that notaries and magistrates, the persons given authority to make this power, actually do it the way we want it done, that the people appear before them, that they sign before them, that they do it at the same time, and not that they send in through another lawyer the two pictorial IDs and the notary signed already. And so that is something we're going to have to address head on. We're going to have to call on the people who are made notaries in this country to do the right thing. And we're going to have to be strong enough and brave enough when they don't, to remove from them the privilege of being a notary public or a magistrate. The second way powers are misused is where a power is given. A lot of people don't limit powers. They just give a general power of attorney, which allows people to do, the person they're giving the power to do anything. But you do that in trust. So it's a father giving his son power to deal with all his properties, go to the bank, pay the rent, pay the rates and taxes. A wife giving her husband power because they trust each other and they love each other, and that power is misused. We have heard about the sale of property, but it extends further. We know, all of us in this house must know people who have used powers to withdraw from the bank people's savings, to sell jewelry, to dispose, you like the jewelry part, eh? Anna? To dispose of assets that the donor of the power, the giver of the power, never intended for them to dispose of. And so, to the people of this country, especially older people, If you're going to give a power to someone, even if it's your children or your spouse or your most loved niece, make sure it is limited in what they can do, and be very careful with the grant of that power. I'm very pleased this afternoon, please, Your Honor, to hear the support from the opposition for this piece of legislation. I could say here that we are the kind of government, the only criticism that came, or the only observation that came here, is the hardship that might be placed on persons to produce 2 photographic IDs. And I'm saying here, and I believe the Attorney General is going to repeat that if we find that there is hardship on our citizenry, this bill is intended to serve with love the people of this country, consciously understanding what their problems are. And if we find out that this in any way is bringing hardship to anyone, then we would be happy to come back here, laws being living documents, to come back here and change that. In the meanwhile, this is a good piece of legislation that all of us in this House have to ensure we insist is followed. And where it is not followed, where notaries, where magistrates, where colleague lawyers don't follow the provisions we put here, that regardless of our friendship and fraternity with those persons, that we be willing, each of us, and as a House, to make sure they are reprimanded appropriately. The law states penalties of $5 million and 5 years imprisonment. And I am saying also that once a privilege is granted, and if it is misused or not used in accordance with law, it should be removed from the persons who have the ability to grant powers or to place their official stamp and mark on those powers. And so this afternoon, I take great pleasure in commending this bill, the Powers of Attorney Act, Act number 21, Bill number 15, of 2021, for passage in this National Assembly. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permit me to thank my colleagues on this side of the House who spoke in support of the bill, as well as to thank the honorable members on that side of the House who also spoke in support of the bill. The only bone of contention, Mr. Speaker, that has been raised is in relation to the requirement proposed here for the use of 2 pictorial identification. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was not inserted in this bill lightly. Members of this House would know of a case where a power of attorney was used to withdraw dozens of millions of dollars from a private bank a few years ago that caused 4 managers of that bank to be dismissed. Not only was the power of attorney a forgery, but the person presented an ID card to the bank that was also a forgery. That's one case that comes to mind. There's a young lawyer who graduated out of law school and had $7 million in his savings. Person came to him, show him a transport, ID card, power of attorney. Property was in Lamaha Gardens, empty lot. All the money that that young man had paid down for that property, paid $5 million out of the $7 million. That was 15 years ago. The transport turned out to be a fraud. The ID card turned out to be a fraud. The passport turned out to be a fraud. The registrar of deeds will confirm how many times reports have been made and they have had to go to the police at Ivlery to give statements in relation to fraudulent transports. People are printing transports in this country. And when you see the printed version on that parchment paper, it looks just like the original. The coat of arms, the signature of the registrar, everything is there. Passports, same thing. And fraud is being committed using those instruments. So I recognize the concern raised about two forms of identification. And it was deliberately drafted this way. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is, and the Honorable Member, Mr. Rajkumar, and I believe, Honorable Member, my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Minister of Education, both emphasize that this is a document of trust. But we have seen how that trust is being violated. For many years, there were no requirements at all, and we have lived to regret that. Now, because of our life experiences, we have to draft laws that meet the mischief that is out there. And unfortunately, I believe every speaker has highlighted the highly unusual nature of fraud being committed in our country with the use of powers of attorney. It is the responsibility of this Parliament to address that in the most condign way. If you don't, the point is, powers of attorney have been given too carelessly in this country. The Honorable Minister of Education in her presentation cautioned how easily powers of attorneys are executed in the most general and generous forms and formulation, creating the basis for the abuse, the misuse, and the fraud. We have to be more careful, and the persons who are entrusted with that grave responsibility to stand in the shoes of a principal must be a responsible person. And most responsible persons have two forms of identification, as far as I'm aware. It is to deliberately exclude certain persons from being entrusted with the power. It is as simple as that until we address the serious problem of the multiple frauds that are being committed in Guyana. And people are losing their property. I just gave an instance where a commercial bank executed a mortgage on a person's property. The lady is in her 70s. She was in New Jersey in the United States of America, where the record shows that she was in Guyana and allegedly executed a power of attorney in favor of a bank. And that power was used to mortgage a property. And she doesn't know anything. She never received any proceeds of that loan. That is the cold, harsh reality that we are dealing with. If you had a requirement of 2 identification cards there, I don't think that it would have been that easy. And that is, it's a serious situation. So while, yes, it may appear harsh on its face, and the requirements of 2 ID card may exclude persons, it will do the donor better. The donor's interest will be protected because it's the donor who stands to lose. This here is for the protection of the donor. Don't give a person a power of attorney who doesn't have 2 ID. That an independent person can verify that it is this person. Because our experience is that we have been unable to detect when the fraudulent misrepresentation, the trickery, and the wickedness present itself. At the high level of the bank, and in Marlon Todd's case, at the registry itself. In that case, it is the Assistant Registrar of Deeds who certified that Alan Price came before him, and presented himself and executed that document. And the poor man never did that. If there was a requirement for 2 pictorial ID cards there, I think it would have at least been difficult, if not impossible. Hence the requirement in this bill. And there are many, many other cases. The Honorable Member Sanjeev Jatidil may have referred to a few. So, Mr. Speaker, we are duty bound in this House to pass laws that frontally confronts the mischief, and to make that mischief as difficult as possible to reoccur. And those are the considerations and the principle that inspired the insertion into this bill of 2 pieces of ID card as a mandatory requirement. In America, I know that that will not be a problem because most persons, most donors in the United States and, well, in the United States would easily satisfy that requirement. But the requirement of 2 ID cards for their agents in Guyana is important because it is the agents, as all the speakers have said, who violate the trust and perpetrate the fraud. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is intended to protect society. It is intended to protect private property. It is intended to protect all of us who intend to authorize someone to conduct a transaction that we may not be able to do. The bill gives the minister a power to make regulations to better achieve the purposes of the Act. And if the case comes up whereby such regulatory power is required, regulations will be used. But the ultimate objective is to stamp out fraud so that people's private property and the property of our citizens remain sacrosanct, sacred, and the constitutional guarantee that the state gives that those private property will be protected as a fundamental right and freedom is guaranteed. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and once again thank all those members who contributed to this bill, and I move that the bill be read a 3rd time and passed as printed. Thank you very much.
Okay, we just went ahead a bit, but we have to approve the 2nd reading, then committee. Honorable members.
I asked it to be read a 2nd time, sir.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Power of Attorney Bill Amendment, the Power of Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 15 of 2021, be read a 2nd time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 15 of 2021.
The House will now resolve itself into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. The House is now in committee. Honorable members, I now propose that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill as printed be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, now report that the bill has been considered in committee, clause by clause, and now ask that it be read a third time and pass as printed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry. I rise to report that the Powers of Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 50 of 2021, was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendment. I move that the bill be now read a third time and passed as printed.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. The question is that the bill be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Powers of Attorney Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 15 of 2021.
Thank you. We now move to the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill. Honorable members, we will proceed with the second reading of the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021, published on the 10th of December 2021. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021, published in the Official Gazette, dated 22nd of November 2021, be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, my task here is very simple, having regard to the antecedent bill that we dealt with. This bill is simply consequential to the Powers of Attorney Amendment Bill. Recall, Mr. Speaker, that in that bill we made certain additions and provisions which required those documents to be filed at the Deeds Registry. This bill is simply a corresponding amendment to the Deeds Registry Act to allow for that which we provided for in the Powers of Attorney Bill to be given effect to. So we have a new section 20 in this bill. It reads, a power of attorney shall not be registered, filed, or recorded in the Deeds Registry unless it has attached to it, as specified in Section 2A of the Powers of Attorneys Act, photocopies of 2 photograph identification documents of the donor and the donee, and the separate witness statement in the case of a power of attorney executed out of Guyana, which have been certified, signed, and sealed or stamped by a public notary or magistrate before whom the power was executed. And then clause 28.2 provides a person who registers, files, or records a document purporting to be a power of attorney in contravention of section 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, anyone who tries to file a document that does not comply with the requirements here commits an offense. As I said, this is simply to facilitate and to accommodate the changes that we have made to the law in relation to powers of attorney. And this is the accompanying or consequential amendments that will allow those powers of attorney now executed in accordance with that law to be now filed as of record as the deeds registry, which is already a requirement and a place where it has to be filed. So I don't think that this should occupy much of our time. The previous bill, which was the main bill, was supported by all members, both sides of the House, and I anticipate that this consequential amendment will receive similar support. I ask, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. The Honorable Member, Ms. Amansa Walton Desir.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the bill that is before us, the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill of 2021. As the Honorable Attorney General did say, it is a consequential amendment that flows from the bill that we previously considered. I, like my colleagues before me, we in large support the intent of the bill to correct the mischief of forgeries, etc., that are well recorded in our courts. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, because the bill will be passed irrespective of whatever we say here today, that as it relates to subsection 2, the person who registers, files, or records a document purporting to be a power of attorney in contravention of subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that the staff of the Deeds Registry, who will be required to enforce and to facilitate the registration, etc., of powers of attorney, that they be given some sensitization sessions so that they're aware of what the law now is and that they will act with full knowledge of that. Mr. Speaker, I do have a difficulty with the requirements for 2 forms of identity. Well, 2 picture forms of identity. And I have to disagree with my colleague on the other side, Ms. Manik-Chan, that we will wait and see. One of the key characteristics of good governance is the ability to foresee. And we can all foresee that this will occasion severe difficulty. One, for our brothers and sisters in the hinterland, in the indigenous communities. 2, there are a number of examples that we can simply point out. I may have an aunt that is 70 years old. She wishes to give me a power of attorney. She neither drives nor does she have a passport. You are now asking a 70-year-old woman in this time of COVID and having to social distance to go to the passport office to line up to apply for a passport or for a driver's license So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot accept this excuse that the government side perpetually uses to excuse their lack of foresight, and that is the law is a living thing, we will wait and see. We have the opportunity now to prevent one Guyanese citizen as much from experiencing the hardship that this will occasion, and as a responsible house, we must take that opportunity. The other thing that I have a problem with, Mr. Speaker, is that my learned friend on the other side, the Attorney General, he has this habit of approbating and reprobating. And it is of concern to me. He said today a number of very interesting things, and he took a very strong stand on the reason for the two IDs. But what I am at a loss to explain, Mr. Speaker, is that this level of rectitude that was required when we passed the Act number 9 of 2021, the Registration of Births and Deaths Amendment Bill, this level of rectitude was not displayed. And I wish to suggest to the Honorable Attorney General that he should look at the provisions that he put into law, specifically Section 44A, Mr. Speaker, where any person who on the presentation of a declaration made under the Statutory Declarations Act by a person of high standing in the community, a simple declaration can entitle a person to a birth certificate. To a birth certificate. Now, we all know here that the possession of a birth certificate is the first step to being granted any form of ID, whether it be a driver's license, a passport, or a national ID card. And so, because it suited their political purposes, what they did was make the requirements so lax. And we stood in this house and we said to them, and Comrade AG, we said to you, my colleague, we said to you and we warned you about this, the dangers of such lax requirements. So what can basically happen is that somebody can get a sworn declaration saying that they are, for example, Annette Ferguson, proceed to get a birth certificate, proceed to get an ID card or a passport, and commit thereby the same fraud that you are purporting to want to defend against. But the reality is, AG, the reality is that suited your political motives. So this sanctimonious attitude that you're coming with here today, and I have a difficulty with your statement that most responsible people have two forms of ID. It is a most irresponsible statement, Mr. Speaker, because our brothers and sisters in the hinterland, they will have an ID card. The majority of them do not have driver's licenses. They don't need it necessarily. They don't need driver's license. They may not travel, so they may not have a passport. What you have created here is a Coastlander bill that does not cater for our brothers and sisters in the hinterland. You keep preaching about one Guyana, and every single thing that you do, you clearly demonstrate that you keep creating a divided Guyana. These interests must be balanced, sir. We have to balance these stringent requirements with the requirements of the ease of doing business. So I would invite you to consider the loophole that you have created in this situation, because now I will no longer need to forge, as it were, an ID card. I can legitimately go and say, through a statutory declaration, that I am this person, legally obtain these documents, and still execute the mischief that this is purporting to intend. And so, Comrade AG, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues across the aisle, I think this is the result of you not taking a holistic look at the law as is required. And this is a result This is what results when we use the law to pursue political expediency. And so I would want to say, sir, for whatever it is worth, that we need to reconsider the requirements for 2 ID cards, and we need to reconsider how the provision of the Registration of Births and Deaths Act would adversely affect our ability to counter this mischief. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Desir. And I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Sanjeev Dattadin, to make his contribution.
Good evening again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021 as proposed by the Honorable Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, when we were dealing with the Power of Attorneys Act a few minutes ago, I had indicated that there were certain components, which could be 3. It related to the people who were actually named in the deed, the power of attorney, which is the donor, the donee, the person getting the power and the person giving the power. And there was, of course, the notary. So there were obligations on all 3 of those persons. The third part and the last part is the registration of the document in the deeds registry. Now, it would be useless. It would be downright foolish, if I say so, Mr. Speaker, that you would go to all that trouble that the donor of the power has to identify himself, the donee, the recipient of the power, has to provide identification, the notary is obliged to examine it, the witnesses are required to give statements, but you don't take all of that information and file it in the deeds registry so there is a permanent record. It would mean that everything you had done to preserve the sanctity of the document, to make it safer, you would have defeated at the most important step, which is where the permanent record is created. The files in the deeds registry are permanent record, Mr. Speaker. There are files in there that are there for more than a century. Now, it would all go to 0 if it were not required that the people, the staff of the deeds registry, register all these documents. So the amendment, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, requires that a power of attorney shall not be registered in the deeds registry, which is more of mandatory language, that it shall not be done, unless what is attached to it, photocopies of 2 photograph identification documents of the donor and donee, separate witness statements of each witness that would have witnessed the deed itself, and it has to be stamped by the notary. It has to be a seal, which is a stamp, and he has to sign it. Now, if there was not this final part, Mr. Speaker, then that would be the gaping loophole to it all. Because what would happen is the people who are responsible for creating the final record will not have the record. How do you go back and say that the donor of the power provided the information required? How do you go back that the recipient of the power provided the information? And importantly, how do you hold the notary's foot to the fire that he did not do his job? If you do not have the entire folio of documents that are required and filed as a permanent record in the registry. So, Mr. Speaker, as night follows day, this is required to give effect to the amendment that has been inserted into the Power of Attorneys Act. The amendment which gives protection to the citizens for when that document is used. Now it comes full circle. The registry must participate in keeping power of attorneys relevant, sacrosanct, and secure. The deeds registry must do that. Now, Your Honor, the complaint is 2 forms of identification is difficult. Your Honor, we're getting to cross purposes. The purpose of the legislation was not to make anything easy. There is no mischief in Guyana with the law needing to be easier. The mischief is it is being abused fraudulently. So you don't want to make it easier. You want to make it respectably difficult. Now, I use the terms respectably difficult, Mr. Speaker, to convey if the person who is going to be the recipient of a power does not have 2 forms of identification, I would respectfully suggest that he is not the person that should be the recipient of such a power. But I don't cast aspersions. I don't wish to say that. But, Your Honor, everything that requires documentation requires a level of documentation that is deemed secure. Mr. Speaker, in the old days, I'm told you traveled with a document that you wrote up with your name. It is the reason why so many of our citizens who have traveled to Guyana have names that are quite unusual, anglicized names in the case of those that came as indentured servants. But, Mr. Speaker, I digress. You had at that time a different level of requirement. Years ago, we traveled with passports that weren't machine readable. But society has moved on. The requirement of having machine readable passports is, the wisdom of it is seen. The requirement followed. Mr. Speaker, do not let us confuse what the Power of Attorney Amendment Act and the Deeds Registry Act is designed to address. The mischief, Mr. Speaker, is not easy. Is not to make it easy. The Attorney General has said to this House, as is accepted, laws are breathing, living things. If it were to be discovered that insurmountable hurdles are being presented in the process by having the requirement of 2 forms of ID, then Parliament, the Attorney General, can bring to this House a bill to correct it. But at the get-go, what we are trying to do is make it more secure, not make it easy. Make it more secure in a realistic way. Most people have an ID card because you would have voted, presumably, and you have a passport because you would have traveled. You have a driver's license because you would have driven. Maybe my colleague, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Shearer, says she doesn't see the value of driving, perhaps, but Mr. Speaker, everybody's got two forms of ID. And if you don't have two forms of ID, maybe this is time that you should. The mischief is the fraud. The remedy is to put a system in place that will deal with the fraud, not put a system in place that will do nothing to alleviate the current difficulties, because it is too easy, and it is equally easy so that you can circumvent what is the mischief being sought to be prevented. Mr. Speaker, that is the simple response to those who say that it is too difficult. The simple response is the government has to look after its people. This is a problem. The fraud relating to power of attorneys is a problem. Mr. Speaker, it is respectfully to the member on the opposition side who said that it has a bearing on the registration of births and deaths and the legislation that has passed. It is a non sequitur. It relates to different things. But if you were to take it to its logical conclusion that it was somehow made easier, despite the requirement of the people who, and the reputation of those persons who must give you that declaration, if it was somehow made easier, then the argument would not apply that it is difficult then to get your two forms of ID, because then you would be well on the path if it were made easier. So the argument, respectfully, is non sequitur. It makes it, not only does the argument itself not make sense, it has no applicability to what the House is considering now. What is the mischief that the House is trying to address, and what is the mischief that this bill seeks to correct? Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I commend Bill number 16 of 2021, the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, and I support the amendment that it proposes to our Deeds Registry Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister of Education, Ms. Priya Manik-Chan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate and hopefully pass an act to amend the Deeds Registry Act. We just passed an act to amend the Power of Attorney Act. Acts and laws are amended all the time. Good governance requires that the policymakers identify and are sensitive to the hardships faced by their citizenry and come and amend those laws. The fraud that the government and the opposition accept has been happening either through forgery or through misuse didn't start in the last 18 months. It was happening for all the time that the APNU was in office, and they did nothing. So Mrs. Desir cannot come to this house and lecture anyone on this side about good governance, because they do not know what is required in the practice of good governance. And that is why we're amending 9 decades later, as Mr. Ramjatan said, the Power of Attorney Act to give some kind of protection to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, again, we have to be conscious that with all the IDs and with all the 2 witnesses and with all the attestations we're asking for, if we have dishonest people in the system, either through notaries who are usually lawyers, or magistrates who are also lawyers, or people at the deeds registry who will register and record a power of attorney without the required documents, and we are not strong enough, brave enough, and serious enough to discipline them, then all of this will go by the wayside. Because you can require the 2 IDs and the 2 witnesses, and there's a notary who didn't see any of that, or who saw fraudulent documents and still gave their stamp to this. Or there's a person at the deeds registry, I think a case was cited earlier about the registrar of deeds herself or himself not doing what was required of them and giving their official stamp and mark to a power that was misused. If we do not have the implementation of these bills, then they will not inure to the benefit of our citizens, and the intent that we're trying to, the thing that we're trying to fix, the mischief we're trying to fix, the intention of these bills will be weakened. And so I say that this amendment is necessary if we are to say, and we all say we need changes to the Power of Attorney Act, to include those safeguards, then we must include at the deeds registry that anyone who tries to register, that's the person who walks in and says, here is my power, without the right documents, or the person behind the cage who takes it without the right documents. If they are non-compliant with this piece of legislation, if they register a power without 2 pictorial IDs, without a witness statement where it was relevant, and without the stamp of the notary or magistrate, then that person is liable to a $5 million penalty and 5 years imprisonment. And I hope that those 2, and of course, I would expect that dismissal will follow once the person is found guilty. So I hope that these penalties are enough to deter persons. But I also say again that it is up to us to insist what kind of society we want and to wring that out of the people who will not give it willingly and voluntarily. This piece of legislation coming before this House is an exercise of good governance, and I commend it, sir, for passage here this evening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their support once again and for highlighting the need for implementation and policing of these vital pieces of legislation. Mr. Speaker, we pass laws here of great value, and it is indeed a problem when it comes to implementation and enforceability. Only recently, in a conversation I had with our Chief Whip, the distinguished Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, I remarked to her that the Deceased Person Administration Amendment Bill, which we passed here, were not being implemented by the commercial banks. That bill allows for persons, surviving spouses, and persons representing the estate of deceased persons to withdraw from the deceased person's bank account up to $750,000. There is a bank in Berbice, a branch of a bank in Berbice, that was refusing to comply with that legislation only last week. a lawyer had to intervene, take the legislation to the bank, and make out a case for enforcement. Perhaps we have to do much more in publicizing these laws in order to get greater public awareness so that we can get greater compliance by extension. But we will have to do that if that is what is necessary. But of course, the law becomes the law, and from the time it is assented to by the president, and one would expect that the society will obey the law. But of course, as a government and the state law enforcement agencies will have to become much more active. The deeds registry is aware of these pieces of legislation. The registrar sat with us when we were drafting these pieces of legislation. So to the honorable member Desir, who spoke about the need to do some type of familiarization with the deeds registry staff, the registrar of deeds as the head of that organization is well acquainted with these provisions, and they are very simple to read. They're not complex, they're not sophisticated in any manner whatsoever, and I don't anticipate any difficulty in them being complied with at the level of the Deeds and Commercial Registry Authority. Of course, they will have to now be careful because this bill creates an offense for any one of them to receive and to accept and to file a document purporting to be a power of attorney that does not comply with the provisions that we are legislating here tonight. In relation to the two ID cards, again, the Honorable Member Desir criticized that fact, claiming that we don't have an abundance of persons with two IDs. I don't know that that is so, but as I said already, and as my colleague, the Honorable Datadin said, the thing is intended to make it a little more difficult. The argument advanced by the learned member about making it a little easier for persons to get source documents so as to get birth certificates in the hinterland area has no connection to this bill. We have a duty, as I said, when I piloted that bill, we have a duty under our Constitution, we have a duty under our obligations on the United Nations conventions to ensure that there is registration of persons in our country. It's a worldwide problem and we have to play our part. And part of our obligations include making it easy, making it readily more available for persons to be registered. And if we have to adjust our laws to qualify a greater category of persons, then so be it. We have done that. And the persons whom we have identified are leaders in the community. The legislation speaks to Tushao, etc. It's not any and all persons. And we need to do that to ensure that those people get their registration, they get their birth certificates. I understand the argument of Honorable Member Desir is to be that those birth registration or birth certificates will be used as the basis to get the forged ID. Well, that's a quantum leap. And that is why the bill speaks to two. So if it is that you're going along that fraudulent route, we have made it a little more difficult for you. You not only have to forge an ID card, you also have to forge a passport or a driver's ID card. That is the idea, to make it difficult for you to forge. So the argument doesn't make sense. The argument collides with the argument itself. So, and then the honorable member is not even here. So, Mr. Speaker, someone sent me a WhatsApp message to remind me that before you can open an account at the bank, there is a requirement for two IDs. So this two IDs thing is not unique to this bill. Apparently, it's of universal application already. And as I said, that is the intent of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, there is not much more I would like to say. So I respectfully ask, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be read a third time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. And the question, and I put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021.
The House will now resolve itself into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, there are two clauses to this bill. And I now propose the question that clauses 1 and 2 form part of the bill. I now put a question that clauses 1 and 2 form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill as printed be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable members, before I ask the Honorable Attorney General, we should have asked the Honorable Prime Minister to move that the House proceed beyond 8 o'clock to conclude the, we can suspend all the standing orders. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I start by apologizing because I was warned by the honorable member, but I thought it was 10 o'clock. The honorable member, Ms. Ferguson, but I thought it was 10 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I will now ask that we suspend the standing order so we could go beyond 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the powers of attorney amendment, that the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021 was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendments. I move that the bill be now read a third time and passed as printed.
Honorable members, I put a question that the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021, published on the 10th of December, be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Deeds Registry Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 16 of 2021.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening, sir, to move a motion requesting that the National Assembly refer to the Committee on Appointments the task of making suitable recommendations to the Assembly in relation to candidates to be identified as the nominee of the Assembly to be appointed by His Excellency the President to serve on particular
bodies established pursuant to the recently enacted Natural Resource Fund Act 2021. It would be recalled, sir, that this Honorable House considered and approved a new Natural Resource Fund Act last month, an act that incorporated a number of provisions that were originally reflected in the predecessor Natural Resource Fund Act 2019, but an act that very importantly amended or revised certain pertinent provisions in that predecessor act. And in fact, sir, if I might be allowed an opportunity to retrace our steps in this regard, it would be recalled that the then APNU AFC government brought a Natural Resource Fund bill to this Honorable House in the latter months of 2018, I believe, in fact, it was in November 2018. The then APNU AFC government, as history now records it, then faced a no confidence motion on the 21st of December 2018, which no confidence motion was successfully passed, as a result of which a sequence of events should have transpired related to the resignation of the cabinet, the dissolution of the parliament, and the calling of an election within 90 days. That sequence, of course, did not occur because of the then APNU AFC's government refusal to respect the consequences of the no confidence motion. And instead, the then administration proceeded, sir, to force through this House the Natural Resource Fund bill that was then before the House. The People's Progressive Party, then in opposition, led by opposition leader Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, now Vice President and former President, made very clear from the earliest days of sight of that Natural Resource Fund bill, then opposition People's Progressive Party registered our grave concerns regarding that Natural Resource Fund bill. The bill, approved subsequently in January 2019, suffered, of course, the very fundamental defect of having been considered and approved by this House after a no confidence motion had successfully been moved against the government, then government, which was a point that we highlighted and expressed concerns about from that very moment. But in addition to that, sir, that Natural Resource Fund bill included a number of very fundamental defects in the contents of the bill, which we also highlighted from the very earliest of days. And even after that bill would have been passed by the administration then in government, but refusing and still refusing to respect the results of the no confidence motion, the People's Progressive Party continued to register our concerns about the contents of the bill. And our concerns regarding the contents of the bill, or our main concerns regarding the contents of the bill, could, sir, be highlighted thus. First, sir, we highlighted our concerns regarding the weak and almost non-existent governance arrangements regarding the fund. And specifically, we highlighted two grave concerns and egregious defects of what was then the Natural Resource Fund Act. First, the extensive and excessive powers of the Minister of Finance. And in particular, sir, it would be recalled that the Minister of Finance had vast powers related to overall management of the fund, appointment of officers of the fund, contracting of advisors to the fund, determination of the economically sustainable amount that could be withdrawn from the fund, with determination of the fiscally sustainable amount that could be withdrawn from the fund, and all other matters, determination of certain expenses that could be incurred by the fund, amongst other matters. And we said then very clearly that we had a grave concern about the excessive powers of the Minister of Finance as reflected in what was then the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019. Relatedly, sir, we registered our grave concern that that act was in violation of the most fundamental of principles of good governance, and in direct violation of the international standards that govern the operations of sovereign wealth fund, the standards that are described as the Santiago Principles, particularly as they relate to the requirement that a governing body be in place. The Natural Resource Fund Act 2019, sir, made no provision for a governing body because there was no board of directors or governing council or governing body responsible for the overall management. Instead, sir, as I have just mentioned, the overall management of the fund rested solely, entirely, and autocratically within the hands and sole purview of the Minister of Finance. And so we registered at the time, sir, our concerns about those two related, fundamental, indeed fatal defects of the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019. The absence of a board of directors and of any other comparable governing body or governing structure responsible for the overall management of the fund, and the excessive, pervasive, and autocratic overreach of roles, responsibilities, and powers placed in the hands of the Minister of Finance. We expressed also, sir, serious concerns about the lack of transparency written into the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019 in a number of respects, including, first and foremost, a complex and elaborate architecture to govern withdrawals from the fund, and specifically a formula captured in Schedule 1 to the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019, a formula that was designed to be so obscure that it was completely opaque. Needless to say, beyond its opacity, beyond its inherent obscurity and opacity, was this ultimate power of the minister to determine and decide So to give you an example, sir, although what was then described as a macroeconomic committee was established ostensibly to advise on the economically sustainable amount, ominously, sir, it wasn't that committee that was going to determine the macroeconomically sustainable amount. It was the Minister of Finance who still was going to determine. And so in the architecture as it was written, some structures were established to create the veneer of decency. So on the surface, if one were to read the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019 quickly and superficially, one would say that there is a large technical macroeconomic committee analyzing all manner of things to determine the economically sustainable amount. But when you stop and read closely, you discover that that committee was only making recommendations. The decision was still being made by the Minister of Finance. So one had to be extremely careful and detailed in one's examination of the NRF Act 2019 to discover the hoodwink that was being attempted by the APNU AFC on the people of Guyana, creating the veneer of this elaborate architecture of a macroeconomic committee, when in fact the committee was powerless to make any decision, and the decisions were being made entirely by the minister. Someone said a smoke screen. One person, one man. And that's an important point to which I will return shortly. And so, Mr. Speaker, we registered our grave concerns about the complexity of this architecture designed to be opaque, when in fact all of the decision-making authority rested in a single individual. And I hear one of my colleagues reminding us, sir, that in this instance, the individual in whose hands all of the decision-making authority was placed is an individual who said that he believed a signing bonus was a gift. Sir, we also expressed concerns about provisions written into the law that allowed expenditure to be met from the fund without prior parliamentary approval. So there are a number of provisions in the law that speak about expenses being met directly from the fund. And there's a lot of elaborate and sophisticated language used once again to create the smoke screen of transparency. So the language is used like direct charge on the fund, trying, sir, to borrow and mimic language that we use elsewhere. So we speak in other legislation about a direct charge on the consolidated fund, transplanting that language into the NRF Act and speaking about a direct charge on the fund, trying to create the impression that there was some rigor and transparency here, when in fact the effect and consequence of those provisions were really to allow expenditure to be met from the fund without prior parliamentary approval. And the list, sir, goes on. The list, sir, goes on, including, of course, if I might return to the point just made, including the blatant abuse by diversion of monies that belonged in this fund, and in fact, that predated the establishment of this fund, diversion of monies that belonged in the consolidated fund, in particular the signing bonus, which at that time should have been paid into the consolidated fund, but instead was diverted and used for purposes as yet unknown. The People's Progressive Party, sir, under the leadership of its General Secretary and then opposition leader, now Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, placed on public record all of these concerns. And we gave a commitment then that when elected to government, we will move immediately to correct these offensive and egregious provisions in the Natural Resource Fund Act. We made that promise and commitment to the people of Guyana. And we went further and said that unless those fatal flaws are fixed, not a cent from the Natural Resource Fund will be utilized. And so, this is the essence of good governance. Because we said to the electorate, this is our position on the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019. This is what we will do when we get into government to fix those fatal flaws. And upon our return to office, sir, we have now delivered on our commitment to fix those fatal flaws. Where the Minister of Finance once had unlimited powers, those powers have been removed from the Minister of Finance. By our, correct? I'm prompted to emphasize, sir, where the Minister of Finance had unlimited powers under the APNU AFC's Natural Resource Fund Act of 2019, those powers have been removed by the People's Progressive Party Civics Natural Resource Fund Act of 2021. Where there was no board of directors in the APNU AFC's configuration of the Natural Resource Fund, there is now a board of directors in the People's Progressive Party Civics configuration of the Natural Resource Fund. Where there was a complex and incomprehensible formula to determine transfers from the fund under the APNU AFC's Natural Resource Fund Act 2019, under the People's Progressive Party Natural Resource Fund Act 2021, there is a simple formula that can be understood by each and every single Guyanese person. I understand, sir, that they said they were going to get a Nobel Prize winner in economics to serve on the macroeconomic committee. Sir, the Natural Resource Fund belongs to the people of Guyana. And the people of Guyana, the last time I checked, sir, amongst the people of Guyana, we don't have as yet a Nobel Prize winner in economics. As yet. The people of Guyana own this fund, sir. And the people of Guyana must understand the basis on which the amount to be transferred from the fund is computed. Sir, there has been much hullabaloo. There's been much hullabaloo about the formulas that we have introduced to determine the ceiling applicable to transfers from the fund. But in all of this hullabaloo, sir, one feature is striking. They're speaking about how much money can be transferred under the People's Progressive Party civic formula. One feature is striking in all of this hullabaloo. Not a single soul has proffered or ventured a number to represent what would have been transferred under the APNU AFC formula. Not a single number, sir. In all of this hullabaloo, not one of them or their surrogates has been able to volunteer a single guess as to what would have been transferred. Not even the Nobel Prize winners that they were planning to call on. Not a single soul has been able to volunteer what the number would have been under the APNU AFC formula. And the reason for that, sir, is very simple. Because one man would have decided that number. One man. We have fixed that. Whereas, sir, under the APNU AFC configuration, it would have been possible for expenditure to be met from the fund without prior parliamentary approval. We have written it into the law that every single cent to be spent from the fund, every single cent to be transferred from the fund to the consolidated fund. Let me emphasize that, because no expenditure is being met directly from the fund. Withdrawals are being made from the fund and are being transferred to the consolidated fund. And we have written into the law that every single cent to be nothing can be transferred out of the fund unless it benefits from prior approval of the National Assembly. And by extension, what that means is that every single cent to be spent out of the transfers of the fund will be subject to scrutiny through the budgetary process. Sir, not once, but at least twice and possibly more, because you have what we will describe as ex-ante scrutiny, scrutiny at the time that the budget is being considered for approval. And you have what we will describe as ex-post scrutiny, scrutiny through the ex-post accountability process that involves the Auditor General, the preparation of financial statements by the Accountant General and the government and the NRF and other entities, audits by the Auditor General, reporting back to the National Assembly, consideration by the Public Accounts Committee, which is chaired by a member of the opposition, thanks to standing orders that we wrote during our last term of office. We wrote into the new standing orders the stipulation that the Public Accounts Committee shall be chaired by a member of the opposition. And so you have not only ex-ante scrutiny, sir, but you have ex-post scrutiny. And here again, the list goes on. Having enacted the new Natural Resource Fund Act of 2021, sir, we now come to this House to give this House an opportunity that it would not have had otherwise. Because, sir, had we proceeded to implement the NRF Act 2019, there wouldn't have been a board of directors. We are now coming to this House to seek this House's instruction to the Committee of Appointments that that committee identify a suitable nominee for the board of directors. And I wish to say, sir, I've seen a lot of debate. They have made a big fuss about the fact that the board shall be appointed by the president. Well, sir, the president, the last time I checked, also appoints the Minister of Finance. And none of them had any problem with the Minister of Finance exercising all of those powers, but they suddenly have a problem with the president. None of them had a problem with the Minister of Finance, who is appointed by the president and who is clearly a political figure. None of them had a problem with this sole individual appointed by the president having responsibility for overall management of the fund, but they suddenly have a problem with a 5-person board appointed by the president. Let me say, sir, first of all, that you're moving from 1 to 5. That very fact alone, the very fact that you're moving away from 1 individual to 5 represents a vast improvement. Furthermore, sir, you are moving to 5 appointed by the president, who is president by virtue of having won a mandate from the people of Guyana. Now, I know the AP and UAFC has a difficulty understanding the will of the people. But this president, sir, has a mandate from the people of Guyana, a mandate to govern. And so the fact that the board will be appointed by the highest executive authority in Guyana, the president, that itself is a further improvement. This is not a board appointed by the minister. It's a board appointed by the president. And on top of that, sir, the fact that the board has a representative, or a nominee rather, of the National Assembly, that, sir, is an even added positive feature in the architecture that we've established. And against that background, sir, we now come to this honorable House to launch the process that will lead to this House identifying its nominee to the Board of Directors. It would, of course, be well known that the committee tasked with such matters under the standing orders is the Committee on Appointments. Standing Order 84.3, paragraph B3, provides that it shall be the duty of the Committee on Appointments to make recommendations to the National Assembly on any matter referred to it by the Assembly from time to time. And in that regard, we're asking for this Assembly to refer this matter to the committee. I might add, sir, that the motion as submitted points out that there shall be a board of directors which shall comprise of not less than 3 and not more than 5 members who shall be appointed by the president, and one of whom shall be nominated by the National Assembly. That is provided for under Section 5 of the NRF Act. We could, sir, conceivably have brought a second motion in relation to Section 6 of the Act. Because not only does this National Assembly have an opportunity to nominate a member of the Board of Directors, but this National Assembly also has the authority to nominate a member of the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee, another layer of oversight. In this instance, a layer that is expected and required and mandated to provide non-governmental oversight. And that Public Accountability and Oversight Committee, sir, is also appointed by the President and shall also include a nominee of the National Assembly, but will include furthermore representatives of the religious community, the private sector, organized labor, and the professions. And so, sir, with your permission and under your guidance, it would be my proposal that instead of us bringing a second motion under Section 6 of the Act, to ask that the National Assembly also ask the Committee of Appointments to identify a suitable nominee for the PUC to serve on the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee. It would be my respectful wish, sir, under your guidance, to propose that the motion as submitted be amended appropriately to ask this National Assembly not only to refer to the Committee on Appointments the task of making a suitable recommendation on the candidate to be identified as the nominee to be appointed by the President to serve on the Board of Directors pursuant to Section 5 of the NRF Act, but also to ask the Committee on Appointments to identify that other candidate to be proposed as the nominee of the Assembly to be appointed to serve on the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee pursuant to Section 6 of the Natural Resource Fund Act. I will be guided by you, sir, on the appropriate procedure to be followed to propose those amendments, and at the appropriate time I will do so. But let me emphasize also that these steps that we are taking to operationalize the enhanced governance arrangements regarding the Natural Resource Fund represent important steps to operationalize this architecture, and in particular to operationalize this architecture in the interest of Guyana and the people of Guyana. Because, sir, as I indicated earlier, the fund belongs to the people of Guyana. The resources that are contained in the fund are intended to be used in pursuit of economic and social development of Guyana. Some currently, and the rest to meet the objective of intergenerational saving or intergenerational equity. So some will be used to implement developmental initiatives currently, and some will be saved. And the formula that we have written in there addresses that issue. It addresses transfers from the fund to the consolidated fund to meet immediate development needs, and it addresses the issue of saving for the future as the fund accumulates. And I end on that note, sir, specifically to make this point. Let us be clear. Let us be clear that all of the antics that we are observing by the APNU-AFC have but one design: to delay the implementation of the Natural Resource Fund Act, not as an end objective, but with the ultimate aim of disrupting and obstructing development in Guyana and in the interest of the people of Guyana. That really is what this is all about. That is what all this noise on the 29th of December that we saw, that's what this noise was about. To frustrate implementation of the act, and in so doing, to disrupt and derail delivery of development outcomes for the people of Guyana. This is not the first time that we're seeing this. We saw it before with Amila Falls. We've seen it on so many occasions. But sir, with those remarks, I wish to conclude simply by moving that the motion contained in notice paper number 165 be considered by this House and be approved subject to the amendments to which I alluded earlier. And as I indicated, sir, I'll be guided by you on when and how to move those amendments. With those remarks, I commend the motion to the House, and I say on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government that we remain unswerved and unshaken in our commitment to ensure that the revenues earned from Guyana's new and emerging oil and gas sector are deployed in the interest of accelerated economic and social development in our country, for which the people of Guyana have long been waiting. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I think this is a good time to take a suspension for 15 minutes, and please let us be back here in 15 minutes.
Saki, not one rice grain. not one cries, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one cries. Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places. Talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no king.
Thank you. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't add much to the remarks that I've already given, except once again to commend this motion to the House with a view to the appropriate parliamentary processes being activated, which ultimately will lead to the Committee of Appointments bringing back recommendations to this House, and which hopefully this Honourable House will see it fit to approve those recommendations, and we can then proceed to implement the relevant sections of the Act. But thank you very much once again, sir, and I commend the motion to the House. Some brief amendments have been circulated in the name of the Honourable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, and so I expect that those will be moved at the appropriate time by the Honourable Minister as appropriate. Thank you.
So now is the appropriate time to move the motion as amended? No? No. Thank you. Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendments to the motion. There's a slight oversight, and in accordance with Standing Order 6037, the amendments have been circulated that after the second and whereas clause, we're adding the following that says, and whereas section 6(1) also requires a nominee from the National Assembly to the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee in accordance with section 6, subclause 7, and that because they're consequential amendments, because instead of one nominee, there are two from two different committees, we are deleting the original be it resolved clause and replacing it as follows. Be it resolved that this National Assembly refer to the Committee of Appointments the task of making suitable recommendations to the Assembly on the candidates to be identified as the nominees of the Assembly to be appointed by President to serve on the Board of Directors of the Natural Resource Fund and the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee in accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Natural Resource Fund Act 2021. In making this amendment, sir, it will release us as an assembly to have to come back and make another nomination for the second nominee under the Natural Resource Fund.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I now put the question that the motion as amended and the amendment has been circulated. I now put the question that the motion as amended be approved. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion as amended is now approved. Honorable members, we'll now move to the Gas to Shore project, and I invite the honorable member, Mr. David Patterson, to move his motion. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a motion calling on the PPP to pause the development of the proposed Wales Gas to Shore project until further studies are conducted into the feasibility of this project. In particular, the environmental and economic impact. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, please accept my profound gratitude for your approval of this motion, which was submitted to the Parliament almost 3 months ago, and is now being afforded the opportunity of a debate.
Honorable member, let me just correct you. When a motion is submitted to the table clerk, it is read against the standing orders. If the motion or a question doesn't comply with the standing orders, it is referred to the mover. If the mover is willing, they will amend. The Speaker has the authority to amend motion. He refrains from that. He would normally say to the clerk, please inform the members. So whether something reaches the table clerk 10 months and it takes 8.5 months to be amended and resubmitted, you have to count from when it is properly submitted. Properly submitted. So if you're going to go down that road again, right, about how long your original motion was submitted, I will also ask you to tell the House what were some of the reasons why it went to and fro.
Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, sir, I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
However, for the record, sir, the motion was submitted to the Parliament on October the 27th, 2021. Sir, the Gas to Shore. Sir,
Sir,
Honorable member,
Honorable member, the motion was submitted to the Parliament. A motion submitted to the Parliament constitutes the approval of the Speaker. The motion submitted in October did not meet the requirements of a motion. And so we had to get you a long-standing member of Parliament who should know the rules and who must know the rules, noting you have served in such high offices within this land. Should know the rules. So let's continue, and I will ask that we strike out those comments about October the 12th.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue, sir, and you, of course, being the neutral, great, impartial person as you are, sir, can strike what you like. Sir, that is your privilege as the Speaker of this House, sir. Sir, I will say Julius Verne, sir, wrote a novel, Around the World in 80 Days, where the main character, Phileas Fogg, would have completed his circumnavigation of the world before
Honorable members, I would like
before a motion presented to this Parliamentary National Assembly could be debated. Such, sir, is the pace of our democracy under your stewardship. And maybe, sir, that is what moved the Leader of the Opposition to submit a motion yesterday. The pace in which, sir, the opposition's motions, questions, and other business are being attended to. Perhaps, sir, but that is a discussion for another day. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, it should be noted that this motion is not seeking to have the Gas Ashore project terminated. Since during this debate, both sides will highlight that the original concept to bring gas to shore for the purpose of power generation was first proposed by the APNU plus AFC administration way back in 2016. As the country is aware, the studies that the PPPC have used as justification for this project were all executed by the APNU plus AFC. However, what they will not readily admit is that we on this side, and what we on this side will highlight, that these studies were incomplete. Mr. Speaker, with no additional studies, no further detailed analysis, the PPP will be plunging the nation headfirst into what will be the largest infrastructure project in the country's history, disregarding the nation's appeal to examine all the implications of this project in detail. Mr. Speaker, this motion calls for the project to be suspended and referred to the Standing Committee of Natural Resources. This committee shall conduct additional studies on the cost, location, environmental challenges, as well as alternative energy sources. And on completion, present a fulsome report to this Parliament for debate and approval. Mr. Speaker, let us go all the way back to the beginning. Mr. Speaker, on our assumption to office in 2015, we found a broken power company. GPL was on its knees, aging with inadequate generating sets, little or no maintenance to our transmission and distribution network, and financially crippled by over 30% technical and commercial losses. The company, sir, was on life support. In May of 2015, sir, the Demerara-Berbice Interconnected System, the DBIS, produced approximately 130 megawatts against a peak demand of 124 megawatts. Included in this gross generation system was 14 megawatts produced by generating sets, sir, generating sets that should have already been retired, but they were kept in operation. 28 megawatts of the 2015 generating stock was due to be retired in 2018. Plus, GPL, sir, was losing 20 megawatts annually due to commercial and technical losses. So, in reality, it was projected, sir, by the end of 2018, GPL would only be generating around 70 megawatts of reliable power, and therefore would immediately require an additional 50 megawatts to meet the existing peak demand. So those are the 50 megawatts that the Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister in there have, sir. So we handed them brand new sets. A year and a half ago, sir. So these sets are modular sets that you can just sit and put and turn on. That, sir, they can't even get right. Can't even get that right, sir. Brand new sets they can't hook up. Problem, you could, sir, there's no problem with brand new sets, sir. Brand new sets from who we sent away, who they brought back. But you'll have a chance to speak, sir. It was against this backdrop that various studies were undertaken to address the shortfall in the fastest, most economical, and environmentally friendly manner. Mr. Speaker, these are the initial studies conducted by the APNU AFC administration, which the PPP has since adopted wholesale. Sadly, in their haste to get their hands on the oil money for this project, they have not even bothered to read the reports critically. The initial report supported the usage of approximately 30 MCFD, sir, which is a million cubic feet per day, for natural gas to provide approximately 188 megawatts to the DBIS in a phased and systematic manner. All the studies were executed by highly qualified consultants with the support of international agencies such as the IDB and the government of Japan. These findings, sir, were also supported by the operator ExxonMobil. Extensive studies were conducted assessing a suitable location for the possible landing of a gas pipe to shore, where more than 20, sir, more than 20 locations along the entire coast of Guyana were examined, ranging from Charity to Crabbrook Creek. Each location was ranked based on the following criteria. Land size. Sir, we had put a minimum of 200 acres. Immediate use would have been about 30 acres for the power plant, but there would be space for future expansion. The selected site must have a buffer zone to mitigate environmental issues such as noise and dust pollution. Site development costs, sir. The topography, sir, the accessibility of the site and those things were considered. Accessibility to utilities and infrastructure, sir. The nearness, the existing GPL infrastructure. Distance and accessibility to the FPSO, sir. The proximity and accessibility to the FPSO. Sir, these are all the criteria. And of course, the socio-economic and environmental impact. All the studies, sir, recommended landing a pipeline on the location somewhere between Mahaika and Rosignol corridor. There has been no evidence presented to the Guyanese of an independent study that recommends the whale's location. Absolutely no study, sir. Mr. Speaker, with this motion, the government now has the opportunity to provide the facts to the Guyanese nation. Now is the time to put up or shut up. Mr. Speaker, based on the power generation expansion study conducted in 2016 and updated in 2018 in association with the IDB, a report, sir, which the PPP has tabled to justify the Wales Gas to Shore project. It was determined in that report that the country's energy demand would be 330 megawatts by 2035. In other words, sir, this study indicates that in 13 years, the estimated additional demand on the DBIS would be in the range of 200 megawatts over the current demand. So these are the studies which they put, the PPP, none other than the Vice President and his team debated and provided to the Guyanese public as a justification of the Wales Gas to Shore project, sir. And this is what is contained in the studies. To arrive at these estimates, sir, this is the important part. To arrive at these estimates, the consultants interviewed all the major sectors that sustain their projected energy needs. Consultations, sir, were held in 2016 and 2018, sir, with the bauxite industry. The industry was asked if there were any plans to construct a smelter in the country, sir, high demand. What do you have? Their response was a resounding no, on the basis that the known deposits of bauxite, because of the bauxite, that it would not be a profitable venture. Additionally, sir, worldwide smelting operations were being consolidated to ensure better economies of scale in the industry. Sir, we went to the Gold Board and the Miners Association. That industry was consulted about the feasibility of establishing a gold refinery in Guyana. They also indicated on the experiences of our neighbor Suriname, that this as well would not be feasible, sir. So therefore, we're talking about the large energy. The logging industry was consulted, sir. Consultations were also held with this group on the processing of timber. This industry indicated that there were no plans for large-scale kilns. In any event, the industry indicated that they intend, when they are doing processing, to use solar kilns. Gaisuko, sir, the consultants considered another possible large-scale users. Gaisuko indicated that they were moving towards cogeneration, sir, and they will be looking to supply the DBST rather than receive from the DBST. The Manufacturers Association, sir, we consulted them. This association indicated that while cheaper electricity would make their products more competitive, any new manufacturing process was a long way off. So we even went to the private sector, the large manufacturers, banks, DIH and DDL. Banks indicated, sir, they were already self-generating. And even if power was available cheaper, they had concerns about the reliability of supply of electricity. DDL, sir, you can check all these things. It's in the report that they tabled. They never read it. But it's in the report that they tabled and this provided. DDL indicated, sir, that they were moving towards renewable energies to power their operations. Sir, the PPP has announced that projected power supply, I want you all to listen to this. Sir, this is in chapter 3 of their LCDS. The projected power demand for the DBIS is 415 megawatts by 2025. That's correct, sir. An additional 290 megawatts in the next 3 years. However, sir, they have failed to inform the country which industries will be requiring this power. In other words, they are committing the people of Guyana to building a power plant, committing more than $1.5 billion US, but they have no end users. As a country, we will be paying for electricity which we cannot currently utilize. since this supply is nearly 3 times the current demand. Once again, sir, during this debate, the PPP needs to inform the nation who will be using these 290 extra megawatts over the next 3 years. Bearing in mind, sir, there's nothing going on now. Gaisuko, sir, they dropped their target. They brought their turnaround, sir, till they turn around. I turn and they dropped their target for 2022. Sir, there is no industry, sir, that currently that can take the demand according to the PPP, sir. And the purpose of this motion is to show, sir, there's just a pie in the sky. They have no plan, sir, but they just want to spend the money. They just want to spend the money. Sir, when we talk about the cost, project costs, Mr. Speaker, based on the studies referred to earlier, both independent consultants and Exxon estimated the final projected cost of a gas-to-shore project in a location along the East Coast, inclusive of a natural gas plant, would be under $400 million US. Sir, we have that in black and white, sir. The total project cost was listed to be approximately $700 million US, which would be inclusive of the power plants, site infrastructure, and the transmission and distribution network. The latest estimate, sir, provided by the PPP is a cost of over $900 million for the pipeline and gas plant alone. The cost for the power plant and associated works is anticipated to cost an additional $600 million, giving us the overall projected budget cost, sir, of $1.5 billion US. I see the minister's on his phone trying to get some information. He has to speak next, but there's nothing disputable or contestable about my presentation. The nation, sir, is still waiting on answers to several questions related to these inflated costs over what was stated up to 2020. Sir, first question the nation would like the PPP to answer, maybe through this vote. What account to the big difference, sir, of over $800 million US, more than double the cost for the Wales location compared to the APNU AFC location on the East Coast? And sir, for the nation, let me explain and let me highlight where we left it. Sir, by August 2020, all the surveys, sir, done, sir. The exact same survey ships that have been surveying for Exxon they have that remarkable fine rate, sir, 90%, 4D, sir, from the SPSO Lisa 1 all the way up to the mud flaps was surveyed in depth. So, sir, there was no question of any new technical details, sir. Sir, in 2018 and 2019, sir, a LiDAR plane came from Colombia. It spent 3 months or more, sir, surveying the entire coast, sir, by LiDAR. So that information is there, sir. So when we have a cost, when we were given a cost of $700 million total, so all the information was there, sir. There was no ambiguity, there's no unknowns or whatever. Sir, but as soon as the PPP comes in, the contract sum jumps by 800 million. Sir, so they have an opportunity. I see several speakers are here. They have an opportunity to be specific and tell this nation where the extra money is, sir. Sir, they haven't even informed us, sir. Is storage cost?
Mr. Speaker, are you presiding over Market House or the House of the August House of the National Assembly? Because it seems it's only...
Honorable member, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm noting that you say nothing with the heckling, but of course, sir, you sir, being as neutral as you are.
Honorable member, I'm hearing you.
Sir, I recommend, sir, you may have to use a checkup or something, sir. To preside over a parliament as active as this, sir, you probably need to expand your hearing range. Yes, the people of this country, the British Speaker, the lobby speaker, the people of the country deserve to know what is going on in this country. And I would hope, sir, and we would hope, sir, and I do hope, sir, that you would preside it in a manner in which I could make my presentation without the interruption there. But you, sir, obviously you're not hearing it. But that's okay, sir. Sir, Mr. Speaker, our storage costs included in the estimated Wales 900 million. If so, what's this amount? What is the cost of the Wales project, including transmission and distribution? Well, there, before the transportation of the gas from the receiving port, sir, nothing. Has this transportation been costed? How much, sir, how much is the insurance coverage for this pipeline? Because, sir, it's a dangerous substance we bring in here, sir. Insurance it is, sir. Who will be paying this? Will it be the people of Guyana? Will it be Exxon? Will it be some other third party, sir? These are things that have been silent, absolutely silent about. Sir, and of course, the nation would like to know how the Wales project is being financed and when it is expected to be completely paid off, sir. So we've been made aware, sir, that Exxon has given a proposal to the government, and here it is, folks. They have given a proposal to the government that we will give up our lifts, sir. We have our lifts. So therefore, we will give up a certain amount of lifts per year to finance this project, sir. So therefore, and that maybe is why they are trying to raid the National Resource Fund, sir, because there'll be no money coming in because we've made up. And sir, the Minister of Finance is late.
Honorable member, you said they are trying to raid, imputing something on behalf of.
Sir, may I clarify, sir? The PPP.
Thank you.
The PPP, sir, are trying to, what should I say, gouge at the trough of the National Resources Fund. And they would like to do so quickly, sir, because, sir, and they have the opportunity, sir, to respond, sir, but they realize, sir, maybe the financing that lifts, we will not get the amount of lift to replenish the fund. So what are they going to do, sir? Take everything out now. Sir, gas sales agreement. Exxon has confirmed that before construction commences, the company will be entering into a gas sales agreement with the government of Guyana. Sir, that means we will pay ExxonMobil for our gas. In addition to the cost of the pipeline, the government is yet to provide the nation with several questions regarding this gas sale agreement. Has this gas sale agreement has it been signed? If so, when? Why are we paying, sir, for the associated gas? Sir, we as a nation, I speak here as a Guyanese representing Guyana. Sir, I want to put on record, sir, sir, that the coalition government insisted in our initial conversation.
Honorable members, please allow the honorable member to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that the coalition government insisted and Exxon accepted our position that we as Guyanese would not be paying for the gas. Our only cost, sir, would be associated with the pipeline, the transportation of the gas through the pipeline. The PPP, sir, have reverted from this position. That is what they have done, sir. They've reverted, sir, and they've put us in a position where we will be paying for our gas. something that the coalition would have never, ever done. Sir, they have not even told us, sir, will Guyana be paying market rates for gas? History suggests, sir, that the price of gas varies considerably. It has doubled it has more than doubled in the last few years. Will we be paying market prices, sir? Sir, during the winter time like now, sir, the prices are high.
Honorable Member, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome,
finally
sir.
Acknowledging.
You're welcome, sir.
You for finally acknowledging the noise over there, over yonder. Sir, the PPP will be committing us, sir, to pay market rates, sir, for our own gas. In a warm country like Guyana, sir, when the gas prices goes up in temperate countries, we, sir, will have to be facing the brunt of it. Sir, were there any studies done to determine the upper limit at which gas is viable as a new source of energy, sir? Sorry, you know, I mean, they will get up and quote numbers, I'm sure. They have done that ad nauseum, the price of gas versus heavy fuel oil, blah, 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 sir. Which studies do you have, sir, to justify that? Sir, what will Exxon be paid for this gas? How will they be paid, sir? Who will the contract be with? With the government? This new Wales Development Authority that they announced 2 budgets ago, be hearing nothing of, sir, or any? And finally, sir, the public would like to know, sir, will this gas sale agreement be made public? So transparency, sir, has always been their bane. Mr. Speaker, there's still great uncertainty I'm talking about gas availability, the exact amount of gas, associated gas that will be available. Exxon has reported that approximately 10 TCF, trillion cubic feet, have been discovered to date, sir. There have been no independent verification of this claim. The PPP are embarking on a multi-billion-dollar project without even checking to ensure that Exxon's projections are correct. And sir, there are a few additional issues, sir, that people of Guyana should know. Most of this 10 trillion cubic feet, sir, are in the northeast area of Guyana. That's correct, sir. 80% of the associated gas discovered so far is in the opposite direction to the proposed location of the gas to shore well. Once again, the question needs to be asked, why Wales? So why not a location in Region 5 or even Region 6, sir, which they claim are their political base? Why not Region 5 or Region 6? Why Wales? Sir, all the gas, 80% of the gas, 8 trillion cubic feet, are in the southeast of this country. And sir, here's the kicker as well. Exxon has projected to seek development approval for the southeast fields in the mid to late 2030s, some 10 years from now. So in the foreseeable future, the Wales Gas Ashore project can only be supplied by a very limited supply of natural gas. The PPP has been claiming that the gas to shore project will have added industries outside of gas for the power and natural gas, LNG. However, they fail to inform the nation where this additional gas will be coming from. So for the record, a methanol plant, sir, urea, requires 85 million cubic feet per day. A fertilizer plant, a minimum of 77 million cubic feet a day. Sir, we only bring in 50 million cubic feet a day, sir. So I don't know where the extra gas comes from. Will be piped to shore, and for which, sir, 30 million cubic feet already allocated to the power generating section, sir. So they have an opportunity. They have an opportunity with this motion to inform us, sir. There's still more outstanding questions on the gas supply, such as, will there be need for additional transportation in the gas from receiving port? If so, who will be responsible and what cost? What about storage of gas, sir? Who's responsible and at what cost? Exxon, sir, has repeatedly stated that they're only responsible for bringing the gas to shore. It appears that they want to limit their liability by bringing a dangerous, volatile substance to shore and then seeking to claim that they will not be liable for what happens thereafter. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Guyanese people, I would like to put Exxon on notice that we, the people, will hold the company equally liable for any damages that may occur if the product you transport to our shores causes any damage to our environment. You cannot bring gas to shore and hand it over to this clueless government and then seek to absorb yourself from any liability, sir. So on the matter of the environment, there still remain several unaddressed issues. To date, only an application for the pipeline has been made to EPA. However, this project has several other components. When will the environmental permits for the additional sub-project applications be made? Will the challenges facing our local fishing industry be addressed? It would be foolhardy to proceed without providing a holistic plan for this industry. Sir, and it's been mentioned several times before, the Demerara River is our busiest sea lane. Will this pipeline adversely affect our maritime industry? Mr. Speaker, on GPL, any power produced by this project will have to be connected to the GPL grid. Who will be responsible for this connection between Wales and GPL? How will this connection be made, sir? The last attempt by the PPP to lay a submarine cable between Houston and Kingston was an abysmal failure. Are we going to do that again, sir? Sir, we can't depend on them, sir. They are clueless. They are clueless, sir. They cannot execute a simple project, no project whatsoever. Sir, Mr. Speaker, will GPL be forced to sign a power purchase agreement with the suppliers of the power generation? Is GPL in a financially sound position to enter in such a power purchase agreement? What are the conditions of this PPA? Will it be as previously proposed for the ill-fated Amila Falls project, sir? Sir, in that proposal, sir, a foreign company would have been empowered to garnish our reserves. As mentioned before, GPL transmission and distribution system is antiquated and on life support. What are the plans to upgrade this system to receive double the power that it is now managing? Mr. Speaker, in closing. So, but I do have time? Oh, thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the extra time, sir. So I have to go to local content. Sir, we have passed a law. Will this project, sir, with the law that we have just passed, sir, will this project fall under our local content legislation? Or will the Minister of Natural Resources exempt with a stroke of pen ExxonMobil from the local content requirements, or $900 million, because of course the Guyanese people are gleefully waiting, sir. They've already calculated based on all the money that could come, sir. Sir, and he's speaking next, sir, so he can get up and give a commitment, sir, that we will have a share, not just jobs, sir, that we will have a share based on our existing local content legislation on this project, sir. Mr. Speaker, in closing, as stated earlier, there's a great uncertainty surrounded this presentation. In my short presentation, sir, I've raised at least 24 questions that need to be addressed. So I'm sure my colleagues will raise others. In an effort to ensure that our country receives value for money, that we are not saddled with another harebrained project like the Skeldon Sugar Factory. It is proposed that the work be suspended on the Wales Gas to Shore project, allow the Natural Resources Committee to conduct further studies, hold public inquiries, and on completion, present a report to this Parliament for debate and approval. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister Deodatindar to make his presentation. Honorable members, please. Honorable members. I don't think shame is parliamentary. Honorable Minister Prasad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my delivery tonight on the motion raised by the Honorable Member Patterson, I would ask the Honorable Member, since it's his motion, that he stay for the entire response from our side. He usually have a trait, Mr. Speaker, of speaking and then doing a Houdini on us. He usually abscond because he doesn't want to hear the response. So here is the response. The first thing that I would say is that the Honorable Member was the Minister of Public Infrastructure. And in his 5 years, left the very company that he spoke of GPL, on its knees. $13.1 billion, every single government agency or GPL. They were bankrupt, Mr. Speaker. Bankrupt. Mr. Speaker, that is why we have had to put billions of dollars since we came back into government into GPL to deal with the hole that Mr. Patterson, the Honorable Member, left the GPL. The first thing. The second thing is that he spoke of capacity at GPL, generating capacity. Mr. Speaker, I'm at your mercy here. They were quarreling just now when my colleague was speaking when their boy was on the floor. But listen, it hurts. It hurts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about capacity. For 5 long years, the APNU and AFC government did not invest in anything to build that capacity. It was zero until the end of their life in government. They go and spend $50 million US to buy the 5 Wartsel engines. Let me tell you what is happening with the 5 Wartsel engine that Mr. Patterson spoke of just now. The 5 that he gave us new. As he gave us new.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
The Honorable Member Patterson. Good. So right now, those 5 engines are down. Nobody troubled them. It was the same person that they awarded the contract, had an EPC contract to construct and build out and commission. Every turn of that project that Mr. Patterson, the Honorable Member, left had issues, including the engines that were supplied. We have to every day labor behind that project, Mr. Speaker, to get it up. We are now faced with it, and it's been down for 5 or 6 days. But we're going to get it up, Honorable Member, and we'll get it working as it should. That project that the Honorable Member said, build capacity, still yet to deliver to the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, spoke of a number of things around power and power generation. I doubt that when he was Minister of Public Infrastructure, that he had the care and concern for the people of Guyana when he was leaving GPL in a place where it's on bended knees. Bended knees. When we came into government, GPL was on bended knees. Do you know, any one of y'all on the opposition side, do you know what is to have 1/3 of your annual income in receivables? Do you know for anyone over there to have 1/3 of their salary owed to them? That was the situation that the honorable member left GPL in. Mr. Speaker, they were just complaining about their delivery and being interrupted. But again, hear that. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to Mr. Patterson's comments on the gas to shore. He spoke, Mr. Patterson spoke of studies. He spoke of studies, Mr. Speaker. They raised the issue of the gas to energy project in the budget. Made a whole hullabaloo about the project in the budget that they presented. He did not do anything to move the process forward. Not a single thing that he's done to move the process forward. He said that they were the first one to commission a study. The Japanese company Kyoto Corporation did something called an oil and gas master plan in 2018. I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Patterson, they did nothing, the honorable member did nothing about that project. So to come here and to say, speak about on behalf of the Guyanese people and asking about the gas, the energy project that our government is doing something about to deliver to the people is nothing less than hypocrisy, if I can use such a word in this house. I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Patterson said that he's putting Exxon on notice. That is his exact word. He's putting Exxon on notice that they're bringing a dangerous substance to shore. Now, as the so-called, I think Mr. Patterson is the shadow minister of natural resources, the honorable member. Well, if you understand gas and how gas is converted into energy, if you look throughout the globe, it has been done. What dangerous gas the member spoke about? It is a manageable gas. Many countries across this globe have natural gas powering massive amounts of industrialization. So I do not understand the put on notice that he's putting the oil operator on about bringing a dangerous gas on shore. Mr. Patterson talk about, the honorable member talk about transmission and the amount of demand that the amount of demand in the country to take off the amount of capacity we're putting in. Mr. Speaker, the thing is, GPL in their modeling and forecasting for demand for the next 5 years put us at around 415 to 465 megawatts of power. How do you do that? You have, when we came into government, 106 megawatts of power when the country was demanding 117. That is what you were getting. Blackouts all the time. Soon as something happened, blackout all the time. 106 megawatts of energy of generating sets were operating. The rest was parked. They were old. They trip out every time. And that is what we found. We cannot hide that. That is on record. That's what we found. And the honorable member knows that. The thing he asked about how are we going to use up this, supply that we're putting in with the Amelia Falls and the gas to energy. I don't think that the opposition, Mr. Speaker, understand where Guyana is going. They don't understand where Guyana is going. Last year we grew The year before, we grew by double digits. 2022, we will literally double economic growth. That is where we are going, and you have to cater for that. You don't wait till the problem is upon you, Mr. Speaker, then also to prepare. You have to prepare now, you have to plan now. And that is what our government is doing. That, Mr. Speaker, is how the honorable member there used to manage, as my friend said, like a cake shop operation. When the problem is upon you, then you hustle, you scramble, you put things together. That is not how we do work. We have done this project in a systematic way. In a systematic way. We have discussed it. We have agreed. We have agreed on location, and I'll tell you how we have agreed on the location. I'll come to that. I'll come to that shortly. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying here are all registered as fact. Let me just say how we have selected the site, the criteria. The length of the pipe, it drives costs. So what they did is took the location and scribe an arc to see the lowest point in which it reached the shore. And that is all. That is all they did, Mr. Speaker. But there's a whole host of other criteria you have to consider with a project of this nature. Let me go through them. The length of the pipe drives costs. The thoroughfare crossing is a criteria. The road access to the site is a criteria. The land cover suitability is a criteria. The bridge and the stream crossing is another criterion. Site topography is another one. Soil and land condition is another one. Site accessibility via water is another one, because the engines will be so heavy, the structures will be so heavy, Mr. Speaker, it cannot go through the roads, it have to go through waterways. They don't understand that, Mr. Speaker. River to navigate with large vessels, that was another criteria. Dredging requirement, that was another criteria. How do you get large ships in shallow waters? You have to dredge it. Habitat type and quality was another criteria. This is not guesswork. This is systematic evaluation. Mangrove crossing requirements was another criteria. Distance to support services, something that you all have no idea about, was another criteria. When you have a place where you're building out a massive plant, two massive plants, an LNG plant and a power plant, you know what you need to build that? Thousands of tons of sand and gravel. You need machinery. You need a whole host of things to get that done. The distance to services is key in delivery of that. And my brother, the honorable member over there, have no clue of that. So to come in this parliament and talk about site, he doesn't know site evaluation and selection. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm sorry, but he doesn't. The other criteria is the potential for physical resettlement. Physical resettlement, you want to put it at Togo where you have mass dense population? Is that what you want to do? You have to look at flood risk. You have to look at flood risk. And lastly, the proximity to transmission, which he mentioned, and I'm going to address it here. When concurrently in building out the power plant, you have to build out the transmission network, because you have 230,000 volts emanating from it to go into the transmission system. And that will be built out concurrently, Mr. Speaker. So for him to ask questions, when he talk about a plan and a study, should have considered those things. You should have been able to tell the country, through the Honorable Speaker, he should have been able to tell the country. He, the Honorable Member, should be able to tell the country. You don't come and ask here, Mr. Speaker, and put that question to the People's Progressive Party. We know what we're doing over here. We don't guess. That is my introductory remarks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Patterson talked about environmental issues as if that is something close to the heart of the APNU AFC government. Let me tell you all, every one of you all, through the Speaker, the People's Progressive Party is the authority on the environment. Period. They are the authority on the environment. And I'll tell you this. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of representing Guyana at the World Petroleum Congress to speak about energy transition in a net zero position. Guyana, 13 years ago embarked on a low carbon development strategy because we have the ability to sequester and store with the forest that we have 19.5 billion tons of carbon and an annual sequestration of 154 million tons of carbon. That is our forest cover, grasslands and everything. That is what we have. We have maintained it, we've managed it, we have kept it pristine. And that is what our record is. We are not the government that cut down forests and have forestation without accountability. So I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, it is our record through the LCDS strategy, and we have launched it and expanded to include the blue and ocean economy. And that is our record. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke about something that struck me. It struck me when he spoke about when they were consulting people like banks, DIH and DDL and the forestry sector, that they tell them that they're not investing and it don't make sense. I don't know who y'all was talking, sorry Mr. Speaker, who the honorable member was talking to when they were talking to banks, DDL and the GMSA and the logging sector. I don't know, because every single private sector organization in this country has endorsed the gas to energy because it delivers cheaper power, it cuts it by half. Mr. Speaker, right now GPL produces power about 30 US cents per kilowatt. That is the highest in this hemisphere. With this gas to energy project, it's sort of 5.5 cents per kilowatt. 5.5 cents. With the Amelia project, the current estimate is 7.7 cents. It is chalk and cheese. So to say to the Guyanese people, industry and individuals, that you're not going to cut their bill in any way, shape or form, you have no plan, and we should park this in some committee for it to stay there and die a natural death, is just wrong by all standards. It is just wrong. The suggestion by the honorable member to put this in a committee is to tell the Guyanese people that we don't care about your struggles when your light bill come at the end of the month. We don't care about your struggle if your manufacturing cost is eating out your bottom line. We don't care about your struggle if you're cutting chicken and the blade that you use with the motor is eating into your profit. We don't care about those things. That is what the suggestion, the effects of the suggestion is by the honorable member. But I'll say this to you, the People's Progressive Party care about those things. That is why we're going to do this project. This project, Mr. Speaker, will deliver industrialization in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. It will deliver industrialization in Guyana. And industrialization might be a new term for my colleagues across the House, but it is something that we must do. If we do not do, we will end up a rich country on paper, but not in substance. That is not the thinking of the People's Progressive Party government. What we will do is deliver industrialization the way we know how to do it, in a phased manner. The first thing you do is cheaper energy. That is what this project is. So to you, for the honorable member to say to take it to a select committee is not just wrong, it is unpatriotic. It is anti-nationalistic. Because the competitiveness of this country and the people and their business rests with the cost of energy. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I came from the private sector. I actually came from the private sector. I had a job. I had a job as an executive. I managed companies' finance for 16.5 years. One of the biggest drag on profits is energy costs. Those same generators that the honorable member talk about, the low speed and the high speed by DDL and banks and all of them, if you check it to the cost of manufacturing, the total cost, it's between 17 to 25%. It eats out the bottom line. So for any company, Mr. Speaker, to say that they don't want cheaper energy, well, I don't know who they were talking to. I really don't know who they were talking to. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talk about transparency. Transparency. Nancy Story, come and Gail. Transparency. He spoke about that and telling us on this side about transparency. The first thing we did When we came into government, when the Payara permit was approved, we published it on the website. The Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat published it on the website. First thing that we did, that is what we promised in our manifesto, Mr. Speaker. That is what we did. Everything we do, we disclose it to the people. Vice President Jagdeo holds his press conference and disclose it to the people. So for you to talk about transparency and saying that the people of this country, they don't want to hear it from you, Mr. They don't want to hear it from you. You talk about transparency. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister. A little 18 million, a little in the grand scheme of all revenues, a little 18 million sign-in bonus was given. And they spent it out. They hid it and they spent it out. And then they misled the people. I don't know if you can use lie in the house, but they misled the people. They misled the people. And the Honorable Ashley said, the former finance thought it was a gift. So if you are given little and you cannot be trusted with little, why should you be trusted with more? Mr. Schuman, Honorable Member Mr. Schuman, that was on your Facebook page. If you are given little and you cannot be trusted with little, how can you be trusted with more? So the Honorable Member Patterson, we account, and we account by law. The Natural Resource Fund Bill has the revenue and deposits criteria in it, and every single cent that comes from the oil and gas sector, on the oil and gas sector, whether it's revenue, rents, sign-in bonus, discovery bonus, every single revenue have to come into the fund. And that is by law. It's not guesswork anymore. It's not nobody asking a minister if the money is received or not. So to speak about transparency to us, I actually think it's the pot is somehow telling the kettle the bottom block. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise the issue about the gas, the energy plant, and the location at Wales. The location at Wales, if anybody on the opposition side, Mr. Speaker, ever venture to Wales, they closed the sugar estate, but I don't know if they actually venture to Wales. But they need to venture to Wales and they will understand why the location was chosen. Because you need expansion. You have a pipe that will bring in 120 million cubic feet of gas. Not just 50 million as the Honorable Member spoke of. That is the first phase. It can accommodate 120 million cubic feet of gas. That means that it can cater for further expansion. The Honorable Member does not know about subsea tieback and the ability for subsea tieback offshore, where you have one field tie into another and you can route the gas back in. He doesn't speak about that, Mr. Speaker, but that is possibility that can be done to generate more gas on shore, to expand further. So the Wales location, where it is, where it's going to go, one, it will make sure that there's area for expansion. There's not dense population around where it's going in case of any unfortunate event that lives will be in close proximity. All those things were considered. So Region 3, you ask why Region 5 or not 6? We don't have anything against Region 5 and 6. We are government for all of Guyana. But Region 3, the location was specifically chosen because of its suitability for the project and the ability to expand and make it larger. The Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the Honorable Member Patterson came here and asked a lot of questions and referred to studies. The very studies that he referred to, we have checked those studies. We have checked those studies. Do not believe we didn't read the studies over there. We read them. But they did not address the issues that we are confronted with. You're talking about a project around 900 million cap. 900 million cap for US. Imagine the benefits that will deliver to businesses, people, when you start getting cheap electricity. It will go into a grid, Honorable Member. We don't sit on our idle hands. GPL is already looking at smart grid solutions. Very shortly, you will see an RFP for that. So that will accommodate the gas when it's coming, the electricity when it's coming in the grid. So you might not know, we don't go around tooting our horn like some on the other side, Mr. Speaker, but we work diligently and systematically to deal with these issues. So the motion that the Honorable brought to this honorable house today to suspend this project and put it in a select committee, Mr. Chairman, I reject that idea in the fullest thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me. Permit me a few minutes to extend best wishes to you, sir, the Clerk of the National Assembly, staff members of the National Assembly, members of Parliament, office, and the honorable members of the National Assembly, a successful and blessed 2022. I wish that we will have good health, prosperity, and better collaboration amongst us for the representation of our Guyanese, who we are serving. I pray that Almighty God will grant us wisdom and understanding during this season.
Amen.
So let it be. But Comrade Speaker, before I get into my presentation proper, I want to, address some misinformation that we were just fed with. And I believe, you see this up here, I believe as honorable members, when we come to the National Assembly, we ought to be truthful. The speaker just before me had the audacity to say that the coalition government, more so the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, GPL, we left it on their knees. And that David Patterson did absolutely nothing. But let me say this, Comrade Speaker. When we took government, the residents in region number 2, their stronghold region, from Anna Regina to Charity, were in blackout, constant blackout, and load shedding every single day. It took the coalition government to purchase a 5.4 MW generator set at the cost of $1.81 billion dollars. And the people, they're not complaining now. For Baltica had wars through electricity wars under the PPPC government. It took the coalition government less than 3 years to purchase a 1.7 megawatts generator at the cost of $700 million dollars. Comrade Speaker, Canfield, 5.5 megawatts. This is in Berbice. They're stronghold again. You know what it cost the coalition? Less than 3 years. US $8.5 million Guyana dollars. Am I not correct, Patterson? So when you come to the National Assembly, don't come to make or to score cheap political points. Come with the facts, because we gonna hit you back with the facts. But Comrade Speaker, you know the honorable member just before me, my colleague, the mover of this motion, put in excess of 24 questions, and he has failed to answer at least one question. And he is the minister of the government. That's why the ministry and GPL is at the state it is today. Constant blackout because of his incompetence. Comrade Speaker, I now turn my attention to the motion before us on the Gas to Shore project, moved in the name of Honorable David Patterson, MP, and seconded by Honorable Sherwin Holder, MP. My colleagues and I on this side of the House are in full support of this motion, and though the numbers are against us for its successful passage, our numbers are against us for its successful passage, it is my desire that members on the opposite side of the House will see the motion for its merit and give their unwavering support and not blinded because of cheap politics. Also, I would like to commend my colleague, Honorable David Patterson, MP, for piloting such an important motion which hinges on the future development, on the future of Guyana's development. The motion has several and whereas clauses seeking to bring attention on infrastructure, environment, health issues, and the lack of no consultations regarding the proposed project site at Wales West Bank, Demerara. Sir, I believe that the requests contained in the first be it resolved clause are reasonable and justifiable, not excluding the last two be it resolved clauses, that is, recommending for the current status quo of the project be placed on hold after consultation and reports be submitted to the National Assembly for further deliberations and final decisions. Mr. Speaker, in the time assigned to me, I will focus my presentation on Part C of the first be it resolved clause. That is, and I quote, investigate the health, safety, and environmental risk with mitigative actions posed by the shallow draft and worsening marine traffic congestion at the mouth of the Demerara River, unquote. Sir, like any good book worth reading, whether it's the Holy Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, a novel, journal, a magazine, the reader's appetite or interest is drawn from its prelude or whether introduction or the interface. My colleague, Honorable David Patterson, MP, earlier in his presentation outlined facts and substance as against fictions and guessing what we heard not so long ago. The initial works put in by the coalition government was detailed studies were done at key proposed sites to ensure the viability and what is best for the nation and our people. It was not done in the interest of politics or a particular political party, but for the good of our nation and by extension, Guyanese. Since Wales on the west bank of Demerara has been named the better site by the PPPC regime, Guyanese and members of civil society have called on the regime to rethink their decision, since this area may not be best suited for such a mega project. Sir, knowing the People's Progressive Party civic reactions, excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, knowing the People's Progressive Party civic reactions, it's our way or no way. It's on. Or you have your say and we will have our way. Sir, you, as speaker, can relate to these famous quotes edged in the minds of not only the MPs here in the National Assembly, but even Guyanese. They're familiar with your famous quotes.
Honorable member, I don't think I made that famous. It may have been Winston Churchill.
Famous here. Mr. Speaker, last July 2021, Exxon held public meetings virtually on the gas to shore project. And I will take some time to share what right-thinking Guyanese had to say about this project, and Guyanese who big but got sense. Carried in Stabrook News, July 12, 2021. And this is what one, I think it might have been the editor of Stabrook News. This project encompasses an onshore natural gas liquids and natural gas processing plant to be located on the west bank of Demerara, an offshore 12-inch pipeline approximately 220 km long, an onshore 12-inch pipeline approximately 25 km long, and a temporary material offloading facility on the west bank. The question of the burden of associated costs on the already perilous climate crisis and the fundamental contradiction with Guyana's aspiration to become a green state should have been comprehensively addressed before, and I want you to listen, before a decision was taken by the PPPC government to embark on a gas-to-energy project. This question, along with an independent financial feasibility of the proposed project, should have formed the basis of the government's consideration of whether it should have gone ahead or whether Exxon should be made to re-inject the gas to ensure it wasn't flared, vented, or otherwise released into the atmosphere. A major role should have been played by the Natural Resources Committee of the Parliament. This is what right-thinking Guyanese are saying, not us, the politicians here. In canvassing various experts on the wisdom of this project. Instead, it is irresponsible, headlong rush to monetize Guyana's offshore petroleum resources. The PPPC government has ignored completely the increasingly German problematic of where to draw the line in fueling the dangerous warming of the earth and all that entails. Guyana's right to sustainably extract petroleum for sale on the international market cannot be reasonably challenged in the melee of limited economic development opportunities. However, the pipeline of associated gas is a complicated confabulation starred with numerous risks, and upping Guyana's green gas emissions cannot be easily ignored. Yet, it is decided apparently that on the no-brainer say so, who is not in this house at the moment, the honorable member, Mr. Barrow Jagdeo. It is unclear that President Ali's standard was for a decision on this project. Well, it is public.
Honorable members, I think I have to get you to withdraw reference to His Excellency the President. There's standing orders in this regard. And a lot of members are online, and I haven't been able to check to see if the Vice President is present virtually.
I'm guided by you, sir. Can I proceed, sir? Pardon?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is public knowledge that His Excellency is not in the driving seat. But
Again, reference to His Excellency is not, you have to withdraw that. Don't be guided, withdraw.
Substitute to say that it is public knowledge who is really in the driving seat and who is the passenger. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw to your attention again another comment by a renowned Guyanese, Mr. Palmer, and this is what he had to say. That based on the plans, and I'm quoting him, he has seen the pipelines to transport the gas will not be laid with any foundations. Where are we going? No study, where are we going? Which can cause potential harm to marine species. We've heard the fisher folks complaining of what is happening in the rivers here in Guyana. They got to go further out in order to make their catchment. It's just going to be laid flat. It's not going to be set inside a concrete culvert, and we know how this regime operates with major projects. I find this very odd, especially as we also know from the environmental impact assessment that the currents running through the Lisa 1 field was so strong that when they were trying to do baseline surveys of the fish, they couldn't set the fish traps. You know why? Because the current was just sweeping them away. Palmer further explained, according to that the pipelines must cross the Amazonian mud banks, which will certainly contribute to the bending of the pipeline. It is not anchored. Indeed, some of the commentators have noticed that this pipe, which is proposed and will be carrying highly flammable gas under pressure, and I would have thought this is a real hazard. What happens if you lay a pipe when you don't anchor it? You bend it, and indeed, it then splits, and all the gas comes fizzing out. He was keen to note, Mr. Speaker, that such instances are not alien to the region, but has been occurring in Trinidad. due to the rusting and bending of pipelines. In this regard, this is what Palmer is saying to this government. He has warned that Guyana must pay keen attention to the management of the pipelines. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is another letter I wish to share by one Mrs. Solomon, but it's very lengthy. So in the interest of time, I will skip that and proceed onward with my presentation. Additionally, during a press conference on April 27, 2021, according to Stabrook News, and this is what the editor-in-chief had to say. I have never heard of a government anywhere embarking on a project that might cost US 900 million Guyana dollars based on pre-existing studies. This is not purpose built to what the PPPC might have envisioned in its manifesto or even before it came to office. When you rely on those studies, it would seem to be opportunistic and solely intended to provide a certain result without you having designed a purpose-built study that would address the PPPC's issues. Now, Comrade Speaker, we knew, or all Guyanese are aware of the failed mega projects under the People's Progressive Party Civic. And you see, I have a dossier. I always like to keep my records. And this dossier reads, PPPC's problematic projects. And in this document, whether it's magazine, it's readable, it's information that you will learn from. Comrade Speaker, this dossier detailed every failed project by the People's Progressive Party Civic. Whether it's Guy Suko, the Skeldon Sugar Factory expansion, whether it's the Minor Falls project, the fiber optic project, it's well detailed in here. Mr. Speaker, and during the press conference, this is what the Honorable installed Vice President had to say. And I quote, that exhaustive work was done as a prerequisite for the project, but that his government understands that detailed studies are imperative to a final decision on the project. And that is why it would soon begin. They will soon begin, so up to now, we're still waiting. And I hope that one of the ministers, the installed ministers, can say to us whether the study of this project has commenced. Sir, I have difficulty understanding this statement and will boldly say, it seems to me, and every right-thinking Guyanese, whether you are honorable and sitting in this house, and those we represent, that the regime is putting the cart before the horse. May I remind the members on that side of the house, in project conceptualization, there are 4 prime steps you must take. What are these steps? resources, time, money, and scoping. Further, he promised that as those studies are ongoing, the public would be updated on findings and that government would be transparent in the execution of this project. Sir, I call on the regime to explain to the Guyanese why the rush. Why the rush? That is why we're asking for them to put a halt on it. Let us have proper consultation. Have the report submitted to the Parliamentary Committee so that it can be debated in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, with a detailed study and public consultation, along with experts on the environment, maritime and medical practitioners, we will get a sense of what impact such project will have on the health of our people, the safety of the environment, and the traffic in our waters. Since we are fully knowledgeable that frequent dredging is not done at the mouth of the Demerara River, these are all critical towards development and at the same time protecting the lives of our already small population. COVID-19 has been a classical example, which has caused several deaths on our population due to mismanagement, incompetence, and a don't care installed administration. It's all about money making at the expense of our population. The Maritime Department is critical in this process, since it has responsibilities to manage and monitor the operations of local or foreign vessels in our rivers. Sir, recently, this nation was taken into shock after hearing from authorities in Senegal of a vessel bearing Guyana's flagship was found at its port with containers laden with ammunition worth US $5.2 million Guyana dollars. Sir, the nation is yet to hear from the policy makers. My goodly friend across there, the Honorable Utah, Public Works, my goodly bishop across there, and Mr. Robeson Ben, the Honorable Member, Ministry of Public Security. But sir, what we did not hear from the policymakers, but there was a statement released by the Maritime Administration laced with misleading and misinformation. Right-thinking Guyanese are watching. Sir, we big and we got sense. Mr. Speaker, history will remind us of the challenges faced at the very area in the Demerara River, where GPL entered into a contract in 2012 with a Chinese company, China National Machinery Import and Export Corporation, for US $5 million. Mr. Speaker, that regime, pre-May 2015, they were advised that the site was not the right site. But you know the PPP is either we way or no way. So they went ahead, invested into the project. But I can tell you, when the coalition government came to government, we had to expend over $100 million to correct that submarine cable there in the Demerara River. But comrades, Mr. Speaker, since I have 2 minutes remaining, I will now move quickly to my conclusion. Mr. Speaker, because I think I was robbed of my time, Mr. Speaker, but I will.
Honorable member, are you accusing the speaker of robbing you of time? Well, I'm asking you now to withdraw that comment.
Mr. Speaker, I am watching my time and I have 10 minutes remaining according to my time.
Honorable member, are you challenging the ruling of the speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I'm proceeding.
No, I want you to withdraw your accusation of I robbing you of time. You started at 11:04, and it is now, honorable member, I'm speaking. Pay some respect. It's now 11:33. I give you back 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if you feel that I was, disrespectful to you in any way, my humblest apologies.
Thank you.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we on this side of the House have provided justifiable and reasonable arguments on this motion. Gas to shore. As stated earlier, sir, I implore my colleagues on the opposite side of the House to let us express and demonstrate political maturity to Guyanese and the world, that we lay aside petty politics, on this side, and with linking arms in unison, we have successfully seen the passage of this motion. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your time and patience.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, I just want to tell you that you've quoted from a document. You said the dossier on failed mega projects, and for the information, I ask you to lay that over, please. Thank you. Later, when you quote from documents, honorable member and Minister of Public Works, Bishop Juan Edgel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight at this late hour to add my views to that of my colleagues on this side of the House in frontally rejecting this motion that is designed to delay Guyana's development. Mr. Speaker, it is of great interest that every time something big, transformational, that could turn Guyana around, it is of a great wonder, why is it, that members of the other side of the House continually attack and seek to stymie and jeopardize its success. Mr. Speaker, despite of our politics, Guyana, all of us share this space, and we have a common vision, and that is prosperity for all the people of Guyana. This motion, when I read it, especially in its final be it resolved clause, is designed to stop progress. And to that, the PPPC administration tonight say a resounding no. We're not going to stop the progress. Mr. Patterson said he asked 24 questions. And that simply tells us that he has a comprehension problem. And it is no fault of the PPPC. And the purpose of the National Assembly is not to teach comprehension. The purpose of the National Assembly is to ensure we put in place legislation and policy framework for the development of Guyana. Things that you don't understand, do your research. or engage in a one-on-one with people who have the information to help you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Patterson said that we are going to be generating electricity that there are no end users for. What a sad statement to make. Mr. Speaker, when we went to the people of Guyana, as we campaigned for the 2020 election, this is what we told the people of Guyana. We're going to afford, by way of infrastructural development, 50,000 families will get access to house lots so that they could own their own homes. That simply means, sir, 50,000 families need electricity at independent units so that they could live. Mr. Speaker, we promised Guyanese 50,000 jobs, and we highlighted to them how we're going to create these jobs in agro-processing, in light manufacturing, in information communications technology, in tourism, whether it be medical tourism, sport tourism, ecotourism. Mr. Speaker, we told Guyanese that our children who are graduating from university would have an opportunity to get real jobs paying enough for them to stay in Guyana, so that we will not continue to have the brain drain that existed under the PNC, APNU, AFC administration. So what we would have done, Mr. Speaker, the Gas to Shore project is just one item in a menu of measures for the transformation of Guyana, but it is a very important item, because the main cry of the people of Guyana to see Guyana transform and develop, and the hindrance to that over the years, has been the cost of electricity. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that right here in the National Assembly, I think it was in the 10th Parliament, the APNU AFC at that time used their one-seat majority to kill a transformational project called the Amaya Falls Hydro Project, which we told the entire nation would have brought electricity down by 50%. Mr. Speaker, that project was killed by people who were afraid. That project at that time, Mr. Speaker, was not costing taxpayers 1 cent or $1. It was not costing taxpayers 1 cent or $1. But the end result would have meant a cut in the cost of electricity by a minimum of 50%. It was the same group that is sponsoring this motion tonight that killed that then. And now that we are back in government and we are answering the energy needs of Guyana, they're attempting again to kill another project. But even though we are approaching the midnight hour, the people of Guyana are awake and are alert. And through their representatives here tonight, we are saying no, no, no. Mr. Speaker, it would appear that this newfound language of consultation and studies is a language that is being used in such a manner as to create suspicions about things that are going to bring benefit to Guyana. So the language is often, we need more consultations and we need more studies. Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, the mover of this motion, said tonight that the Gas to Shore project is around since 2016. But this is 2022. We took office in August 2020. What did he do from 2016 to 2020? While he was busy shopping at King's Jewelry World, we were busy planning for Guyana's development. So when we came to government, we hit the road running. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked, how are we going to get the current, or the electricity, I should say, from Wales to the Demerara-Berbice interconnected system? If the honorable member was listening, as part of Guyana's transformation and development, we are building a 4-lane, high-span bridge across the Demerara River, and that bridge will have a utility corridor attached to it. So your question is answered, Mr. Patterson. And of course, we're not hearing anything about studies and feasibility on the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, because we know that has a history. And that will raise all kinds of red lights in this house tonight, because studies and bridges and studies and feasibilities, we know it ended up at the Public Procurement Commission, and the report is in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Minister McCoy. Go ahead, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Guyana traditionally, and Guyanese, have lived along a narrow stretch of the coast. And it has served us well. But we have come to government with an understanding, sir. Not only are we going to develop the hinterland, but we are going to expand our development even in the coastland. So what are we doing? We are going to be building a new 4-lane highway from Schoonard to Parika, which is going through the backlands. Mr. Speaker, that will open lands for housing, manufacturing, agriculture, agro-processing. All the people in that area will need electricity. Mr. Speaker, we are advancing our tourism product. We have publicly said we want Guyana to be a convention destination, and we must have a stock of at least 2,000 rooms. These hotels and businesses that we're talking about, you know what is the major hamburger to their development? They have to invest in redundant power. Significant sums of money have to be invested in redundant power. Every major business in Guyana, significant sums have to be invested in redundant power. What we are talking about here is ensuring we have reliable, cheap electricity to ensure that we support Guyana's transformation, modernization, and to bring about prosperity for all the people of Guyana. And we will not allow this pessimistic, grandstanding, nitpicking, fault-finding, finding a few opinion makers who are myopic and unable to see. They are trapped with tunnel vision and they're unable to see straight. We're not going to allow that to hinder our development. So, Mr. Speaker, The first thing I want to highlight is that the Gas to Shore project is not a standalone project. It is situated in the wider developmental objectives of this PPPC administration. And it's part of getting Guyana to where she should have been a long time ago. Had it not been for actions that botched efforts that were made before, we would have been way ahead of our game at this time. And we know where the blame for that should be laid. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to highlight. Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, is making Wales as if it is a place that nobody should go or no investment should take place. And I've noticed carefully, Mr. Speaker, that he says the gas pipeline, the best corridor, it should be between Mahaica and Rosignol. And I wonder if this motion tonight is to get a particular objective met. Because a number of players started their land grab in that very same corridor. And I'm wondering aloud, Mr. Speaker, if the intent, having gotten the land, and now you have to land the pipeline, was to bring a windfall to people who were prospecting and insider trading because they had special interest in what was happening there. I'm just wondering aloud, Mr. Speaker. Just wondering. Maybe Mr. Patterson will be able to advise. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to clarify, I would like the honorable member, the move of this motion tonight, to definitively tell the people of Guyana if the APNU AFC had at all any interest in using gas to create energy to ensure we have reliable electricity in Guyana. Were they planning to do it? And if they were planning to do it, tell us where they were bringing the pipeline. Because the suggestion that is being made here is that we should stay in the mode of studies and feasibilities and consultations and discussions. We have been there since 2016. This is 2022. But you know something, Mr. Speaker? I heard the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, speaking about failed projects. All right. The only person who never made a mistake is the person who did nothing. The only person who never fell is the person who never rode a bicycle. The only woman who never got burned in the kitchen is the one who never cooked. So let's talk about the APNU AFC record. We left them with a project under Mr. Patterson and Ms. Ferguson, honorable members, to complete the Sheriff Mandela Avenue. We came back into office in August 2020. The project was not moving. They had it from 2015. We came back in 2020. It was not moving. A failure. We left them the Cherry Jagan International Airport. They amended the contract, reduced the footprint. We got less and paid the same amount of money. That is their record. You know what? The one project, and I pray that nobody destroys it because our generations must be able to see the history and legacy of the APNU AFC is the famous Durban Park. The only thing they have done in 5 years. We left the Linden Mabura Hill project. We came back and had to take it and move it to implementation. A contract is about to be awarded, waiting in no objection from the CDB, but I was sitting in studies and designs and consultations and meeting with people for 5 years. That is the modus operandi. Doctor, do nothing, do little, do little, do little. And they want us to adopt that same mode. Do nothing, shop at King's Jewelry World, look for good bed sheets, admire good bangles, and arrange gift certificates when it's your birthday to get a gift. But that's not the way we do government. That's not the way we do government. How do we do government? We sit and we look at future, Guyana's future needs. We look at Guyana's developmental needs. So that is why we are opening up a new road linking the Quarantine Highway with the Kanchi Creek. All of that land will be opened up. Development will be coming. People will need electricity. We are opening up, Mr. Speaker, the Del Conte Road. The alignment has already started to be cut. We are moving from Perico all the way into Goshen. The road linking Region 4 and Region 7, Sand Hills, all the way to Bartica, opening up new opportunities for people. Wherever people go, they need roads, they need electricity, and they need internet connectivity. And these are things that we are working on. The Demerara-Berbice interconnected system is incapable at this present time of providing what is required. When we talk about gas to energy project, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about developing base load. Base load capacity must be developed. And while we develop base load capacity, we have to strengthen transmission. We got to reduce both technical and commercial losses. And that means that we have to get people to start paying their light bills, and we need the support of the opposition to ensure that when we start bringing sanctions to people in specific communities that are notoriously known for stealing electricity, that we get the support from them in this National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of environmental safeguards. Mr. Speaker, all over the world, in the industrialized nations, in developing nations, whenever a major project is going to be undertaken, you always have to take into consideration environmental safeguards, especially in light of what is happening in our world and the agreements and the pacts that we are a part of as it relates to climate change. Mr. Speaker, but you cannot allow people to keep poking. Do nothing because you will affect the environment. Do nothing because this is not environmentally sound. But you know what? The very same people who do that benefit by going to places that have utilized the resources that are available to them and have prospered their countries. They go there, they benefit, they study, and they enjoy everything there, and then they come back together and says, do nothing, do nothing, do nothing. We are not reckless. We have a responsible environmental protection agency in Guyana, a responsible environmental protection agency. And the task force that is dealing with a gas to shore or gas to energy project have done all the necessary things to ensure that what is required for the protection of our environment is safeguarded. So we don't need to be harping on this particular issue. But what is most laughable, and I heard Mr. Patterson said it, the honorable member, and I couldn't believe when I heard it. He's asking the Parliamentary Special Committee on Natural Resources to do studies. He's rewriting the scope and work of the committee. This is very serious. It is one way of saying, put it there, and then the committee will say, but that's not our job. And that's the end of it. It is clear that this is not properly thought out. Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, could have all of his questions answered by having the Special Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources summon the Minister of Natural Resources and ask all the questions that he wants to know so that he could get answers, not try to put a mechanism in place to stall something for Guyana's development. So I wish to expose that this approach that is being adopted is not carefully thought out, and it's not with Guyana's interests in mind. Mr. Speaker, the issue of GPL came up, and I don't believe that in a debate, content must be based upon sarcasm and insults. But GPL, like my honorable colleague, Minister Deodat Indar said, was on its knees. You know why it was on its knees? Let the honorable member who brought this motion tell you why there was no governing board at GPL for years. No governing board. And in the absence of the board, the minister makes the decisions. Why is it that there was no board to oversee the procurement for major funded programs at GPL, which was funded by the IDB and the EU? And in the absence of the board, who was approving those procurements? The minister. And Mr. Speaker, what is worse, every one of those procurement issues amounting to billions of dollars came up for public outcry from bidders. People who bid brought it to public notice about what was taking place. And these are not matters that we are speaking about tonight for the first time. And then you will come here and say that, you know, we had no interest in GPL and we didn't do anything for GPL. When you examine the 46.5 megawatt investment that is taking place at Garden of Eden, you will discover that engines were bought and the civil works for the installation of the engines were not done. Engines had to be sitting, waiting on civil works to be done. So it was all a facade when you told people we are buying 46.5 megawatts generators to get more power into the grid, but there was no facility to put the engines down to operate. There was nothing in place to ensure that the engines could provide transmission to the network to benefit from. And Mr. Speaker, this is the point I want to emphasize. The 46.5 megawatts of electricity is not additional power, because the transmission capability that Mr. Patterson left did not allow for an additional 46.5. It meant that when you put in the 46.5, you got to take out to keep the transmission at a level where we could still stay at just over 100 megawatts. We need more than 300 megawatts of electricity to provide reliable, renewable, and cheap electricity. The Gas to Shore project provides one such opportunity. Amalia provides another opportunity. So investment in solar provides another opportunity. Investments in wind provide another opportunity. And we have to continue to work countrywide to ensure that this dream of cheaper electricity is realized. And I close by saying, Mr. Speaker, our big vision is not just to bring gas to Wales, but we are developing a whole authority. A whole development will take place around Wales. We will have liquefied gas. We can have fertilizers. We will have gas to power generators to give electricity, and downstream petrochemical development. This is what the honorable member, the move of this motion, don't understand. If he had understood that, he would have withdrawn this motion and asked for a conversation so that he could be able to get better. But don't use this opportunity to hinder Guyana. We say yes to progress and no to anything that is seeking to stop Guyana's development. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my hands here, the dossier of all the failed projects of this PPP government. We have Gaisuku's Keldon Sugar Factory, Amelia Falls Hydro Project, the fiber optic cable, the specialty hospital, the CJIA project, the Marriott Hotel, the one laptop per family, and we can go on and on. You know, and here is my problem. Every time we highlight or we try to caution this government on any project where there is a lack of transparency and accountability, we are called blockers of progress and all sorts of names. We warn you about all these projects, all of them, every single one. And today again, we're warning you. You're embarking on what could be considered the biggest project in the history of this country. And we do not want it to become the biggest white elephant, bigger than Skeldon Factory, bigger than the Borbees River Bridge. We do not want you to bring those burdens again on the taxpayers. And so I am very disappointed that the Honorable Member Juan Edgil said 1,000 words, 1,000 words, or maybe 2,000, but he said absolutely nothing to defend this gas project, nothing whatsoever. Instead, he comes here and he monologues about progress blocking, and look, we're seeking to scrutinize these projects. The PPP has a history of failed projects and very poor, extremely poor handling of these large projects. And so, as a parliamentary opposition, our task, our function, is to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and we keep the fire under your feet. And that is what I intend to do here today. Now, Mr. Indar spoke about the blackouts. You know, I'm from Region 2, and one of the major problems we had there prior to 2015 was blackouts. And we fixed that problem. Comrade Ferguson explained at length what we did, what the APNU AFC administration did to solve the problems that you left. So it is shameful that you come here and you pretend not to.
Honorable member, I used reference to that particular word. Please strike it. I could actually.
I withdraw it, Comrade Speaker.
Go ahead.
It's embarrassing that the PVP ministers can come to this house and pretend not to know about all these failures that they left. We clearly had less blackouts when you took office in 2020. You know, but the conversation is not about blackouts. We came here to advise you that you should put a hold on this gas to shore project. Do the right thing. Conduct the studies. Do the analysis. That is all we're asking in the interest of the Guyanese people. You know, and I was taken back when the honorable member Indar, in making reference to Comrade Patterson, he said, he gave the House the impression that, you know, gas is not dangerous. You know, what is Patterson talking about, honorable member? But if I inform the honorable Indar, 2 weeks ago, according to CNN, you had 16 people died. 16 people were killed in a gas explosion in southwest China. Last October, you had 4 persons were killed and over 30 persons injured. In June last year, you had 12 persons killed. You know, and I can go on and on. So when you come to the House, you need to come with some informed facts and don't mislead the House. Don't mislead the House. This is a serious issue. It needs to be given some serious thought, and I hope that the Honorable Vikram Bharat is doing exactly that. You know, this is not a game. It's taxpayers' money, real money is involved here. Almost $1 billion US. It's serious money. So, and the Honorable Indar also spoke on 18 million bonus. Now, listen, the Guyanese people sick and tired of this kind of rhetoric. We're tired with it. The government just, Mr. Speaker, the government just illegally passed a bill here in this House that caused the...
Okay, 2 cautions. I didn't interrupt you when you accused an honorable member of misleading the House. So you can't do that. And secondly, I don't know which bill you're talking about that the government passed illegally in this House. So please withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, the national...
Honorable member, all the bills passed in this House have been passed legally, lawfully. Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, honorable member.
It was the beginning of my sentence. All I said is the Natural Resource Fund bill allows for the PPP to plunder the Treasury. $600 million. They come to the House and they speak of $18 million that APNU AFC spent it out or whatever. But the NRF bill allows for you to, the government side of the House, to plunder the Treasury. When you look at the bill, it allows for the entire sum to be withdrawn this year. So how dare they come to this House and talk about $18 million? When you're seeking to remove $600 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, my only hope is that we would have had a sensible debate in, you know, sticking to the topic of the gas to shore project. But Mr. Speaker, as I rise in support of this motion, the future of this country comes to mind. What kind of country do we want for ourselves, and our children and their children? What are the key areas of development we'd like to see advance? Mr. Speaker, if you ask, most Guyanese would tell you that they want a country in which they can afford to live and maintain their families comfortably. And so the opposition has long acknowledged that our country would have required cheap and reliable energy if we are to propel rapid national development and to provide the good life for all Guyanese. It was with that in mind that the APNU AFC government began to map out an energy framework across the length and breadth of this country so that all our citizens would benefit from the development. While our main focus remained in the area of utilizing renewable energy, such as wind, solar, and hydropower, many projects were initiated in the new towns with the emerging of the oil. Many projects were initiated in the new towns, but with the emerging of the oil industry, natural gas was also actively being considered. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the APNU AFC consideration of the gas-to-shore pipeline and the fact that a number of locations for the power plant was being looked at, no study done during that time would have even suggested that Wales is the most feasible site for the proposed onshore power facility. That's the first fact. Now, despite that fact, Mr. Speaker, and despite public pressure for the government to disclose which studies inform their decisions, the PPP government continues to embark on this project. Mr. Speaker, this government is all about total domination and control. Throughout the last year, that has been the most visible characteristic of the PPP government. Much like they did with the failed Amelia Falls hydropower project. I need not remind the Guyanese people of the striking similarities. The absence of any feasibility study, the unwillingness of the government to listen to the dissenting voices of the professionals, and the corruption which followed. Mr. Speaker, the Amelia Falls hydropower project is not the only failed project of this nature. And I have here the dossier to prove it. The Skeldon Sugar Factory, the Borbies River Bridge, amongst many others in this very dossier. Mr. Speaker, frankly speaking, I put it to this House that the PPP is incapable of handling projects of that magnitude all by themselves. Yet they pursue it. In my view, the bigger the project, the bigger the kickback. Mr. Speaker, if completed, this project will be the largest publicly financed venture. And it is now, there is a slew of unanswered questions as it relates to this project. Basic questions like, who will own the gas? Who will own the pipeline? Why spend close to $1 billion US on a project that has negative implications for our environment and climate change, when in fact we can spend less on renewable energy projects to achieve the same energy output? Those are just few of the questions that requires answers. Mr. Speaker, to transport the gas to the Wales location will require over 130 kilometers of pipeline, which will be required to pass through residential, commercial, and agricultural zones. This can certainly have a negative impact on farmers, residents, and businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese people would have seen the PPP government a few weeks back, via the one-seat majority, pass the Petroleum Amendment Bill, which would give the minister the power to take away farmlands or any other land they may occupy under the pretext of landing the gas pipeline or any other facility related to the oil and gas, without any compensation. Without any compensation. And we debated that. This is a very alarming development, and persons living in the vicinity of the proposed site at Wales and those with their businesses, homes, and farmlands along the proposed path of the pipeline must be very worried. Mr. Speaker, another concern raised was the environmental impact of this project and how it would affect the lives of the people and the safety risks associated with this project, like leaks and ruptures. But I mentioned to you just a few weeks back the devastation that a gas leak would have caused. Now, Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of our people is paramount, and it is worrying that there are no studies that were done to analyze these risks. They are quick to spend the money. Exactly. Mr. Speaker, there is a host of other questions for which this government has not answered, many of which my colleagues before me alluded to, and to which this motion speaks to. Mr. Speaker, should this project be completed, it would be the largest infrastructural project in the country's history. Mr. Speaker, we have a government at the helm which fails to listen to the Guyanese people, which fails to serve in their best interests, but prefers to serve a small group of the elite. Mr. Speaker, let me warn the PPP government. Let me warn this PPP government that the people of this country are fed up with your domination and control style politics. They are fed up with your poor and partisan governance style. Stop. My advice to you is to stop and take stock and change your approach for the sake of the Guyanese people and the future of our country. And so I want to urge you, I want to urge this government, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge you to conduct investigations to understand the geological and environmental and safety risks. Conduct analysis of the available technology for real-time monitoring of the deepwater pipeline to ensure its integrity and reliability. Investigate the health and safety and environmental risks with mitigative actions. Conduct an analysis of the economic, social, and environmental renewable alternatives such as solar, hydropower, wind, etc. And there are a host of other recommendations in this motion. Finally, I would like to advise the government to put on hold this project until the Parliamentary Sectorial Committee on Natural Resources would have presented its report to the Assembly for debate and approval. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Robeson Ben, to make his presentation. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the motion by Honorable Member David Patterson in respect of the gas to shore project. I want to advise right away that I cannot support the motion which he proposes to the House. Mr. Speaker, most of the presentations here are cringe-worthy. Most of the presentations here have not taken into proper consideration the context with respect to Guyana's energy problem, the question of power for national development, which we've had for quite a long time. We ought to know by now in this House that one of the principal issues in relation to national development is the high cost of power, the high cost of energy, that the missing term in our development equation, one of the significant missing terms in our development equation is the absence of cheap power. And over all of these years, if we look back at the history, the responses, the resort to these problems, particularly just before our independence and thereafter, that the PPP in government and now the PPPC too in government have always taken a visionary approach to this problem. I want to simply look to the situation we had in respect of our bauxite industry, particularly in respect of the power problem. And I want to remind honorable members that if they were to go in front of the aluminum plant in Linden, there's a little triangular pyramid, and it says, it speaks to the opening of the aluminum plant by the Honorable Dr. Chedi B. Jagan, which represented, after a great struggle of him as Minister of Industry, Development and Industry, to get the Demerara Bauxite Company to invest in an aluminum plant in Guyana. And at the next stage, the next issue in relation to that question, which had to be advanced, was the question of moving on to an aluminum smelter. And the question of cheap power, because one ton of aluminum will take about 17 megawatts of power. And so at that time, a project was undertaken to develop on the Demerara River the Great Falls and the Malali hydropower projects. Visionary at that time in respect of the Guyanese government in power for the first time, and to work at trying to resolve the problems of energy in relation to propelling the nation's development. Times change. There was a collapse of our democracy. The PNC came to power by means which is well known on the other side particularly. But even in the boredom time, there was a thought, some vision in respect of the question of hydropower, cheap power to develop our country. And so the power projects on the Upper Mazaruni for Tortuga and Comarau Falls were considered. A lot of money was spent. There's the argument that we went too big then, or our idea was too big, and we wouldn't get finances for it at all. And so the Upper Mazruni hydropower projects failed with the absence of financing, with the question of going too big, maybe 1,700 megawatts of power being proposed then, if I remember the correct number. Thereafter, the only next best effort in terms of renewable power to solve the power problem beyond our efforts in exploring for oil over these years was under the PPPC with the Milo Falls project. And I'm hearing here tonight that the Milo projects failed. Well, who failed it? Who failed it? We took Harmon and Rook the Rhine on helicopter flights, and we took all the feasibility studies in relation to the project, and we made several landings along the road and overflew the dam site. Ramjatan and all of them.
Honorable Minister, I hear Harmon and Ramjatan. Are you referring to the honorable members in the House? Okay, thank you.
Honorable Member Ramjatan, of course, by convention of this House. So, the failure of the so-called failure of the Milo Falls hydropower project was an invention, was as a result of the act by the AP and UAFC of government. They believe, the AP and UAFC believes that national development is a zero-sum game. It's a zero-sum game, whether they are in power or out of power. Because when they were out of power, they opposed the project. When they were in power, they stopped and destroyed the project. And here it is this evening. And we might remember that there was talk about sanctimonious gangsters in relation to issues related to how Guyana moves forward. The APNU AFC believes that development, the vision in its new appearance in Guyana, it's a completely zero-sum game. And here it is, the honorable member, David Patterson, making a proposal that we should stop again. We should wait. We should give them opportunities like they did before when they had opportunities. They voted against the budget in the Ramatar government time, the 2011 and thereafter time, that we must wait. We must not consider the issues. We should not push forward in relation to the development of our country. But I want to say to you that we've lost more than enough time over the 5 or more years they had when they were in power, including the period when the recount was on, when a patent public attempt was made to steal the democracy of Guyana. That's where I have to be. That's where I have to be, honorable member. And here, I hear honorable members here in this House tonight speaking about an installed government. And I want to remind you and to say that the people of Guyana, with the support of the national and international community, saw that we came to our rightful place in this honorable House. We are in our rightful place, and we will be here for quite a long time with the examples that you put here. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if I speak about the zero-sum game, both when they're in power and when they're out of power. The zero-sum game is that which made them close the Wales estate, close the Wales sugar estate. It is a real zero-sum game which made them close the Skelland sugar factories. And it is the real closing of the operations in Berbice. Shut down the sugar industry. That's what you did. It is a zero-sum game which made them attack the forestry industry. It is a zero-sum game which made them encourage, participate in, to block the river at Berbice, at Hururu, to prevent the bauxite barges coming down to transshipment. And the result is over 1,200 workers lost their jobs. That's a zero-sum game, both when they're in power and when they're out of power. And they come here sanctimonious like to tell us about the development of Guyana. They would suggest, they know we have an EPA, they know that they had their person working in the EPA up to even recently, and they would suggest that the pipeline would not be secure, that there would be leaks all around, that the fish will die, everything in relation to having a continuous negative environment in the public with respect to this development. A zero-sum game. They have no interest in the development of this country. No interest. I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, there is the suggestion that the Wales development, the area was not studied. I think the Starbuck News had at some point in time saying there was once a vibrant plantation with a sugar factory in one of the editorials at that Wales development site. I won't have to say again who closed it, but from all of the studies which were done, Wales was decided and designed and accepted as the most viable and useful site for the development of an integrated gas-to-shore project with petrochemical plants, fertilizer plants, and other plants in relation to propelling the development in respect to the gas-to-shore project. It is Wales. It is Wales. And the Honorable Lady is talking about designs, but Mr. Patterson knows about a Japanese study which identifies and ranks over 20 locations, if I'm not mistaken, in respect of identifying which of these sites are the most viable and useful in respect of the development. The suggestion is now, as you step out to the northeast, it is more gas prone. And therefore, the best place now is to go eastwards, perhaps, to establish more plants. Well, this development may be almost certainly, just one of the first of a number of these types of development, which will step out all over eastwards to the Suriname border. As more and more gas becomes available, as we stop flaring gas, as more money comes around, is developed to put into more development for our country. I believe Mr. Holder just now was saying the Burbridge Bridge project was a failed project. I don't know. I mean, he said it was a failed project. He said just now that the pipeline will go along and there will be no compensation if it runs through somebody's land for whatever reason. How could anyone say these things in this place? How could any parliamentarian say these things in this place? Mr. Speaker, he talks about some 18 million US dollars, which he pegs it as rhetoric. He talks about political maturity in relation to the work and the talk that we are doing here. And I can only say that listening to all of this and putting it on the record, it's shocking and demeaning and irresponsible, the presentations we've had in respect of this matter. And I'm sure somehow the Honorable Member Patterson would have expected better support in respect of the presentations being made on his behalf in support of his motion. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate too, I think, that the Honorable Member Patterson, in his presentation, by my perception perhaps, would appear to be gloating over supposed projects which have failed and gloating over the predicament that we have. And persons will be speaking about hustling to put in a little 1.7 megawatt power plant somewhere and another 5 megawatt power plant somewhere, when we had the opportunity to put in to continue the Myla Falls hydropower project, which was a new renewable project. A renewable project, while we have signed up to protocols in respect to dealing with climate change. We could talk about Kyoto, we could talk about Paris, we could talk about all those things which we go to and we listen to and we talk about glibly. So, the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, gleefully talks about a few megawatt here and a few megawatt there, when we would have been talking about 165 megawatts from the Myla Falls hydropower project, renewable power. Well, MW. So, they suggest that they have a compendium or whatever of so-called PPP field projects. So-called PPP field projects. We need to look, we need to understand why and under what circumstances we've had challenges in respect of the so-called failure of these projects. Who stopped them? Who paid no further attention in terms of development? Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that if you do things, you have difficulties, challenges, and sometimes failures and setbacks. But if you do nothing, as was done on your side, you have absolutely nothing. Zero. Zero. Reverse. negativism. And you come here in this honorable house to suggest to us that you are really have an interest in our country's development. Mr. Speaker, the question of power development in Guyana is still fragile. We have the opportunity here again now to have a big mix, a wider mix of energy projects, both renewable and from fossil fuels, from our oil and gas projects, to move our country forward. And we can only do so when we have reasoned debates not only in the House, but also in the public when we make utterances in respect of these matters. But the honorable members on the other side, some of whom have some experience, and some of whom perhaps unfortunately were ministers in the last government, pretend not to know and cast everything aside in respect of the responsibilities they had to move the country and its development forward. We had 5 or more wasted years. I could always complain about the sojourn the Honorable Member Patterson and the Honorable Member Ferguson had at what was once the Minister of Public Works under my stewardship. I could speak to the inability to finish some particular road projects for which we had monies. The Oval Bypass project, the East Bank Demerara Road, which was finished with difficulty, and the East Coast Road. The boat for the Northwest District, for which we had money available. The road to Mabura, for which we had money from DFID. The road from Linden to Mabura, for which we had money promised from DFID, which was never done, never pursued. And Mr. Speaker, when they were given and left with these projects in their hands, 5 years after, we're struggling, or we're now finishing these projects, like the Sheriff Mandela Road project, which started under our watch. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue with a partner seemingly in the National Assembly whose interest is only to throttle national development. Their only interest is to throttle national development. The only interest is to delay the progress, moving forward the activity. Mr. Patterson, honorable member, of course, speak to going around to various private sector, DDL and other persons who he claims said to him they had no interest in further power energy development, they were self-sufficient and so on. I believe him that they told him so, because under the APNU AFC, there was no interest in any person moving forward in investment in the country in respect of their businesses. Everything was being regressed, retrograded, kept back. And so when he went around and did a sampling, no one was interested really in saying, we want to sit with you and talk about doing hydropower. Nobody said to them, what happened with a miler? what happened with this road project or whatever. Everybody, according to his own testimony here tonight in this house, the private sector, the investors, the people who would drive the economy forward said they didn't have an interest when our power costs, admitted to in this house tonight, was the highest in the region, 30 or whatever US cents per kilowatt hour. We said that a mile of falls would have reduced power costs to people by 40 or more %. We suggest that the Wales Development Project will cut power costs by more than half. We said, and we are saying, that the synergies resulting from the investment at Wales will give us the opportunity to produce things in Guyana which we never produced before. The petrochemical mixes, the fertilizer for sugar and rice in agriculture, and all other things that would synergize our country's development and move the country forward. I've said before that young people in Guyana, if they listen to these debates, if they listen to what is being put in the newspapers, if they look at people standing up on the road, positioned by some to say 50% royalty, when they consider these issues, are exasperated with us. We don't want them to be exasperated with us. We want our young people to believe in what we speak of in this side of the house, in the PPPC, where we speak about unity of our country, unity, peace, prosperity, progress in our country, and that we eschew racism, that we eschew the hatreds that we've heard even tonight on the floor of this house, where the simple matter of organ transplant was couched, was responded to in a racial way. The only gas the honorable member on that side is perhaps aware of is laughing gas. The only gas the honorable member is aware of. I won't go to that other gas, so we'll be all asphyxiated here. Mr. Speaker, again, I could only say that I cannot support the motion by the honorable member David Patterson. I think that he ought to know and have a perception somewhere, somehow, which maybe he's suppressing, of what should be and the way things should be done, and that he's doing a very poor job of suggesting that Guyanese people, engineers and scientists and others who are involved in these projects are so stupid, ignorant, or whatever negative term you could drag up in respect of it, not to be aware of the issues that he raised, the environmental issues, the social issues, the studies which are to be done at the engineering levels and so on, in respect of making an internationally certifiable gas-to-shore project. It's not the first that will be built anywhere in the region. In Trinidad, on the Gulf Coast of Mexico and the USA, it wouldn't be much different. There'll be challenges, but there are challenges which we have to give our young people, our experts, our children, the next generation, those challenges to work with us to develop and to build our country. That is what we want for our people. And we do not want delay, diversions, misdirections, which is what this motion from the Honorable Member David Patterson represents. To engender negative debate, to engender negative perceptions in respect of critical issues in relation to our country's development. That is what the Honorable Member Patterson's motion represents. We cannot allow ourselves to be kept back any further. We've been kept back 5 or more years in the time when they were in government, and we have to go ahead with confidence in ourselves, in our leaders, in our program, in our vision, and in the spirit of developing our country, which is embodied in the People's Progressive Party civic. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Our next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Vikram Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, make my contribution on this motion tabled by the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson. Mr. Speaker, if we should look at commonalities, if we should look back at the behavior of the AP and UAFC on the 9th of the 29th of December, and if we look at the motion that is on the floor right now, the commonality is the AP and UAFC agenda is to slow down progress in this country. It's as simple as that. All the noise, all the commotion, all the whistleblowing, all the maze grabbing, all the walkouts on their own member is simply trying to stymie the progress in our country. Because there is a general fear in the AP and UAFC camp that Guyana is moving at a fast pace, and if we continue to do so, that they will remain in the opposition for a very long time. And that is the fear. That is the fear that is driving within the AP and UAFC. That is the fear that is creating the disunity among them. That is the fear that is creating all the problems that we are seeing in the fractured coalition today. And if we look, I pity the Honorable Member. I pity the Honorable Member because as I look around in the opposition benches, it's almost empty. And their own member, their very own member is presenting a motion and is seeking just their support because only 2 other members spoke on the motion. All he's asking for is their support, and they couldn't do that. It shows grave disunity. It shows that they lack leadership. It shows that they lack direction. Mr. Speaker, that is the modus operandi of the AP and UAFC. And it was mentioned. I'm happy that the Honorable Member, Dr. Cummins, is still here. It was mentioned by the Honorable Member when she was on the floor earlier on a previous bill. And she said that we need to mash the brakes and slow down the pace. And that is a secret that was let out today by the AP and UAFC. The pace at which we are moving, they cannot handle it. They cannot take the pace at which we are moving, even though we are facing a global pandemic. Even though we had a massive flood last year, the pace at which we're developing and the rate at which people's lives are being improved is unprecedented. And the problem is that the AP and UAFC is getting worried by the day. They're worried that once we start using oil proceeds, that more developments will take place and people's lives will change and development will go to every single community and every single region throughout our country. And their own very own supporters might turn against them. Their very own supporters might turn against them, and my honorable member mentioned that it's already starting to happen. It's already starting to happen. Mr. Speaker, so that is the operation by the opposition to slow down the pace. And this motion is on the floor right now. It is designed exactly to do that. And if we listen to the presentation by the Honorable Member David Patterson, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't really sound like a motion. It sounds like a lot of questions that could have been asked differently. And it sounds like a lot of wild assertions that is designed to mislead the population. It sounds as though there was a plan to misrepresent the truth. And then he was followed up by the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, reading the editorials on what Mr. Palmer and Mr. Sampson and Mr. Abrams and Mr. Solomon, what they had to say. But to date, we don't know who is a Mr. Solomon or who is a Mr. Palmer and how qualified they are, and how qualified and how technically sound they are to comment on a project like this. Mr. Speaker, their plan is to slow down the gas to energy project. Their plan is to slow down the Quarantine River Bridge. Their plan is to slow down the new Demerara Harbor Bridge. The plan is to slow down the new highways that we're going to build. The plan is to slow down our energy mix development, the hydro, the solars. The plan is to slow down us delivering modern international standard healthcare and education. The plan is to stop the PPP civic administration from the distribution of house lots to our people who need them, and to develop those housing schemes so that people can actually build homes and not to deliver land in burial ground and in pasture. Mr. Speaker, and this has always been the way in which the AP and UAFC operated. Unfortunately, they couldn't speak of their achievements in the 3.5 years of being a legal government and the 1.5 year of being illegal, squatting in office. Because there was nothing much. There is nothing to report. The closure of estates, studies, $200 million spent on feasibility study for the Demerara Bridge, $40 million on another study to the Mbura Road, and more studies, Mr. Speaker. This is what was done during the last 5 years of being legal and illegal. And I can remember clearly an article in the newspaper, the biggest achievement for the AP and UAFC in office. It was so big for them that none other than the man who held the second highest office in this land during their government wrote an article, a Sunday newspaper article, round and around about we go, because that was their biggest achievement. Around about, Mr. Speaker. That was their biggest achievement. Today they come to the National Assembly and they talk about white elephants. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture just mentioned Durban Park. That is the biggest white elephant in the heart of the city. In the heart of the city. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have to go into the amount of corrupt activities surrounding that park. The amount of corrupt activities surrounding that park. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the Skeldon estate. But it is very government that closed that estate. It is this government that put those private farmers out of business and out of a livelihood in the Skeldon, Crabbe Creek area, Molson Creek area. And yet they come. The Honorable Mr. Holder talk about the Borbies Bridge. Well, he's not a Borbician, but let me tell you, Mr. Holder, the Borbies Bridge is probably the best thing that ever happened to Borbies. It's the best thing that ever happened to Borbies. And then the Honorable Ms. Ferguson is saying that they reduced the rate by $300. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you exactly what happened. Most of the people that cross that bridge, they go to the Chedijagan International Airport to collect their families or to send them off. Mr. Speaker, they reduce or they subsidize, the bridge by $300. And then they increase the parking at the Chedijagan International Airport by $300. And that was their way of hoodwinking the people of this country. Was their way of hoodwinking the people of this country. Mr. Holder, Honorable Member, check the records. The parking at the airport increased by $300. The same $300 we take off the bridge. So what did you take off for the Barbicians? What did you take off for the Barbicians? Well, Mr. Speaker, our biggest problem in Guyana and our biggest hindrance to further development and to develop our country at a faster rate, other than the APNU AFC, is the cost of power generation. Is the cost of power generation. And also the reliability of it too. Yes, we have heard a lot of comments about blackout. We've grown for decades now, we've been experiencing blackout. But Mr. Speaker, this project will bring an end to that. Don't we want that? Do we want our children to continue and to come to the Parliament and to live in blackouts or power outages? Do we want the next set of parliamentarians to come in here and still speak about blackouts? Or do we want to end it? Do we want to move forward, or do we want to stay the same place, stagnated? Because that apparently is what the APNU AFC wants. Because if you started your studies in 2016, Mr. Speaker, you squatted in government for over 5 years and you didn't do nothing else. Mr. Speaker, something is definitely wrong. The Honorable Member Patterson said that they started his studies in 2016. And we are still studying, they were still studying apparently in August of 2020, studying how to rig the election, studying how to stay in power illegally. Mr. Speaker, we are still studying apparently. So, Mr. Speaker, our biggest challenge to our development is the cost of power generation and the reliability of power generation to our people and to our business community. And this project, Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project, is designed to solve that problem once and for all. Because we are saying to the Guyanese people that the gas to energy project will reduce the cost of electricity by over 50%. By 50%. And it is not only the reduction in electricity, Mr. Speaker, it is the reliable power. It is the reliable power. And added to that, cleaner power. Because the conversation on environment and cutting emission has grown of recent. And because of that, we recognize that the gas to energy project is a move in the right direction. It is a transition energy, and it is part of our energy mix to ensure that we supply power for the development to take place, Mr. Speaker. So when the honorable members spoke about the environment so glowingly, and their newfound love for the environment, and we have to protect our environment, Mr. Speaker, we need to ask them, what did they do in their 5 years to protect the environment. Maybe running down forestry. Maybe running down forestry was their idea of protecting the environment. Bankrupt the forestry sector. Maybe that was their idea. Painting buildings in green. That was their idea of a green environment. Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project will cut our emissions significantly. Will cut our emissions significantly. And listening to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, you could believe that Guyana is in a serious space right now. But maybe the honorable members are not aware that Guyana is net zero. We are net zero, maybe in the negative. Our emission is low. And because 86% of Guyana is covered in forests, Mr. Speaker, we are in very good standing, especially with a deforestation rate of 0.05%. We are in good standing. And the gas to energy project will cut the emission even further. Because presently we are generating using HFOs. And we know the emission from that is very high. So the gas to energy will cut that emission significantly, even further, Mr. Speaker. And we haven't stopped there, because we have always spoken about our energy mix. The gas to energy project is just one project. It's a transition project. We are already working towards the Milo Falls Hydro project, which will deliver 165 megawatts added to the 250 megawatts net from the gas energy project. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, the solar farms, the mini hydros in the interior regions, and the standalone solar panels for our hinterland regions. Mr. Speaker, all of this will add to our energy mix and will significantly cut our emission, making us a small country, but with big contribution towards climate change and emission. Mr. Speaker, but listening to the speakers in the opposition, I want to believe that the biggest issue is wheels. The biggest issue is wheels. But why not? What is wrong with wheels? It seems as though the APNU AFC, they have a problem with wheels. They have a serious problem with the people of Wales because they closed the estate. When the report showed that Wales was one of the better producing estates in the country, and then you have the private farmers in Canal 1 and Canal 2 that is supporting the sugar estate, the APNU AFC decided to close the estate. Vindictiveness. Because, like us, they have their voting records too. And it shows that that is a predominantly PVP area. So out of spite, vindictiveness, they decided that they are going to close Wales Sugar Estate. 1,700 people who were directly employed at the estate. Multiply that, Mr. Speaker, they have families. The private sugarcane farmers in Canal 1, Canal 2 potential area, Vivla Forest, Friesland, they suffer too. The vendors, they suffered. The shop owners, they suffered. It is a depressed community today because of the APNU AFC. The West Bank corridor is a depressed area because of the closure of Wales Estate by the APNU AFC, Mr. Speaker. So I ask again, what is the problem? What is the problem? What problem APNU AFC have with Wales, the people of Wales, the people of West Bank, Demerara? Why is it that you don't want us to take development to that area? Mr. Speaker, development in this country has always taken place under the PPP civic administration. And the track records show that. The track record will show that. In 1964, Guyana was rated as one of the better economies in CARICOM, in Caribbean. 64 to 92, Guyana became one of the poorest countries in the Caribbean. 92 to 2015, we were rated as one of the better developing countries once again. 2015 to 2020, we went down again. So low, Mr. Speaker, that people were starting to move away from our country like they did in the 80s and the 70s. Today, because of the PPP civic back in power, people are coming back to the shores of Guyana. People are coming back to invest in Guyana. People have hopes and dreams once again. So it shows traditionally, Mr. Speaker, that progress takes place in Guyana when the PPP civic is in power. When the PPP civic is in power. And Mr. Speaker, we like to think big. We like to think big. Maybe the APNU AFC plan or the studies that they did was just to build a power plant. We are not only building a power plant alone, Mr. Speaker. We have what we call the Wales Development Area. And the Wales Development Area, Mr. Speaker, the power plant is one component in that area. But that area will be earmarked to be one of the largest manufacturing industrial park in the Caribbean, if I may say so. In the Caribbean. Because we will have cheap, reliable, clean power available right there. We have access to the Damara River right there. We have the availability of land, most importantly, the availability of land right there. Mr. Speaker, we have labor force, the very people who the AP and UAFC put out of jobs, they are there and want to work. But Mr. Speaker, we, the PPP civic government, see Wales as the best location, the best area, the site, the gas to energy project, and the Wales development area, the manufacturing industrial park that will build out of that. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, speaking about reports from companies like DDL, from companies like Banks DIH, from bauxite companies. I'm not sure who did those surveys or who he spoke with. Maybe the people did not want to invest because the AP and UFC was government then. But I can tell you now that they're willing to invest. Mr. Patterson should know that DDL is currently using gas, that they're importing into the country. So, Mr. Speaker, it is simple to understand that once we have the gas right here in Guyana, obviously it will be cheaper. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member said that we don't have capacity. We don't have capacity to utilize the excess power from our energy mix. Mr. Speaker, forgive me to say it, but it's backward thinking. It is backward thinking. Because we are only thinking of today. We are only thinking of our consumption today. And we know that today we are utilizing about 130 megawatts of power. We know that we have private generation, which the Honorable Member alluded to, maybe about 50, 60 megawatts again. And Mr. Speaker, with the development that is taking place in the oil and gas industry, the new housing schemes that are being developed by our government, the new hotels that are coming to the country, and the Wales development area with the manufacturing industrial sites park, it means that they will require energy, Mr. Speaker. So we are thinking ahead. We are thinking further ahead and to prepare for the development that are coming. Because we cannot say we want 10 new hotels, but we don't have power for them. We cannot say we want value-added products, but we can't provide cheap electricity for them. And that is one of the big problems that will be addressed by this project, Mr. Speaker. Our value-added industry. For too long, Guyana has been exporting raw materials. And that is why we don't see the true benefits of our natural resources. That is why our people don't benefit as much as they should from our resources, because we have been exporting raw materials for decades. And this project, Mr. Speaker, will address that issue, where we can now encourage people, and people will be willing to invest in value-added products. In value-added products. And I can tell you that in the forestry sector, we've been encouraging people not to export logs, but to export lumber or wood products. And the biggest issue, or the biggest hindrance, is power generation. Is power generation. The Minister of Agriculture will tell you the amount of our produce that are being spoiled and has to be thrown away because we cannot process it. The Minister will tell you that we export cherry and orange, and then we import back orange juice and cherry juice because of the cost of power generation and the reliability of the power generation. And Mr. Speaker, this project will solve that problem for us. So it is very unpatriotic for any Guyanese to think that this project will not bring benefits to all Guyana. The gas to energy project, Mr. Speaker, will be probably the most transformational project in the history of our country. Because the gas to energy project is a single project that will bring benefits to every single Guyanese. Every single Guyanese. Imagine you as an average Guyanese. The most fearful period of the month for any Guyanese in this country, including myself, is when you got to collect your light bill. That is the most fearful period in anybody's life during the month in Guyana, when you got to collect your light bill. And we are saying that this project will cut the light bill by 50%, thereby reducing the cost of living and improving our standard of living, Mr. Speaker. And why is it that we don't want a project like this? Why is it that we want to stall a project that will lower the cost of living of our people? And then you go out in the media and you talk about high cost of living without mentioning the high shipping costs, without mentioning the increase in prices for oil and gas, without mentioning that COVID closed down so many industries around the world and the demand has gone up significantly while supply reduced. You don't say that. The opposition don't say that. But they preach about high cost of living. And we are presenting a project to you that will help to reduce that. And not only that, not only to reduce the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, this project and the Wales development area will create employment for our people. It will create employment for our young generation. Every year we have 2,000 to 3,000 youths graduating from the University of Guyana. It will create jobs for them. It will ensure that we have cheaper goods and services right here in our country. It will cut our importation bill so that we can save on our foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, these are all benefits. These are all benefits that will come to Guyana by this single project. By this single project, Mr. Speaker. These are the benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Patterson made mention of local content. Made mention of local content. Mr. Speaker, he said that the people of Guyana are waiting to hear how they will benefit or how they will get opportunities from the gas to energy project, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the Honorable Member that the people of Guyana have been waiting on them for a long time for a proper local content policy or even a bill. They did deliver that. No, we did so, Mr. Speaker. We deliver a local content legislation that would bring benefits to Guyanese and Guyanese businesses. We did that.
But Mr. Speaker, the honorable member knows, or he should know, that local content and achieving local content depends on capacity. It depends on our capacity. And we will support, if there are Guyanese businesses that can manufacture these pipelines, that can build the power plant, we will support that. That is why we brought that bill and it was passed in the National Assembly, because we want every single Guyanese to benefit from the oil and gas sector. We brought that bill to the National Assembly, we debated it, we passed it in the National Assembly, and it is a legislation now. Mr. Speaker, the local content will ensure that Guyanese businesses benefit from the oil and gas sector, and it will ensure that our people are employed directly in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot said about the project and about studies and about consultation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is limited, but I want to say that we as a country need to move forward with our development and our developmental agenda. And we want to say to the APNU AFC that if you are serious about development and you want to get on board on the development train, our hands are open, our doors are open. But if you're going to criticize and oppose for the sake of criticizing and opposing, well then, Mr. Speaker, we will move ahead with our agenda. Because we were elected by the people, to serve the people, and that is what we intend to do. We will not allow the AP and UAFC to hold back our developmental agenda. So, Mr. Speaker, this project, the gas to energy project, as I mentioned, is probably the most critical, the most transformational project that we will witness in the history of our country. It is a project that will ensure that every single Guyanese benefit. It will ensure that cost of living is reduced. It will provide jobs and opportunities to our people, and will improve the standard of living in our people. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, on the government side, stall such an important, critical project. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, and now I call on the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all the speakers on both sides that contributed to this motion, and particularly the ones on my side. I want to say that listening to the presentations by the presenters on the government side in defending their position on this Wales Gas to Shore project, so further confirms to me that the project needs more examination and more details to be made forward. Not one, sir, not one of the speakers there presented any credible information on the project. Not a and you, and of course the people of Guyana will obviously be the judge of this, sir. Not one, sir, presented any information. On this so-called the most transformative project in the history of Guyana, you would have thought that the government side would have used this opportunity to dispel any myths, any misconceptions, or what on the project. Yet, sir, you use the time, sir, to engage on personal attacks, insults, misinformation, sir, and I know I can't use this word, sir, but gross untruths, sir, untruths. And it is sad, sir, that that is the state of representation that the country has in 2022. So when I speak about misrepresentation, I would, out of respect for the Minister of Natural Resources, I'll start with him, sir. With him. And one of the issues he talked about, sir, is that between 1992 and 2015, and then he spoke very, very glowingly about the country under the stewardship between 1992 and 2015. What he didn't mention, sir, between 1992 and 2015, corruption, Transparency International Corruption Perception Index had Guyana rated as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. What he did not mention, sir, between 2015 and 2020, the same agency, Transparency International, sir, was singled out Guyana as one of the top 5 most improved nations in combating corruption in the world. He didn't mention that. He didn't mention that, sir, and when the indices comes out again, sir, we will be what you call back to the future. The corrupt ones are back again. The boys are back, and the boys and girls, sorry, madam, don't want to single the men out. The boys are back again. Sir, the honorable member, previous speaker, Minister of Natural Resources, mentioned the Berbice Bridge. I could speak a lot about that. And he said, oh, it is one of the best projects. If it is such a good project, why don't you remove the order restricting them from raising the tolls? You're scared of your own friends. You can't even allow them. You can't, if it's such a good project, we put on a restriction on them to prevent them from imposing a draconian toll on Region 6 and Region 5. And it's such a good project. Ask the minister, he's up there, or his mini-me, either the senior or the junior mini-me. Ask them to remove the order on the Berbice Bridge. Madam Chair, don't look wrong, it's still there. The second you do, the country will see how good a project it is. The countries will see. Sir, and then of course, sir, he spoke about Skeldon Estate. We closed Skeldon Estate. Sir, you can't close a project that never worked. That failed from the get-go. How can we close something that was never even open, never even functioned, ever? And then come and say it was the AP and UFC. Sir, that project was stillborn. Bad ideas brought the entire sugar industry to its knees. The entire sugar industry to its knees. And you sit down and talk about who closed what and who closed what. If it wasn't for Skeldon, sugar would have survived longer. And that's on you. That's on the PPPC. Sir, when the first speaker, sir, spoke honorable in there, I obviously thought, sir, that we're in a twilight zone. He spoke about GPL, sir. Well, listen to me. Under your stewardship, your very short stewardship, and it will be a short stewardship, we are experiencing the most blockouts ever. And every day, sir, the excuse becomes from the ridiculous to sublime. Sir, you hear every single day, sir, you hear that there was a disturbance in the transmission line, a disruption in the transmission line, and GPL are looking at this. Sir, it's not a disruption, sir. It's that incompetent people are in charge. Then, sir, the honorable minister had the temerity to say that we, the AP and UAFC government, did nothing for GPL. Sir, I don't know if it's a crime to misrepresent. You can't use certain words here, sir. Sir, so I could say to the honorable minister, right? you wouldn't know the truth even if it bit you in that particular part of your anatomy. And let me tell you, sir, for the records, under the AP and UFC, 9 generating sets. 9 generating sets, sir. And I would want to, and I challenge all of you, the entire PPPC, and all your surrogates, to say within any 5-year period, if any government in this country has ever did put more generating sets in place, installed in this country than the AP and UFC. So we did that on Regina, Bartica, Bellevue, Garden Eden. That's how we gave you 46.6, you and the Prime Minister, sir. He's slipping through the entire briefing. Sir, and you messed it all up, sir. You messed it all up. And so how dare you come to this National Assembly, sir, and misrepresent the truth. Mr. Speaker, then I heard some even more ridiculous comments, sir, from the minister, that we would like to park please, just, Mr. Speaker, just excuse me. Just, I hope Madam Tashira is okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Tashira. I'm grateful that Madam Tashira is fine, sir, so I will continue. Sir, the Honorable Minister Indar, sir, made a mention glibly about natural gas coming to shore, and it's not a dangerous. And I do hope, sir, that the people of Guyana will listening and they record that it's not a dangerous substance to be bringing to shore, and thought that it's been around the world. The pipelines have been around the world, sir, for ages. And sir, some other ministers said, sir, for the record, sir, in the USA, first world countries, between, sir, 1970 and 2015, 700, sir, I just heard somebody talk about traveling to the United States, sir. I won't even answer, sir, but the great member, you got back your visa? You got back your visa? All right, sir. Sir, in the USA, sir, 745 serious incidents, sir, in the pipeline, natural gas pipeline. In Canada, in the last 5 years, 10 such incidents, sir. And the Honorable Minister is making comments about it's not a dangerous thing. Sir, in Russia, last 5 years, 9. We should be concerned, sir, and those are all I'm quoting from countries which we consider to be far developed, which are far developed than, more developed than Guyana. And we are concerned, sir. Mr. Speaker, one of the members, sir, and I do think that the Minister Indar, sir, made mention of all the sort of projects and initiatives put in place by the AP and UAFC government, and seek to claim them for his own, sir. Smart grid solutions, sir, that was there long before, sir. It's under the AP and UAFC that the grid stability study was done for GPL, and of course, sir, the facts are there. They started a long time ago, sir. Sir, and then, sir, I hear he made mention, sir, about, and this is the Honorable Member in there when he was speaking, sir, about the maritime industry. Sir, I would like the world to know, sir, the maritime registration of the armed boat, has nothing to do with the AP and your AFC, sir. All that is the PPP, sir. Those two honorable ministers, sir. The contract was signed in March 2021. March 2021. What they haven't gotten up to tell the people, tell the nation, is where they found that company from. So they've issued a press release saying that the company is run by a scamper, etc., etc. It's controlled and that they'll do everything possible to correct the wrongs that they did. What the honorable ministers have not said to this country is how the man find y'all and you find them, and why you signed the contract with them. You didn't know due diligence. Now, sir, when the boat has been found with arms, $5.4 million worth of arms, they're trying to distance themselves from it, saying that whatever contract that they had expired beforehand. Why you even signed the contract in the first place? The country would like to know. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Edgehill, said in the motion, most laughable thing, the motion is designed to stop progress, stymie progress. No, sir. The motion is designed to stop pillage, money grabbing, corruption, lack of transparency, sir. That is the reason for the motion, sir. The motion is designed, sir, to ensure that the PPPC don't foster another failed project on this country. And, sir, from the resounding response that I get from them, sir, I think you also agree. Batty Lions, of course, thank you very much, sir. I hear you, sir. Sir, the honorable member Edgehill, sir. The honorable member Edgehill, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I see, sir, at least one thing I know, sir, they've woken up. Sir, they've woken up, sir. Sir, the honorable member Edgehill made a quote, sir, which I thought was very intuitive, sir. Sir, if we don't know, speaking with the opposite.
Honorable member, I hear someone using bribery in the, please, decorum. Go ahead, honorable member.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I would not use the word bribery, sir.
Didn't accuse you, sir.
Pardon?
I did not accuse you.
No.
I was protecting you.
Sir, I heard the honorable member Edgehill state, sir, if we don't know, it's not the fault of the PPP. But I want to tell the honorable member Edgehill, stupidity has no cure. Stupidity has no cure. And sir, so therefore, sir, I would strongly suggest you and your colleagues should not make reference to who knows and who do not know. Sir, several of the speakers, sir, almost all of them, sir, made mention of the Myla Falls project. Let me enlighten the country, and I've challenged them when I spoke the last time. If it was such a good project, why don't you bring a motion for us to debate? Of course, sir, they've never taken us up on that. The invitation, honorable member Edgehill, is still open, sir. But let me tell you about the Myla Falls project, sir, and the claim of the honorable Roops and Ben that all the information was handed over to us in the opposition in 2011 to 2015. Hogwash. What we found, sir, was tantamount to a crime. They told the nation, the PPPC told the nation that the IDB had approved the project. Sir, from May 16, 2015, the IDB, I've never seen an international agency that was so eager to come to set the record straight, sir. So they sent a delegation And they said the first thing is the IDB never approved the Myla Falls project. And of course, you can carry me to the Committee of Privileges, Madam Teixeira, if anything that I say here is untrue. The IDB said to the PPPC at that time, if we carry this project to our board, they will reject it. It's unsound and it's unworthy. All the IDB said that they can do for us is help us with the environmental studies, which it did, sir. The environmental study was completed, sir. And, sir, you can carry me to the Committees of Privileges at any time you're ready if I say anything is wrong. So I challenge you. I challenge you. I challenge you, said so. Mr. Speaker, they said the IDB that the project was approved by, they got a mandate letter. They have a mandate letter from the IDB. The IDB came, sir, and I will call his name, can I call the gentleman's name Johnson, who said, sir, we told them, sir, that the project cannot fly. And sir, they sent Mr. Johnson, he said to them, well, we can try. They said, of course, this is just as they're saying right now about the Wales development, it's a transformational project. And the IDB said, no, can't work. Here's what we will do. We can, sir, try and give you some help, sir. And they went to China twice. They went to the Chinese twice, begging. Never got to the China Development Bank and there's the other, another Chinese bank, begging them, the China Exim Bank, hand in hat, sir, begging them to reduce the interest rates in which they were lending us the money to. And the person and the Chinese, imagine that, said to them, no. The Chinese bank said no, absolutely not. So on top of that, now that they went, sir, and they engaged a Chinese firm. And the Chinese firm, and once again, sir, twice more with Mr. Johnson, negotiations. Yes, you can anytime you're ready, sir, ma'am. My apologies. Man, and the Chinese firm, so they came to me, they came to us, sir. They came to the AP and UAFC, and sir, I was in the meeting. And they said they cannot reduce their interest rate. Sir, the government of Norway, sir, who they always said to them, well, if you're going to engage this particular Chinese firm, we will not be contributing our $80 million. So this is a great transformational project that the AP and UAFC killed, sir. Absolutely nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing. Sir, and you're quite willing and you've gone silent, but of course, you've gone silent. So they keep, sir, what I call smoke and whistles. Smoke and mirrors, sir, smoke and mirrors. They keep speaking about the Myla Falls, sir, but they had, at the time when we took over, there's absolutely no substance, sir. Absolutely no substance. Sir, and the Chinese contracting firm, I make mentions in my opening speech, in my opening speech, sir, proposed to them a financing arrangement where they will garnish our foreign reserves. In other words, sir, GPL could not afford to pay. GPL could not afford to pay the PPA, sir, the power purchasing agreement. So the only reason, Mr. Speaker, that the idea of garnishing our foreign reserves, sir, was not carried any further because of the loan agreements we signed with international funding agencies, sir. Yes, I know, these are, I'm talking to them, sir, I'm talking to you, sir. You brought it up. I made no mention of Myla Falls. On top of that, sir, they awarded a road contract. They awarded, you have an opportunity to clarify. They awarded a road contract, sir, for 15 points. For the honorable gentleman there, that the honorable gentleman Rupson Ben, sir, that spoke about leaving projects for us and about no development and us closing down projects, sir, awarded a road project for $15.4 million to a company, sir, when investigations were done, sir, with a real estate agency or some sort of business of a similar nature. Sir, let me tell you what the road cost in 2015. $45 million. And you're wondering, sir, why we are very concerned on this side. You are very concerned on this side, on this Wales development project. Sir, you have an opportunity, and sir, they have an opportunity to speak. They have an opportunity to speak, sir, but the facts speak for themselves. If you can award a road contract for $15.4 million and it end up and is still incomplete at $45 million, that's just a road. Imagine what will happen, sir, when you have $900 million you put into this Wales project. Imagine, sir, what will happen. Sir, then the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, Bishop Gwan Ejil, sir, made mention of the Sheriff Mandela project, and he said he left this project for us, and we didn't complete it. Sir, of course, sir, they only give you half the story. Half the story, sir. But like I'm sorry, a famous talk store, TV personality said, so every story got 3 sides, sir. I can get the other 2 sides. So they only give you that. Sheriff Mandela project, sir, was a project developed under the PPP. Correct. It went to tender, sir, twice. Twice under the PPP, sir. The IDB, or no, under the PPP administration, the IDB project, sir, it went twice, Mr. Speaker, it went to tender twice under the PPP. And sir, you guess why it was not awarded? Make a guess, Mr. Speaker. Corruption. Sir, the ministry, under the stewardship, sir, of the PPP, made a recommendation to award a contract to a contractor, sir. Went through, sir. Of course, fortunately for the country, not only does the PPP has a no objection in their cabinet, the IDB has a no objection. Sir, and a lowly clerk in the IDB, sir, decided to look at the tender report that the PPPC submitted and decided, hold on a second, there's a joint venture here. Let me ring the company, sir, that is supposed to be in the joint venture. No, never existed. Never existed. The PPPC were going to award a contract to a contractor and a ghost. And a ghost company out in Brazil, out of Brazil. So you don't have to take my word for this. You can carry me to privileges if you like on this, sir. But you can go right now, sir. Right now on your computer, you go on the IDB's website and they debarred a local company who's now getting work for 30 years, till 2030. Till 2030, this there. Sir, but that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing, sir. And, well, of course, that's a matter now we'll take up. That, sir, that, and people say we use up the man. Sir, it bites, it hurts. Ouch. Ouch. It burning, huh? Sir, don't worry with that. They went again. Just before elections, so forth. Baps. They went again, sir. They went again, and of course,
Me being like what you say, a novice, sir. Sir, I'm responding to the Honorable Member Bishop Edgell speaking about he left us to Sheriff Mandela. Sir, if you just sit and listen, you will learn. Sir, they went to tender, sir. They went to tender again, sir. And the president, then president, the then president, I'm making up, the then president, sir, I have the lovely devices I always tell you, called iPad, sir. Sir, the president of the Cooperative Republic, David Arthur Granger, received a letter marked.
Honorable members, please. Order. Go ahead, honorable member.
The
honorable
president,
members,
David.
please allow the honorable member to make his presentation.
The president received a sealed envelope marked for your eyes only, sir. And it's for your eyes only. Sir, in that, sir, the IDB agency for was it professional or professional something, I can't remember, which deals with corruption, wrote to the Guyana government threatening our entire portfolio once again, sir. I have a copy of the letter, sir, because the president called me. Yeah, no, of course. Once again, I'm not going to be goaded, and you have the record too. Once again, sir, corrupt practices, sir. Corrupt practices, sir. So that is the project, sir, that the honorable member got up and said, oh, they left to us, sir. We went to tender, sir. No issue whatsoever of corruption. And it was awarded, handed to them, and, sir, they're making a mess of it. They're making a mess of it, sir. Then, sir, I heard two members. I'm lonely, yes. Of course, I'm crazy about my country, not so much about y'all. Right, sir, they made mention, sir, of the Lyndon and Hearts, the Truth Hearts. Lyndon, Mabora, sir, that's all they could reduce themselves to, sir. Insults, personal insults. But the facts will speak for itself, sir. The Lyndon Mabora project, I heard people laying claim to it, sir. But let me tell you, sir, the records are there, and I challenge both members, Edgell and Roops and Ben, sir. The UK SIF, sir. And I give you a little background just for them. Sir, in 2015, 2016, worried about the spread, sir, of the Chinese Belt and Road project and the infrastructure in the former colonies. The then Prime Minister, David Cameron, decided it would be a good idea, sir, if we do things to remind people who are the mother country. And he made, sir, a 300 million sterling pounds available grant to the CARICOM. And Guyana, sir, and you can, and of course, you can all go and look it up if you want, but we have it here, so therefore, whenever you're ready, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. Sir, and Guyana qualified, sir, for 55 million pounds on it. And sir, we as a government were asked to put up proposals. We put up, Minister Ferguson will tell you, we put up more than 6 or 7 projects. Not only Ministry of Public Infrastructure at the time, Ministry of Housing and Water, Ministry of Communities put up at the time, as well as Minister Hughes as well. They were all put up there. And out of that, sir, Mr. Speaker, out of those, sir, the Lyndon Mabora project was selected. But that is not all, sir. They're claiming it. That's not all, sir.
As is the custom with these international agencies, sir, they visited,
Speaker,
sir, in
point of order,
2070.
please.
Honorable Member, Mr. Chair.
Under 40, interruption A, point of order. The honourable member is spewing a lot of information that has never become public anywhere. He has never ever raised in this parliament, and therefore I'm asking, sir, that some of these documents the honourable member is referring to should be brought to this house so that we can all validate the accuracy of what he's saying.
Thank you,
And
Honorable Member.
therefore, I'm asking that, as a point of order, unless the member can produce the evidence and the letters that he's referring to in the documents, that he should withdraw those comments.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, the rule is that if you're going to quote documents, you table them.
So
I'm speaking still.
Oh, okay.
And I have to remind one of the honorable members from your side about tabling a document earlier, please.
Thank you very much. Zero problems, sir, of these things. And of course, this is recorded, so you could play it back verbatim, sir. And at that stage, sir, we submitted 7 projects. And after evaluation, the British David and us, the government at the time, decided on the Lyndon Mabura. But sir, as is customary, sir, they had a briefing, sir, with the opposition in 2018. And they reported, sir, that the opposition said, when we come to power, we can stop the Lyndon Mabura project. This is what they're talking about. And of course, our good friends from DFID in the UK said, if you stop the project, we will withdraw money. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Lyndon Mabura project road going ahead. The one that they're saying, oh, that they have now gone to tender, sir. If it was up to them, it would have never, ever, ever be here, sir. Sir, if it hurts, itch it. If it hurts you, itch it, sir. I do love, sorry, I will bring in as many more because I do love the ability to do my rebuttals. And I would hope, sir, I get your protection, sir. You don't seem to be giving me as much protection as I need. Sir, the Sandhills to Bartica Road, the honorable member mentioned, sir. Untruthful, sir. Sir, Minister, Honorable Member Ferguson, every time she gets into a speech, sir, she raises the quintennial report, sir. That was there from us. All they're doing is, all they did, sir, and they not only want to give us credit. They look through what we had and say, brilliant idea. It's their own, sir. Then, sir, the
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, again, you continue to float the standing orders. I spoke on more than one occasions during this session about the use of the particular word you just uttered. Ms. Patterson, honorable member, please continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the honorable member Edgell made a slight comment about communities. Snide comment, sir. Insinuating about communities stealing electricity, certain communities stealing electricity. I don't know which communities that he was referring to, but I can tell you, sir, the largest electricity thieves, I'm not calling anyone a thief, but the largest electricity theft in GPL is commercial. It's commercial. Residential, what should I say? Theft or thing. It only represents 3% of GPLs, unless of course it's worsened on the other thing. But sir, the rest The worst, sir, the 11%, sir, is commercial theft. So I don't know which communities he was referring to. And then, sir, he made one of the greatest, that GPL had no board. What was it, man? The GPL was not governed, sir, by a board, sir.
Honorable member, you know the rules. You speak to the speaker. You don't speak to your colleague. If you want that, you can end your debate and go outside and speak with them. Please.
I had a mental lapse, sir.
Okay, thanks for the confession.
Sir, so thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, from 2016 to 2018, sir, the board of GPL was headed by none other than Mr. Robert Badal. From 2018 until you disbanded the board in 2020 was Mr. Raul Lucas. Sir, that is it, sir, and that, of course, if you want me to bring the facts, you can bring the facts. Sir, so the report, sir, that the honorable member gave was untruthful. And then, sir, here is the kicker. He made mention about contracts and people objecting. And of course, sir, we on this side don't normally like do this. But Madam Teixeira, you'd ask for some facts again. Sir, in 2015, when we got in there, sir, when there was in front of the National Procurement and Tender Board a tender, sir. Now it just returned for prepaid meters. Sir, and my very first board meeting, very first introductory meeting of the to the executive directors or whatever it is of doing, they raised concerns. About the procurement process, sir, for prepaid meters in the past. Sir, this tender had not been awarded. This tender was just in. Sir, and obviously if the executive directors had a problem with it, sir, you could check the record. So what I simply said, if you had issues with the tender, let us annul the process. Let us annul the process and just retender. And which the records will show. I have the record. National Procurement Tender Board had the record. Sir, and we retendered. What we did not know, sir, and what we found out subsequently, that the meters were already in the country before the tendering, sir. So, sir, an individual, sir, or a company, they were already in the country. Oh, yes. This, sir, was pre-May 15, 2015. Sir, so a company ended up with 3 containers of meters. The only person you could sell the meters still up to GPL, but GPL, of course, upgraded it, sir. They wanted AMI smart meters, sir, but what they brought was Itron meters or something like that, which weren't smart meters. So someone, sir, took it on themselves, sir, to bring in 3 containers even before the tenders was awarded, sir, because they were winning these contracts. They were winning these contracts all the time. Sir, they objected to the Public Procurement Commission. They objected to the Public Procurement, it was thrown out. They objected to the courts, it was thrown out. They objected to the bid appeal committee under the ministry, it was thrown out. They objected to the IDB, and it was thrown out. Sir, and those are the contracts that the Honorable Minister of Public Works are championing. That is why we bring this motion, sir, because corruption is very, very comfortable over there. Very, very comfortable over there, sir. Sir, Mr. Speaker, this motion, sir, is simply to ensure that we don't have, sir, another failure. We don't have another skeleton, sir. We don't have, sir, another fiber optic cable, sir. Sir, the fiber optic cable, my friend, where is the Vincent Henry, who's reminding, pardon? No, sir, we not even bother. Sir, my good friend Vincent Henry, Honorable Member Visionary Region 9, sir. When I met him the first time going through, and we asked about the fiber optic cable, he says, come, sir. He's called me Pato. Look him there, he's called me Pato those days. He said, come and look. Sir, the people at the fiber optic cable are using as clotheslines, and the children skipping rope, sir. $5 billion, sir. And that, sir, is what we're trying not to happen again. That is why we brought this motion. It's not to stymie development, right? It's to protect our people from what we know will happen. We know will happen, sir. So we brought the motion. And sir, since when does the Committee of Natural Resources become a committee to which the government has the majority on, you know? So how are we going to bury this project in a Committee of Natural Resources, sir, that the government has the majority on? They seem, sir, as though they're scared. They are scared of themselves. Sir, so in rebutting, I plead once again, sir, I'm glad that the members of the opposite side, sir, are now awake. Because I know after the presentations by some of their members, they were quite, yes. The facts, sir, can be bitter. The facts can be bitter. Sir, so in closing, I ask once again on behalf of the people of Guyana, that we just pause, sir. Sir, just like how they're going to the Committee of Privileges for a month, we can go to the Committee, sir, of Natural Resources for 2 months, 3 months. Sir, as fast as you want, sir. You all the balls in your court. Let's have a fulsome discussion on this. Let's get input. If the end result is a gas ashore project, let it be one, ladies and gentlemen, that a country can be proud of. With those few words, sir, I'd like to thank my honorable friends and colleagues over there and over here for bearing with me, sir. And I want to thank you for staying awake. I see the Prime Minister, last time I spoke, the Honorable Prime Minister said he fell asleep. Sir, there, I see him there calculating. Yes, I see him there calculating. I know, I know, sir. But, sir, so we ask once again, sir, the ramblers over on this side, sir, the anti-corruption crew over this side, lowest, the side, the government that has the lowest, that carry this country to the lowest ever ranking on the corruption, the highest ever ranking on the corruption perception index. On behalf of us, sir, the ramblers over here, we ask, sir, that you consider sending this motion, supporting this motion, sending it to special to the National Resources Committee. And they can provide, sir, and who will provide a report, and we could come back here and debate it. And if the report is favorable, we on the side of the House will support it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm trying to hear the Prime Minister. Honorable members, I'm trying to hear the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring your attention to Standing Order 209-2, the right to reply.
Honorable Prime Minister, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House under Standing Order 209-2, and I ask members on both sides to just bear with me for a couple of minutes. It's highly unusual that we'll want to do this, but we have to do it because we need to set a number of records straight here. Mr. Speaker, Amelia Falls as a project was scuttled by an uncaring coalition known as the APNU, AFC, while they were in opposition. Mr. Speaker, had they supported that project, the people of Guyana would have been benefiting from energy at a far reduced cost that we are paying today since 2017. And that is what we expect the honorable member to come and remind this House of, and not to get involved in revisionism. Mr. Speaker, I sat here for the past 4 hours, and I'm still to hear an argument, a clear and concise argument against the gas to energy project at Wales. You have not, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has not produced any report. He talks about reports, but he has not produced any report that says clearly to this House that the Wales Gas to Shore project is not feasible. The Wales Gas to Shore project will be a reality in this term of the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, we have a manifesto where we told the people that we will deliver on an energy mix that will comprise gas, solar, hydro, and wind. And Mr. Speaker, we have singled out the gas to shore project for completion before December 2025. We've singled out Amelia Falls to start construction long before December 2025. And it's significant that I'm using December 2025 because by December 2025, the members on that side of the House will realize that they will have to spend 5 more years. 5 more years in opposition. Mr. Speaker, the member, Honorable Mr. Patterson, rambled for the last 30 minutes. No, there's no way I could have slept or fall asleep with you rambling. I had to listen to all your anecdotes, your half-truths that you presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, while the coalition was in government, they killed the Mubura project. The Mubura project died under them. We have now
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister, I see the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, rising. I don't know what he's writing on, but let's hear him.
No, sir, Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 40A, sir. Sir, and the similar standing order
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Speaker, sir, yes.
right? That the Honorable Prime Minister provide any iota of evidence.
Honorable Prime Minister, continue.
Right? Just like I'm
Honorable member against this point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker,
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member don't like the term died or killed, I would say, I will rephrase it to say that that project did not progress as expected under his leadership. The return to government of the PPPC government, the return to government of the PPC party has given rebirth to revival of that project. And we will complete that project before 2025 December. Like we have to do with many projects that the honorable member presided over. One can only recall the airport project that the honorable member, Minister Edghill, has, no pun intended, had to resurrect and is now in the process of completing that project to the satisfaction of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, now that we're talking about the people of Guyana, just go out to the community, and I ask the honorable member on this side, on the other side of the house, who obviously are disconnected from the people of Guyana. Just go out, go into the community and speak to the people. The people need development. They needed the development when they voted for you. You failed the people. You delayed the development process. And now the people are telling us that we, the PPPC government, is the government that they're looking up to for development. And I used to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the people of Guyana and tell them clearly, you did the right thing in March 2020. We took a long time to get them out of office. They rigged the election, but they failed. They failed, and they held on to power for 5 months. That delayed the implementation of our development policy, our manifesto. However, that is behind us now. Like you're behind us. And the development trajectory is in motion. It is in motion. And it's difficult to stop something that is in motion. You did physics at school. Right? So, to the people of Guyana, you've elected a people-centered government, a government that will deliver Guyana, that will deliver development to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about all the projects that Mr. Patterson talked about just now, but the bottom line is we had 5 years of visionless governance in Guyana. This is the time of good governance. This is its time for governance with a vision. And it's a vision not for only our supporters, it's a vision for all Guyanese. And that's why we have the One Guyana policy. We are taking development to all the people of Guyana, including the people that supported you and will not be supporting you in 2025 because they will benefit from our development policies and they will make a change. And don't be afraid. In 2025, you will continue to be in opposition. We will continue to look after you as honorable members of the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to stay long, but I want to assure this House and all the people of Guyana that in a transparent manner,
all the mega projects will be managed to completion by this government. That is our promise to the people of Guyana. And that's why in December 2025, the people of Guyana will continue to ensure we remain in office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question, the motion as proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it.
Division.
Honorable members, a division has been called. As is customary, we will ring the bell and give a few minutes for persons to get into their seats. Yeah, it's stuck to 224, and now it's 226.
I'm here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have a number of honorable members on virtually, so please let us allow the clerk to call the names and persons to be able to hear their names being called. Ms. Isaacs, you may proceed with the division.
Mr. Schumann. Mr. Schumann. Mr. Sears.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Figuera.
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes.
Mr. Jai Prashad.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Ramsaru.
Yes.
Miss Philadelphia. Miss Philadelphia. Miss Tris Flubes. Mrs. Flubes.
Yes.
Mr. Maipal?
Yes.
Mr. Maipal?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, that is not loud enough. Somebody answer please.
Yes.
To put the honorable members' pictures online because we can see who is online or not. Honorable control panel, please. You can call Mr. Maipal's name again, Mr. Isaac.
Mr. Maipal?
Yes. 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 Yes.
I'm not seeing Mr. Mahipal online. I don't know if I'm not seeing him online. And I have everyone here in the gallery. I don't want to accuse anyone of being dishonest. Go ahead, Mr. Isaacs.
So, Mr. Maipal.
I give him one more chance
Sorry,
to answer,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Mahipal.
Mr. Maipal is on phone. He said he's answering.
Honorable members, could we hear the opposition chief whip? Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah.
Jones.
Mr. Ganesh Maipal is here on phone. He said he's answering yes.
I need to see him virtually.
Ganesh, you need to turn
not
on
on
your
your
camera
phone.
so the speaker can see you. Bell, please just turn it on back so the speaker can see you and hear you. Unless if I can put him on speakerphone here.
Honorable members, I give Mr. Mahipal one final chance of coming online. The virtual platform we have here is what counts, along with the in-person presence in the plenary. Mr. Isaacs.
Mr. Mahipal?
Yes, I'm saying yes.
Good. Thank you.
Did you hear me, Mr.
Go ahead,
Speaker?
Mr. Holder?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Ms. Finance? Ms.
Yes.
Finance? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan? Mrs. Singh Lewis?
Yes.
Mrs. Walton Desir?
Yes.
Mr. Rajkumar?
Yes.
Mrs. Hughes?
Yes.
Miss McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson? Mr. Patterson? Miss Ferguson?
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Chandan Edmond?
Yes.
Mrs. Sirabu Hali?
Yes.
Dr. Cummins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hastings Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Trotman?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Ramjatan?
Yes.
Mr. Harmon? Mr. Harmon? Miss Veersamy? Mr.
No.
Williams? Mr. Williams?
No.
Dr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Jaffarali?
No.
Dr. Westford, Dr. Ramsaran, Mr. Pearson Fredericks, Mr. Narayan,
No.
Mr. Datadin,
No.
Dr. Mahadio,
No.
Mr. Charlie, Mr. Siraj,
No.
Mr. McCoy,
No.
Mr. A. Prasad,
No.
Mr. Indar,
No.
Ms. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Parag,
No.
Mr. Ramson,
No.
Dr. V. Prasad,
No.
Mr. Kroll,
No.
Mr. Dharam Lal,
No.
Mr. Bharat, Mr. Hamilton,
No.
Ms. Sukhai,
No.
Mr. Mustafa, Ms. Manik Chand, Dr. Anthony,
No.
Bishop Edgel,
No.
Mr. Todd,
No.
Mr. Shearer,
No.
Mr. Nand Lal,
No.
Mr. Jagdeo, Mr. Jagdeo, Mr. Phillips,
No.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, 27 members voted for the motion, 1 declined to vote, 32 members voted against the motion.
Honorable members, the division having been called, it is confirmed that the motion has been defeated. By a vote of 32 against, 27 for, with 1 abstention. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 2 p.m. on Wednesday, the 26th of January, 2022.
Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to 2 p.m.